It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, June 14th, 2023. I still hear back there, guys. Did a bunch of tests, and it's still our first day on the job over here, but it's great to be back on a beautiful Wednesday, June 14th in New York City. We've got a great show planned for all of you. Everything is going great. Everything is doing great. Everyone is doing great. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of not only the UFC, but this program as well. Please download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today and let them know we sent you, because that's how we like to do it. We like to let them know that we sent you so that they like us very much and continue to sponsor the show. We've got a great show planned for all of you. I am very excited, coming off Monday's show where we were joined in studio by Israel Adesanya. We were joined by the middleweight champion of the UFC. We had a great chat with him. We also had his longtime friend and manager, one Ash Belcastro, joining us, and he brought us a whole bunch of cool stuff from Engage. We take things up a notch on today's program, and we're joined by arguably the greatest featherweight champion in the history of the UFC. For the very first time in studio, we have the pride of Waianae himself, Max Holloway, joining us, and I cannot wait to have a nice little chat with him, because I've never had one of these extended chats with Max Holloway. I've never been able to sit down and talk to him. I've never been able to, do something a little bit deeper than your typical, okay, how was the last fight? How's the upcoming fight? This, that, and the other. So stay tuned for that. That is coming up. That will be in about an hour's time. Back into the show, we'll make our picks for this weekend. So stay tuned for that. We'll also get GC's picks and talk about whatever else is going on in the world of MMA. Jeff Neal and Ian Gary was just announced for the Boston card, so that is going to be tremendous. I am looking forward to that fight, and I love the way that they're booking Ian Gary. That's August 19th in Boston, Massachusetts. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Regis Prograis, who returns to action this Saturday. Big-time boxer from New Orleans, fighting in New Orleans at the Smoothie King Center. First fight with Matchroom on DAZN. Big homecoming for Regis Prograis. A great personality, has once sparred with Nathan Diaz as well. So he will have some insight on his pro boxing debut. Stay tuned for that. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Mike Malott, the star of this past Saturday's card in Vancouver. UFC 289, what a homecoming it was for him. He is probably coming down from Cloud 9. I look forward to that chat very much. Proper Mike will join us. Prior to that will be one Max Holloway, like I said. And prior to that, we'll be joined by one of the very best managers in the game, the one and only Tim Simpson, going to join us in about 11 or so minutes time to talk about his big move, going solo, going independent, and the incredible client roster that he has put together, likes of Israel Adesanya, likes of Max Holloway, likes of Leon Edwards, and very recently announcing Tai Tuivasa joining his new team, the Chosen Few, the Chosen Advisory Group. But my friends, this Friday at the Wintrust Arena in Chicago, there's a massive Bellator event going down. Patricio Pitbull is trying to become a 3-division champion. He's the current featherweight champion of Bellator, 3-division champion, never been done in Major League MMA before. He's going up against the bantamweight champion, Sergio Pettis. Let's not waste any time. Let's talk to Patricio Pitbull about this incredible journey that he is on. He's also being joined by Captain Eric Albarracin. There he is, our old friend, who I still think cheated in the darts, if I'm being honest, and his translator as well. Patricio, my friend, thank you so much for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Can I ask, this is the big question off the bat. We're 2 days away from the fight. Weigh-ins tomorrow. How is the weight cut going down to 135?
Oh, very good. I'm feeling great. I'm fresh. I'm like 143 pounds right now, so I'm feeling better than ever.
Is it easier than you thought it would be going down to 135?
Yes, because I'm on diet since October, so I believe that time was easier than the last time.
And could I ask, other than the history, and maybe it's just the history, why are you doing this? What is motivating you to go down to 35 when you're already the 145-pound champ?
I was thinking about the GOATs, and I realized no one of them has 3 belts. So that's was I start thinking about that.
You want to be the first?
I want to be the first.
When
That's
did
it.
this dream start for you? When did this idea actually start?
Um, I don't know. It was like when I fought Clive Quake. He is the rising champion. When I beat him, I think about that and I asked to Bellator and hey, let's try to put me to fight against Sergio Pettis for the bantamweight title. And they asked it to me, really, you want to do that? I said yes, and they agreed with me. It was amazing.
Okay, so you didn't have to really convince them too much. It was a fairly easy conversation to get them to agree to let you do this.
It was about 2 weeks
Okay.
to tell me that is going to happen.
Okay. And so just curious, like if all goes well for you on Friday, do you want to have a run at 135 as well? Or is it just about climbing this mountain and then you'll go back to 145? Have you thought of that?
Let's see what's going to happen during the fight. My focus is to beat my opponent. I know he's tough. I believe I am better. After that, maybe we're going to defend that belt and see what's going to happen. I don't know.
Okay. Is there any part of you that is worried about, something that you might lose as a result of the weight cut come Friday, meaning your power, your speed, something, because you are depleting yourself a little bit more?
No, I believe I'm stronger than him, and now I'm faster than I have been.
Okay. Can I also just say something? I'm a little bit annoyed, Patricio. You know why? Because I feel like history is potentially going to be made here, right? I mean, this is a historic fight. This is you going down to 135. I kind of feel like you should be the main event, Patricio. Why aren't you the main event? And are you annoyed as well?
Acho que você devia ser o main event, porque não, mas fala aí, tem uns caras grandes, eles têm qualidade.
Eu não sei, talvez tenha uns caras maiores do que eu, que também tem histórias e merece fazer um main event. Talvez, não sei, pela história de Joel Romero também, que é um cara que é muito antigo. Sim, pode falar.
I don't know why those guys are bigger. They got much of their own history. Yoel Romero's come from the UFC. He's got a lot of history behind him, going for another world title. So those guys just got put in front, and it is what it is.
Okay, so he doesn't care.
Yeah, I don't care.
You don't care.
I'm to my fight and my opponent. That's it.
Okay, fair enough. And by the way, Captain Eric, as Patricio's coach, when he told you about this idea, were you on board with it, or did you have concerns about, just those 10 pounds are a lot at this, at this weight? How did you feel about it initially, and how do you feel about it now?
Initially, I was like, man, can he make the weight? First question, talk to his nutritionist. Can he make the weight? And then I understood what he's talking about goats. He wants none of the goats on Goat Mountain have ever got 3 titles. And I thought, if there's anybody that can do it, it's him. And that's when he becomes God mode activated. And there's one thing about goats, is goats are sacrifices to gods.
Wow. This guy's incredible, Captain Eric. I mean, who puts it like that?
And Patricia wants me to introduce to our mystery guest here, who's also the mystery coach at Bellator 297's camp, which is Daniel Vanderlei. He's been coaching Patricio MMA and Jiu-Jitsu for this fight. Former Sergio Pettis' old coach for 8 years. Daniel Vanderlei right here also speaks English and Portuguese.
Okay, hello, Daniel, and I'm sorry for calling you his translator earlier. You are way more accomplished than that. And so can I ask about that, Daniel? You've trained with Sergio. How do you feel about now training someone to try to beat Sergio?
I never thought that's going to happen, but I trained Sergio from 2013 to 2020. And I left the gym that he's still training, and I decided to take my own way, the same way that some of the fighters decide to hire different coaches. I like Sergio. He's a great guy. He's a great fighter. We all know that. But I had the opportunity to work with Patricio, who is a great guy. This is the first time ever I worked with a Brazilian beside my son. I have a son that's coming up pretty soon. You guys are going to hear about him. But I embraced the opportunity. And went to Brazil to work with Patricio for, this is number 7 weeks right now that we've been working together. And I had a great time, and we're looking forward just to make history together. Nothing's personal. I think Sergio's taken that way too. Like, I have my family to feed. He has his family to feed. So he moved on with the new coaches. I move on and work with the different fighters. And here we go, like Friday night, we ready to make history.
Any truth to the rumor, Patricio, that the reason why you feel so confident going into this fight is because you are now taking the secret juice as well, courtesy of Paulo Costa, and this has taken you to another level? Even though we always think that the secret juice makes you bigger, in this case, it's making you smaller, actually.
It's about to be ready, Doesn't matter the size, but I think a lot of things that we put together will make me take that belt and make history forever in this sport. And I do believe that's my silver bullet right here. It make my opponent be a little confused during the fight. So that's very important.
I know you have talked in the past about maybe not getting the respect that you deserve from the MMA community, the MMA media. Do you feel on Friday that you will finally get the respect that you feel you deserve if you make history and win this 3rd title?
I really don't know what is going to happen about that, but I know when the history books going to be open, they're going to see the numbers, and everyone will see who is the first guy that have 3 belts in 3 different divisions. That's it. You
win this fight on Friday, should Patricio Pitbull be considered the best pound-for-pound fighter in the world?
Yes, I do.
Where do you put yourself right now?
Okay.
As
a number 1. Nobody's is on the top of da montanha como eu tô por 10 anos.
Nobody's been at the top of the mountain for 10 years like I have.
It's been an incredible run. Yeah, and there's a reason why no one has been able to get the 3 belts. I know your boy Henry Cejudo has wanted this, but he hasn't been given the opportunity. Speaks to how much Bellator thinks of you and what you've meant to the promotion, that they're giving you this opportunity. And just wondering, Sergio hasn't fought in a while. He's coming off a serious knee injury. Do you expect him to be a little bit slower, a little bit rusty, a little bit gun-shy, since it's been well over a year since he last fought?
No, I am expecting the best version of him. I'm prepared for that.
Okay. And how do you think you beat him? How do you think you beat him?
I don't know. It really don't care. But let's see. I'm thinking about to put him down and strangle him.
Oh, wow. Okay. By the way, I saw a picture of you with the 3 belts. What did that feel like?
Feel good. I'm comfortable on that.
Yeah.
I'm working all my life to realize that to make that happen, that thing happen one day. So I'm comfortable. I'm okay.
I love it. And by the way, when we saw you in Ryzen, you came out with this great outfit. Are you going to come out with a big armor situation to this fight too, or is that just in Japan?
Only Japan. Only Japan.
Why not here? I love it. We're showing a picture of it now.
The commission allowed it.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's
yeah.
Well, I appreciate the time very much. Good luck to you. Good luck shedding those last few pounds. Can't wait for it. History. I think you should be main event, but if you ask me, you're the people's main event on Friday, and that's even more prestigious. Good luck to you, Daniel. Good luck to you, Eric. Good luck to you, Patricio. I'm looking forward to it. All right, there he is. The one and only Patricio Pitbull. It's a big freaking deal, guys. This is a really big deal. And quite frankly, I don't think like it's getting the attention that it deserves, perhaps because there are just so many fights right now every weekend. This one flying under the radar. Actually, the whole card on Friday from the Wintrust Arena in Chicago, Illinois, very good. There's like 15, 16 fights on this card. The prelims are very stacked as well. But the top 3 really interesting. Vadim Nemkov fighting Yoel Romero, defending his title. And obviously, I'm not trying to put down that fight. I just think that when someone's going for, history, something that's never been done before, it's a big freaking deal. Put him in the main. also Sergio coming back is a big deal, especially when you have Patchy Mix waiting in the wings. He just won their tournament. So Vadim Nemkov, Yoel Romero going for another belt, this time in Bellator. Vadim has looked very good. Sergio, Patricio, and Corey Anderson returning against Phil Davis. So that's this Friday. PFL going head-to-head with them. So Friday's going to be a really fun night for MMA. And then, of course, the UFC is back on Saturday with the Jared Cannonier fight against Marvin Vettori, that card from the Apex, also the Regis Prograis fight that we're going to be talking to Regis about on the back end of the show. So stay tuned for all of that. I appreciate Patricio for stopping by. Now, let's get into the in-studio guests. As I said, we will be talking top of the hour to Max Bless Holloway, first time in person. But now let us talk to one of the very best managers in the game. He was here on Monday with Israel Adesanya. Now it's his time to sit in the hot seat. There he is.
Hey, good morning.
Tim Simpson.
Afternoon.
How are you?
How are you?
Oh, we don't
Good
get the
to
big
see
hug like with Israel. Oh, there he is. Oh, you got a coffee? I don't want to.
Do I need a coaster for this?
No. All right. A coaster? Come on. We like to keep it real here. But
Could have used the Crows jersey.
Oh, wow. I have the cup right over there.
That's all right.
What is your team again?
West Coast Eagles.
And how are they doing? Bad?
Do you know?
I don't know. I actually don't really follow.
Oh, it's like one of the worst seasons in AFL history for us right now.
Really?
We're on the bottom, and I think we're like chasing the most 100-point losses ever in a season.
100-point losses?
It's bad. We've been like really badly injured.
Okay.
Like, even on top of that.
And this is AFL, right?
Yeah.
That is Australian rules football?
Yeah.
What is the difference between that and rugby union or rugby league? Is it a totally different sport?
Yeah, completely.
Oh, totally different sport.
So the origin of AFL is that people they wanted to play a sport that was like less rough than rugby, I guess, and it's like a blend of like soccer and rugby.
Okay.
But it's an amazing game. It's the number one game in Australia, number one sport in Australia.
Right. And is that the Perth team? The one
There's
that you
two
support?
Perth teams, yeah.
Okay.
The West Coast Eagles and the Fremantle Dockers are the two West Australian teams.
I'm just a big Adelaide Crows guy. How are they doing? I'm such a big guy. I don't even know
They're
how
like
they're doing.
middle of the pack.
Middle of the pack.
But we're the worst season we've ever had. So
Well, you're having a great run, personally and professionally.
Aside from West Coast, life is good.
Yes. I saw you on Monday when you were here with Izzy. Looked like you were hurting a little bit after a late Sunday.
Yeah.
But come on, man. Tribeca Film Festival. First off, congratulations to you and everyone on the movie. I still am thinking about the movie, honestly. It's like still stuck with me because of the way it was shot, because of how open he was in the movie.
Yeah.
And again, I'll say the same thing that I said to Izzy. Like, I don't want to give away too much. If you follow him, you know what is coming up, right? Like, so it's interesting because I know that after, Whitaker is this fight and after this fight is that fight. But then you get to see these other things that are going on. It's just tremendous. I'm assuming you're happy with it?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd seen it a few times.
Okay.
I think that was the third time I've seen it, or second and a half time I've seen it. But a lot of those, like, I've been involved in a few different MMA documentaries.
Right.
And when you're too close to it, I don't think you can appreciate it as much. But this one, because it's so much deeper, I didn't have that feeling. And watching it I watched it like on my laptop. There were some watermarks on it. Watching it in the cinema was definitely the most enjoyable.
With his parents there?
Yeah. With everybody,
Yeah.
I had like my partner was there, you were there, everybody, like all our friends and families, everyone was there. It was really special.
Yeah,
really special.
Because the cinema wasn't too big, so it kind of felt like a real private screening.
Yeah. Yeah, and just like afterwards, getting getting Eugene dragged up the front.
It's emotional.
Yeah, he's a remarkable man. The funny thing, and I said this to you, it's like. A good barometer for the MMA world for me is my friends, because like I'm so deep into it, but I got a lot of friends that know like your Izzies or your Connors, and there's a big title fight, but they're kind of on the edge of it. And like they knew some of the stuff that went on in the movie, but I brought one of my best friends, and he was like, man, I knew some of the stuff about Izzy, but Eugene was remarkable. Like he was like that, as him as a character in that movie, he was like that. It was so dynamic, it was so deep. So I was like, Eugene as the character was I want to say it was a movie about him, but like that was what, and my partner and other people as well, they're like, for me, it was Eugene was the most interesting part of all of that.
He's one of my favorite people to have on this show because also like he takes these 10-second pauses before responding. So it makes you hang on to every word. Yeah. It's so thoughtful. And
I know. I want to do that.
Real.
I'm going to do that at some point.
You're going to do that?
Because I noticed him do it. Like,
it's so good.
When I first started, when Ash introduced us to Eugene and Izzy, and all that, and we used to have meetings with Eugene about working together. when we're like, would ask a question, be like almost like a negotiation, or like we're trying to convince him to work with it. He would do that. You'd ask him something, and in a meeting where everyone's like ready to talk first, he'll like pause. I'm like, it's a fucking power move.
It's stressful.
I know.
Those 10 seconds, especially it's not stressful when I'm interviewing him, but if you're trying to sell him on something, he's pondering.
I know. He's still a dickhead, but he's a remarkable dickhead.
By the way, they've told me a few times, like you were kind of courting them. You know, there's the Australia connection, all that. Yeah. Ash, you live close to New Zealand or from. When did you first start to go after Izzy?
Like when I started in this industry, when I actually went and met the guys from Paradigm the first time back in 2015, in that meeting, they were like, because I'd just come from Australia, like, who's the guy next up from Australia? And I was like, there's no one in Australia top of my mind, but there's this kickboxer in New Zealand who's had like 3 or 4 MMA fights, and I guarantee you this guy's going to be a megastar.
Wow.
And then I started working at Paradigm. First thing I did was like, because I used to message Izzy on Facebook when I was just a fan.
Wow.
Yeah, so I was still at university at the time. I used to message him like his fan page, like, oh man, like, you're the best, you're like I'm watching, and he would respond because he was like, he wasn't who he was back then. Yeah. And then I would hit him and be like, hey, now I work in MMA, now I work for this agency, now we should manage you. And he's like, oh, I'm good right now. So it basically, like, as soon as I had, like from 2015, basically.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then you're on the red carpet with him at Tribeca Film Festival.
Yeah, it's cool.
That is wild.
Cool, man.
Last time we had you in studio, we were talking about your career. We did the whole story about you coming over and all that. But so much has happened since.
Last 6 months, yeah.
Insane.
A lot's changed in life.
You are no longer with Paradigm. Yep. You have now started your own management group, a boutique group, if you will. Is that a fair thing to say?
Yeah,
yes?
Absolutely.
I have the roster right here. It's Tai Tuivasa, Yuri Prochaska, Casey O'Neill, Mohamed Mokaev, Don Madge, Max Holloway, Jack Hermanson, Leon Edwards, Jack Della Maddalena, Hakeem Dawoudou, and Israel Adesanya. That's a who's who. That is a who's who. It's your own team, chosen advisory group, the chosen few, hashtag chosen few. It's tremendous what you've done at such a young age. 31?
31, yeah.
31.
Just turned 31.
Can we start? Because, I've been trying to get you on the show for a while. You've been quite elusive.
Once a year.
Yeah, once a year, exactly.
Once a year.
When there's something really big to talk about. Why did you decide to go out on your own?
That was my pause.
Yeah, this is fun. I was like, shit, is he about to say some shit here? No. That was good.
No, I mean, listen, there's a lot that went into it, right? And a lot, I don't want to air publicly. Some things transpired, some things over time. I'd say that the fundamental difference was between me and Paradigm. There was a difference in vision and a difference in values. And that was what I guess started wearing on me and realizing that may not be the place for me anymore. I was there for 8 years almost, from 23 to 31, 23 to 30. I'd say it's like the cliche of the best years of your life. Yeah. Like I really gave everything to that. That was all my life was. It took a huge toll on personal relationships, on my health, on, just kind of growing up and in your 20s. I looked at my friends traveling the world doing that. And of course I had amazing, phenomenal experiences in life doing this. But it was all I did for 8 years, right? And it started to wear on me. And when the value and the vision changed, and I felt like I wasn't on board with what they were doing anymore. And that's not saying what they're doing isn't great. It's just different, right? Like when you left ESPN, right? It doesn't have to be this is why and this is critical reason. Sometimes it's the right thing for you. And it was the right thing for me. I needed to make a change for many reasons. And fortunately, it all panned out. When I left, I resigned in December and there was no chosen advisory. I didn't know what I was going to do.
Okay, so you didn't, wow, you just left.
Yeah, I had nothing planned. I was like it's not like I had this thing to set up, these guys are coming there. Like the only people that knew were my partner, her dad, my dad were the 3 people.
Wow.
That knew that I was going to resign. And I was like, what will be, will be. Like, I was like, well, maybe I'll end up back in Australia doing something. Like, maybe I'll...
Think about leaving MMA?
Yeah, I was ready for that.
Wow.
I was ready for that, Like...
Were you burnt out?
To a degree, but it was just like, it was like if I was willing to walk away from that, I had to be prepared that it wasn't going to work out, And so I was at peace with that. You know, that there was, I felt like I had a good enough relationship with a lot of these guys that they may want to hang around, or maybe I'd work in something else. Maybe I'd go work for Engage with Ash, or maybe like I'd go the dark side, go work for a promotion or something like that. I was like, I hope I stay in MMA, but I was prepared for any outcome. You know, I was away, nobody knew. You know, within the next couple of days, my clients, former clients at that stage were messaging me. I had to tell them, hey, I'm not in this anymore. And then they call me like, what the fuck are you doing?
Wow.
Once I tell like Israel, Leon, all those other guys, they're like, what are you going to do? I'm like, I don't really know. And they're like, are you going to stay in MMA? And I go, well, what do you think? I guess so. And they're like, whatever you do, we're going to do. And I'm like, well, that makes me feel great. I probably have something here.
Okay.
That was really
That's how it started.
Yeah.
Was there any part of you that thought about joining another management team?
Not really, because it was like, I wanted to do my own thing, not necessarily as like from a work perspective, but I was just in a big company, right? And again, vision of a big company wants to grow and scale and be big. And like, I had autonomy there. It's not like I was in this like corporate thing and everyone was like holding me down. Like I was treated fine there, you know, and like I had the autonomy. But from going from one big company to another big company, because a lot of them reached out, like I'm not gonna lie, I won't name names, but people, everyone kind of wanted to know what I was doing and said, hey.
Trust me, a lot of them reached out to me to get to you.
Yeah.
I was like, what am I, this guy's agent or something? What's going on? You're fielding calls on your behalf.
I thought about it. Obviously, that would have been like the secure thing to do,
Yeah.
go get a paycheck, go get a salary. But I was like, why would I do that? You know, I'd rather give this a shot now and see, and if it didn't work out, maybe I go get a job. But I've been fortunate that it turned out pretty well, and without sounding like an asshole, I've honestly never been happier in my life.
Wow.
Like my life holistically, everything going on, I've never been happier. I wake up every day motivated, happy, I'm rested, I'm not in a different city every week. Like when you do things on your own terms, again, you I guess in a similar position, right? You did things on your own terms, like it's very, very rewarding, and everything that I envisioned, how I wanted to live my life is happening right now. So, yeah, it's good. Like if that could be there, like maybe there's an offer that I can't refuse, or there's another agency that I join, but right now I'm pretty happy with what I'm doing. Keep it small.
But at this point, why would you go? I mean, you've got the clients. The one thing that I kept getting asked, and honestly, I don't know the answer to this question, when you made the announcement, you put out that cool video announcing the roster, and I love how you like, yeah, I got this guy, and a lot of these guys you're associated with, but then Max is a part of the announcement, too, which was tremendous, the way you played that. I'm going to ask you about him in a moment. But the comments I was like, what? So, like, how did Tim take all these guys? How did this happen? For those that don't understand how that works, how does that work? You're with Paradigm, you're representing them. How do they come to you now?
I mean, as much as I've been like, you know, I'm very little drama. I'm not big into social media and everything, and like people can say what they want. The only thing that triggers me a little bit when people are like, you took. I'm like, how do you take a person? You know what I mean? It's like these people, like the 8 athletes that came with me, it's like they have free will. Like there was no taking, you know what I mean? I don't know, you're not saying it like that.
Yeah, no, I
you
get it.
hear a little bit, it's like, oh, you took. It's like, what do you mean? How do you take someone that has free will to make their own decisions, right? So I think you're asking from like a more legal perspective or from like a functional perspective.
Yeah, how does that work?
Yeah, I mean the I don't want to disclose anything confidential as how a contract works in that sense, but yeah, I mean there was nothing contractually stopping anyone from going anywhere, right? And obviously I'm honouring any fee-tail or ongoing payment obligations to the work that I did while I was there, and I've made sure that that's been adhered to and the right thing is done by them. Even though it was the work that I did while I was there, I'm making sure that they're honoured for that, right?
Yeah.
So as long as that's done, it's simple. You know, it's California. There's no restraint of trade. You can't stop people from working in California. There's nothing like that. So kind of just worked out. You know, what I learned, I guess, more than anything in this process is that relationships are everything. Everything. You know, when I speak to you, when I spoke to the clients, when I spoke to the UFC, whoever it is, I felt a little bit, in other words, proud or a little bit validated that the responses, and maybe people talking shit behind my back, but
No, I don't think
validated that it was just all positive. You know, everyone really, I really felt everyone was like, good for you, you know, and those relationships I was able to I'm going to use the word take those relationships to this new business, and really day-to-day business hasn't changed. I don't feel that different, right? So I think as long as I'm a relationships person, a contract's a piece of paper, and you know, I'm a lawyer as well, you got to obey that, but really a relationship's going to shine through in the end. So as long as the relationships are there and you have people's trust, that was how it all worked.
How many people work for Chosen?
Just one.
Just you?
Me and Dan. You haven't met Dan. I know you've been connected with Dan.
I think on Instagram or something.
Yeah.
So it's just you and him. And where did he come from?
So Dan shares a similar story to me. He's Australian lawyer, reached out to me, for a number of years. I hired him at Paradigm probably like 4 months before I left there. So when I left, you know, again, I didn't tell anybody, but he was like, what do I do now? I'm like, man, you'd make your decision, but there's a job for you here.
Okay.
You know, Dan's amazing. He's amazing. He's a young lawyer, brown belt in jiu-jitsu, kickboxer, massive MMA fan. We share a similar story, and he works his ass off. You know, he's relates well to the fighters. So it's just me and Dan. But then I had like I have some outside contractors. I have a great accountant. Shout out to Jenny, the camera. Thank you, Jenny, for all your help. So I've had like some outside help, you know, some legal stuff, setting up the company. Jenny, my accountant. But inside, day to day, it's just me and Dan.
How hard is that to actually set it up? Get it off the ground.
It's, and this might be a problem with the industry, it's embarrassingly easy to start an MMA management company.
Wow.
From a nuts and bolts perspective.
Yeah.
Obviously the relationships, the experience, the ability.
I know, but the foundation.
Yeah, it's ridiculously easy, you know, like that I don't really have any overheads, we don't have an office, I work from home. There's no like licensing or registration, there's no inventory, you provide a service, right? So yeah, you just make a company and get going, really. Like there's compliance stuff you have to be in compliant with California, but like, yeah, it's. I tell people it is embarrassingly easy.
I could be one tomorrow.
Yeah, you could.
That's wild.
Easy.
Is it like that in boxing too?
Pretty similar.
Yeah.
I think there's some licensing
Not
stuff
in NBA
as well.
and NFL and all those.
No, you gotta pass the certifications.
Yeah.
You've got to do all that. Yeah, there's a lot to it. MMA, it's like. And you do it without a company. A lot of people do it without a company. You just have a contractor agreement with a fighter and you say, I'm an MMA manager now.
That is
Which is probably a problem, but
yes.
From the nuts and bolts of running the company is really easy.
Do you think that'll ever change?
I don't know. It would. I think it would go alongside like a unionization effort or something like that, right? I think then you'd have like more certification, and there are like elements. You're meant to be licensed in different things, but it's pretty loose and. I don't know. I'm optimistic that the sport will continue to grow and be more professional. And
what is it like when you have guys like Izzy and Leon and Yuri and Mochaev and all these dudes, and they're like, "Yeah, I'm coming with you."
I mean, it did feel good. I mean, the one that like it's like it sticks with me is Izzy when he's like, obviously we have Ash and Huge.
Yeah.
So he's like, I spoke to him. I'll speak to them, but then he was like, he said to me, he's like. I'll do whatever you do.
Wow.
And when you hear that, you're like, it's validating. You're like, damn, I must be doing something right. Because like, that's a big, Paradigm is a big, well-known company, right? They've got a big engine, they've got a lot of staff. It's like, if I'm a client, if I put myself in their shoes, I feel some security there. But when a lot of these fighters are like, they don't even ask twice. I couldn't even pitch them anything. Like, I couldn't be like, yeah, this is what I'm gonna do. This is my company, this is how we're gonna structure it. Like my pitch was like, I don't know. And then a pitch that week, follow you to whatever you do, that makes me feel good. That's a good feeling.
I can't imagine. Last time you were on, you talked about your relationship with Adi Attar, who's the face of Paradigm, right? Yeah. How are you guys now?
Yeah, fine. It's fine. I mean, we're not, like, I hold no personal grudges or anything like that. You know, Audie sent me a nice message on my birthday, like something like that. But like, there's no animosity or nothing there.
Okay, you know? Good.
Fine.
That is good. Did you consider I was wondering if like the UFC would they could use guys who understand that side and come over. And not to say that they need any help, they're doing just fine. But I was just wondering if like a Hunter would say, "Why don't you come over here and do this, that. Was there ever any talk of that in the early days?
No. Like obviously they reach out to me and everything, and I have to tell them, I'm not there anymore.
Okay.
But that crossed my mind. I was like, hey, if I quit and I start telling clients I'm not there, and they're like, cool, peace, see ya. And some of them said that. Not ones that I want to come with me, but I'd be like, they'd message me and be like, hey, I'm not there anymore. I wish you all the best. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. All the best for you. And like, if everyone did that, and I'd be like, what am I going to do with my life? Maybe I'd make that phone call to a hunter or someone and be like, hey, do you have a job for me? But I don't really know where I'd fit. You know?
Yeah. No. I think you're way better suited on this side, but I was just wondering if you wanted to see what it was like on the other side of the fence.
I think I think matchmaking would be fun, but also like I've done a little bit of matchmaking on for this Spanish promotion. I helped make a fight. It was so fucking stressful.
Really?
It's hard, and like Sean and Mick, what they go through, that's a hard job. It's a really hard job because shit like falls apart all the time, and like I've only got like 10 fighters, right? And I'm in contact with them every week. I try and put myself in their shoes. Like you've got hundreds of people calling you about your fighters and everything. People have your phone number. Like the idea of matchmaking sounds fun, but I think day to day it would be fucking tough.
People falling out and all that.
Scramble. And just, you're negotiating. Negotiating takes a lot of energy.
Right.
You're negotiating all day long.
So you said you have 10 now?
Yeah.
What is the cap?
Right now, 10.
10?
Yeah.
You're not open for business?
No, I mean, listen, if an outlier.
Sure. But you're not seeking anything?
No. Tight. So I really wanted to have try and keep it one per weight class. There's 2 weight classes where I have 2, but
which one's that?
Welterweight and middleweight. I have 2 in each.
Got it.
But other than that, I really want to keep it 1 per weight class, much more manageable to really just push for their interest. Like as much as you are pushing for everybody, it's like you got 5 guys in the top 10. It gets complicated. So I really want to keep 1 per weight class. Obviously heavyweight, there's Thai now. I don't have a lightweight or a bantamweight, but right now I think just with me and Dan, our outside sales teams, our outside teams, and 10 clients, I think that's very manageable. Like, I think we're doing good work. Life's good. Like, obviously you get these busy weeks like this and you feel stretched, but that's very manageable. I'm very confident in my business model right now. So 10 right now. I said, at least until next year, focus on who we got now. When I feel like we can take it on, then maybe we'll expand a bit. But right now, unless there's a top 3 guy, top 5 guy that really, really wants to work with me and I figure it out, like I'm good where I'm at right now.
What is your business model?
Boutique, client-focused, MMA management agency and advisory. I have done a little bit of outside advisory type work, consulting work, with some of my partners. Like Ivana Petrovic, who's debuting in the UFC July 1. Her manager is my partner, David Garcia, who I work with Jack Hermanson on. I helped open the door for her into the UFC and use my relationship with Mick to help get her an opportunity. I'm working with Eldar Eldarov in Bahrain there, helping his heavyweight, Shamil Gaziev, go into Contender Series. So I'm doing a bit of
oh wow,
that's their managers.
Okay.
But through my relationships, I'm helping open those doors for them. So I will keep doing that because it takes a bit of the day-to-day strain off. But yeah, it's really just 1 per weight class, focus on a holistic effort of sponsorships, endorsements, media, fights, and then really beyond that, without sounding cliche, I found my purpose a little bit with fighters' lives. Obviously working with Leon, someone who's so close to me personally, we've really built a lot in finding the right accountant, financial manager, cleaning up his money, getting a strategy with buying properties, investments, building out his commercial landscape, whether it's merch, media, all that stuff. I feel like I kind of understand how to holistically put someone in a position for the rest of their lives. Leon is a great example from being born in a tin shack in Jamaica to now. He's in a position now where we have these pieces in place where I know that guy is going to be good for life and his son is going to be good for life and his son's going to be good for life because we have built that. And if I played a very, very, obviously that's him and his effort that's done that, but I kind of know the blueprint of what, in my mind, every fighter should have to make sure that they have that generational wealth or that generational change. So I feel like that it's very rewarding when you see that. That's Leon's life. There's no flow on of money from him investing correctly, right? Or him buying a house and that kind of thing. But I feel like I've got kind of a blueprint of what fighters should do, at least on a preliminary level. These are the building blocks to financial freedom for yourself and your family. So that, I feel, is kind of my purpose, that when it's all said and done, if I do my job correctly, they should all be in that position at the end. It sounds a little cliche, but
no,
that's
honestly,
what I feel.
it doesn't sound cliche. As someone who has had and has representation, like, you don't hear this type of thing, and I've talked to fighters about this. Like, I kind of feel like you're about to enter a bit of a problem here. Not to say that we're some gigantic show here, but like, people are going to that right there, what you just said about, it's not just about negotiating fights, right? It's not just about the next one. It's about 10 years from now. It's about setting yourself up. I don't know if a lot of people do that. And so I worry that now people are going to reach out to you and ask you to represent them, because you seem to have figured out the model that every fighter desires.
And that's the level I want to go into. And that's, I guess, back to the business model question. If I have 50 fighters, it's really hard to invest that much into everybody with a small team.
Yeah, that's a great point.
So with 10, it's like, I just started working with Ty, and Ty's got a great team, Rice there in Australia and everybody, and it's like, I want to make sure that we're working together to do that for Ty, someone else who came from a difficult childhood background, right? And everybody, I want to make sure those building blocks are there. And if I got 50 clients, that's really hard to do. So that, I guess, is the essence of the business model.
You know, I love Leon. Leon's my guy. I mean, a little bit of work on the goalkeeping, though. I mean, that one. That dude, what is this,
he had
sex
a few good
education
ones.
show? Yeah, I did tell. Who's that kid from Sex? That kid scored on him? What is that all about?
I was,
Leon, what? It was like going like 2 miles an hour.
I know. That looked like the fix was in, honestly.
You think
maybe because
so?
they were up, maybe they wanted to make it closer.
What a
and then
scene that
Stormzy
is.
was blasting.
Yes. What a scene, though. I never
So
knew.
good.
At Wembley.
74,000. No, it's at Old Trafford.
Old Trafford, sorry.
74,000.
Yes, it looked like a World Cup match there.
Crazy. Yeah, and they raised like 90 million pounds or something.
And
something like that.
In that case, like, do they reach out to Leon, or does
That came through Vicky at the UFC. So they reached out to UFC, Vicky reached out to me.
Now, do they reach out saying, we want Leon Edwards?
Yeah.
So that just speaks to his status, right?
Yeah,
Are they
and that's
reaching out this
massive,
time
man.
last year, right?
No. And that's massive. Like Soccer Aid, obviously this side of the world, we don't know, but Soccer Aid's massive there. Obviously 74,000, 90 million raised. Like for his profile, even like in the UK is massive.
It was like, for me even, I was like, man, look at Leon out there with all these
proud.
celebrities, right? It's
Very
like,
proud. He wasn't stoked that he was in goal.
Did they force him to do that?
Oh, they just assigned it. Like,
okay.
But I think for TV time, you're going to get more TV time than goal.
Everyone was talking about him. Good
Yeah,
or
he had a
bad
shocker.
afterward.
He had a shocker. But he did have some good saves
He
too.
did, I did.
And they won.
Yes. No, he was very dependable back there. It was just a couple of shots.
That one was bad.
Yes, I did the celebration of the kid after. I was like,
Yeah,
this kid scored on you.
Uh,
How did you get Max?
Max, so I'm not sure if you're familiar with Brad Slater at WME. Of
course, yes.
Super agent.
Legend.
Yeah, legend. Super agent, massive MMA fan. Worked with Max on that side. Max stopped working with his old manager, and he reached out while I was still at Paradigm through Brad, and was speaking to Max. Like, that process was going on when I resigned.
Oh, wow.
So then I'd resigned, and Max's lawyer, Stuart, like was, I guess, figured out that I was gone, because I didn't tell him, because I didn't want to touch that, you know, because it was kind of a weird spot. And then Stuart called me and he was like, did you leave? I'm like, I'm so sorry to you and Max. I'm so sorry that, like, because I was the one communicating there. I was like, I'm so sorry, that timing is so bad. And they're like, what are you going to do? Same thing, I like didn't have a company. I was like, I don't really know, I'm figuring it out. And they're like, well, just let us know what you end up doing. And then a couple of weeks go by and I was like, hey, I'm going to stay in MMA, I'm going to manage people, and then went from there.
There was a period there, I remember when I heard about this, and then I didn't bother you, but then I reached out about something, and then like when you call someone and they're overseas, the ring sounds different.
Yeah.
And then I called you and you were in Australia, and like you felt so removed, you felt so distant.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, like I almost felt like in the middle of the night you just packed up and left MMA. And for a moment there, you were telling me like you have nothing to do with this, that, and the other. Did that kind of feel good? Like you couldn't have been further away from America, right? You're literally in Perth, which is hours and hours away, and you're like the whole craziness of this sport. And Izzy had just fought, right? And that was a crazy event. Blah blah blah. Was it nice to kind of just remove yourself for a moment?
Yeah. Well, I was meant. One of my best mates was getting married in Perth the same day Yuri was meant to fight Glover. And then Yuri got injured, so that fight was off. So I changed my flights to make it to my mate's wedding.
You were gonna miss the wedding.
Yeah, it was a world title fight, you know.
Yeah, man,
it was
your
like
best mate.
I know it's one of those.
Come on.
One of those ones. So I'd moved my flights forward, and I'd resigned, and then I was flying to Australia the next couple of days, and I'd really didn't even know, there was no plan. I didn't even know how anyone was going to react. So being at home in Perth and having that wedding right away. But for the whole month of December, I didn't work.
Wow.
For the first time in 8 years, I did not work. I was just being with my family. My baby niece was there. It was, I think had I'd stayed in my house in LA, may have gotten a bit oh, what am I doing? But yeah, I went home and it's like I forgot about it right away. I took this like a month off, and then January kind of started getting some momentum with the chosen advisory. But yeah, it was kind of perfect. Yeah. I was there and I was like, that's over in that country. Yeah. I'm relaxing. It worked really well. I think for the mental side.
Sure.
I felt fine. Honestly, by the time I resigned, I was like, when I make decisions, I just I very rarely regret them, and I make decisions really fast. I can be stubborn in that regard. So once it was done, I was like, cool, next thing. But being there definitely helped me kind of just chill.
So the good thing about having you here is I've been interested in all this stuff, and I know a lot of the fans are because they, like I said, everyone seems no one talks bad about you, even the other managers, and they all talk shit about each other. No one talks shit about you for whatever reason. So kudos to you.
I know, but I don't really doesn't mean I need an edge or something.
No, you don't need an edge. You're good. You're good. No drama. It's good.
It's some heel.
But you have some massive names, and a lot of them we don't know much about. So if I can ask about a couple of them, I was talking to Izzy about. What was your reaction when they booked Rob and DDP? Because I thought the DDP fight was right there, and then you've got Sydney coming up. Why not just do DDP versus Izzy?
Yeah, great. I hit Hunter right away. I text him why are you killing off Izzy's opponents? And then Hunter called me and probably spoke about half an hour about their reasoning.
Okay.
And I didn't agree, and he explained it more, and I always Hunter's very reasonable. He's not emotional. Good. And neither am I. Mm-hmm. So we always we can talk about hotly contested things and it never escalates. So he explained their perspective. I explained our perspective. Our thing is listen, Izzy's fought 4 of his last 5 fights have been rematches. Pereira, Vittori, Rob, all rematches. It's we really want fresh blood. And I personally respect to Dree because I feel Rob is going to be a 10-1 favourite to win that, in my opinion. Yeah. So I feel it's Rob, and then we fight Rob again. Can we not get something fresh and exciting and new? Hunter gave their perspective, which I understood from their perspective, and agreed to disagree, and we'll see what happens in July. Is where we went. But yeah, as soon as I saw it, I was like,
yeah. So the plan is Izzy and Sydney.
Yeah, provided everything goes.
My worry is that's 2 months later. When does anyone fight in a number 1 contender fight and fight 2 months later? It never happens.
It's 10 weeks exactly. I count it because Della's fighting on that same card, and then I want Della in Sydney.
Got it.
So that's
big fight for him too. Yeah. Sean Brady.
Yeah, really into the top 10.
So what if those two guys are banged up?
I mean, Strickland fights in a couple of weeks, so there's that. I know that Paulo Costa and has got a fight. I don't know if you do that again, but I guess we got to figure it out. I mean, for 10 weeks is actually quite a long time. Unless there's a major injury, I think they should be able to figure it out. But yeah, it's not ideal. And Izzy wants to fight. He wanted to fight in July. Yeah. So September's already a stretch for him. So we're gonna have to figure something out.
I remember talking to you after Leon's win and how emotional you got. Yeah. What was it like seeing Izzy win in Miami?
That was I'd say those two in my career are the hardest I've felt it. I cried in Salt Lake and I cried in Miami. Oh, wow. They're the only two that's really hit me that hard because they're both really close personal friends of mine. And it was just that week was it was so intense, so intense. I don't know if Izzy spoke about it on the show. There was this one time at the gym in Miami during fight week, and there was an ice bath in one of the other rooms, and I went in and used the ice bath, and as I'm done, Izzy comes in, and I'm yeah, how you feel? And he was blank, wouldn't. I was are you okay? And he went in the mirror, and Ike, who's security, Ike's yeah, everybody just get out, and I kind of stayed, and he was just staring himself in the mirror, it's he couldn't hear me, couldn't hear Ike. It was this intense, dark thing, and he was staring at himself, breathing heavily, and I was it was he was possessed. Whoa. Yeah, legit. I don't know if he told you that.
No, he did not.
He had this he remember he said he went to a dark place?
Yeah.
it was crazy. And like I know he's like always laughing, joking, fun, friendly guy. It was like he was possessed. And that happened twice during the fight week.
Whoa.
So there was this intensity where I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And then as he walked out, when he came out to like headstrong, and he was like, it was so intense. It's a crazy scene with these because we sit with his mum and dad.
Yeah.
I'm like seeing him like all pumped up. I feel sick. His mum and dad are sitting there praying. And the emotion, I was like, this is so... I tell myself, I go, why the fuck do I do this for a living? It was just so much anxiety. And then so I was so balled up because he means so much to me as a friend and a person. This fight's like, had he lost that? Like, where does that leave him? It was just, I was so anxious for that fight. And then when he won and he was against the cage, I'm like, oh, and then he knocked him out and then just kind of exploded. So that was crazy. Like he I don't know how he does that. Like the mental strength of that guy with all things considered, I couldn't believe that. So yeah, that was an
post-fight celebration and the speech.
Yeah.
And the after party there. I mean,
the presence of mind on these guys, it's insane. I mean, Leon's was just raw emotion.
Right.
Izzy to like, yeah, I'm in awe of them sometimes, honestly. Like how his presence of mind is
were you
crazy.
nervous for the Leon Trilogy fight? I haven't talked to you since then.
Less so.
Okay.
Less so. I don't know. Leon was like, the crazy thing about that kick is like I was really confident going into that first Kamaru fight.
Do you mean the second?
The second, sorry. The crazy thing about that kick is not only like it was a last minute and it you know, the comeback and everything. Like now looking at what he was able to do in the third fight, the significance of that kick, because if he didn't land that kick, the history, like it's going to go down as he was never that good and he got beat. But we knew he was capable of doing what he did in London. And it was just the altitude, there's some stuff he didn't talk about, injuries, etc. And he just looked terrible in that fight. And that's why before the kick, I was sitting there in the crowd in Utah, so depressed, like, oh, he didn't represent himself well. So without that kick, not only do you not get the victory in the title, you don't get the ability to prove that he can do that over 5 rounds and be the better fighter. It's crazy, right?
It is crazy.
It's crazy, right?
One thing changes everything.
Yeah, so now he got to prove that it wasn't a fluke. So I don't know why I wasn't as nervous for those because he's so good. Like, ask people that train with him, he's so good.
Yeah.
So I always felt like almost more confident in that one. And then the thing that was just made me nervous was the point deduction. Because I had him winning and I was like, oh, does this land as a draw? And then we're doing a fourth. But no, that felt really good as well.
When do we see him again?
Hopefully, we said we were ready to go from August. His foot was pretty banged up after the second one. It like came out and he got like this like infection type thing in the bone. So his foot was pretty banged up.
After Salt Lake?
No, after London.
Got it.
This year, yeah. And then they were trying to maybe do a pay-per-view in July back in the UK, but I don't think ESPN wanted to do it because of the time differences. So then we said he's good from August. Obviously, they got O'Malley in August, and then September's Australia. Doesn't really make sense. So I guess he's good to go as soon as they know what they're doing.
So it could be Abu Dhabi or New York.
Yep.
Or the December card.
Yep, one of those.
How do you feel about Colby being his next opponent?
It makes sense now, you know. I mean, at first...
Makes more sense than Bilal.
I think so. Well, like, when it first happened and like, he no-sold it, which was great. I think a bit of that was a few years ago, Colby no-selling him.
Sure.
Now he no-sold him in London. I think, like, Leon said to me, and I don't want to break the fourth wall, he doesn't actually give a fuck who he fights.
Okay.
Like, when you're the title, it's like he doesn't give a fuck, but it was nice to get a little nudge back at Colby.
Okay.
But in reality, we were waiting for what happened with Masvidal and Burns. Because if Masvidal goes and knocks out Burns, him and Leon, regardless of what you want to say about who deserves it, that's like would have been one of the biggest fights you could do in the sport at the time. Him and Leon for the title. So we were waiting for that. Obviously, Jorge didn't win. So then it was like, well, what do we do now? You've got Gilbert, Bilal and Colby, and then Bilal and Gilbert fought. Colby's ranked high. It's like, if you got to pick, Colby probably moves the needle the most, makes Leon the most money. He doesn't think it's a particularly hard fight. So, and the UFC won it, obviously. That's their preference. So I don't think we're going to die, plant our flag and die on the hill to say, no, we want to fight Bilal instead of Colby. It's a partnership. So they're like, we prefer Colby. Leon's like, yeah, we'll do Colby then.
No chance it's in the UK, it seems. Or is it possible?
No, I think they'll go back next year because they're doing July. I think it comes down to ESPN negotiations between where they do their pay. I'm not privy to that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think it'll be US or Abu Dhabi, and then they'll go do another pay-per-view there next year.
Do you think there's any chance, given his popularity, let's say he wins this fight, that they would go to a stadium?
I hope so. The problem is finding an indoor one, because the UK, obviously the weather's so temperamental in the UK.
Wales.
Yeah, there's something wrong. Someone explained the problem with that to me. The boxing, they're able to do it because they can put it at a certain time. They do a bit earlier, I think, because it's they got to do like US time or as close to. It's something to do with there isn't that many hotel rooms in Cardiff, and there's only like one train that ends at a certain time. It's a logistical problem that stops that or something. Yeah, it's all logistical. And I don't think UFC loves stadium shows because really it's not a good viewing experience. Right. Like I've been to the ones in Australia. It's unless you're right at the front, it's not a good viewing experience. So I understand that. But for the sake of legacy and history, I would love that for him, obviously.
The other big one that I'm wondering, and everyone is Yuri Prochaska. I saw Jamal Hill recently say, like, I'm tired of waiting.
Yeah, Yuri's good to go.
He's ready.
Yeah, we're not. He's not. You're not waiting on Yuri. Yuri's good.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. They again. Yeah.
I saw his post where it seemed like he was declaring that, but okay.
Yeah.
What's the holdup? Just finding a slot?
Well, I think what they have Colby and Leon is a main event worthy fight, and Yuri and Jamal's a main event worthy fight. But it looks like August is booked. September's probably going to be Izzy. October, I think they got to put Islam there. Yeah. November, the talk of Jones. December, so it's like, where do you put these guys if they don't have main events?
What happens to the days of two title fights on a pay-per-view?
Yeah, I mean that may. I don't think they're opposed to that necessarily, but I think they're kind of. If I had to read between the lines in our conversations, I think a lot depends on what happens in July to make sure they got Izzy for September. Do they need to move that if someone's injured? So I think maybe after this July 8 card, things will start moving pretty quickly. But Yuri's 100% ready to go. UFC told us him and Jamal's the fight. They just need to place it there. So no concerns about that.
Okay.
He's back.
Casey O'Neill's back too.
Yep.
How did she handle the last fight?
All right. Casey, the chosen princess. Yeah. I know she'll be watching this.
She's your only female fighter?
My only female fighter. She's like my little sister, honestly. Okay. I love Casey. She does my head in sometimes, but I love her. She's honestly like a little sister to me. So she's good. She took it hard. Like she wears, Casey wears her heart on her sleeve, and she's a very emotional person. She'll tell you that. She took it hard, and you start to ask the questions as like that was a 9-month ACL turnaround. Yeah. A torn ACL.
Yeah. Very quick. Yeah.
Yeah, very quick.
It's a tough opponent.
Yeah, he won a tough opponent. I just didn't think she didn't fight well. She didn't adjust. She didn't go to her grappling, and I think that hurt her because I think she knew she could be a lot better, and they're the losses that suck when you think you could, like, you get your ass kicked, you get knocked out, like shit happens. But when it's like, oh, I really underperformed. So with Casey, it's just reminding her, like, you're 25 years old. This is a sport where people lose. It's not all over. Like, I still think she's going to be a world champion. It's just get back and build, and don't be so hard on yourself. And she'll get there. She'll get there.
Does Ty have his next fight?
Not yet, but it'll be Sydney.
Sydney, okay.
It'll be Sydney. We're just figuring out.
Who are we talking about? Who are we thinking? Anyone in particular?
Anyone around there. I like Volkov. I like Rosenstrike as well. Someone who's not going to wrestle him, honestly.
Yeah.
Not that he can't handle that. He's knocked out wrestlers, but, he's coming off some really hard fights, like Cyril Gann and Sergey, 2 title fight, title contenders. So he took the Sergey one on short notice, but like Ty, I believe, is even in the Cyril fight, like, he rocked him, hurt him. Like, he's the elite of the elite, and I don't think you got to, like, rebuild him, if you will. But a striker fight would be fun for the Sydney crowd. And
by the way, I'm not asking you specifically about Max because he's coming in a couple of minutes here. Although I feel like if I ask him, like, is it true? I saw Zombie wrote on my Instagram post today. He's like, I'm waiting.
Yeah, we all are.
Everyone's waiting.
Yeah. That's. I mean, Max said I won that fight. Zombie said I won that fight. The UFC will do their thing.
It's just picking the day.
Hopefully. And, I mean, they got to lock it in, but yeah,
sure.
Hopefully.
Something I learned about you, and I've known you for a very long time, almost a decade now. I never knew you were a big pro wrestling guy.
Yeah.
And then I see you at a freaking lucha show, and then you're like dropping all this stuff on the bloodline, and all that. So you're a big pro wrestling fan.
Yeah, I would say I'm not in MMA if it's not for pro wrestling. That was like some of my earliest memories of life is watching pro wrestling. Like, I don't know how it worked from a licensing perspective, but I guess in Perth, when I was like 6 or 7, we WCW was on TV. We didn't get WWF until I was probably like 10 or 11.
Okay.
So yeah, it started WCW. That was my whole life until probably like 5 years ago. The reality era didn't really do it for me, and I dropped off a bit. But in the past like year and a half, I'm watching.
You're watching everything.
Everything, yeah.
AW.
Nah,
Okay.
a bit. I don't watch NXT. I watch it like from a social media perspective. I follow social media. I'll get like the hits on that, but more WWE.
There's a great Australian wrestler in NXT. Actually, I think he's moving up. No, Grayson Waller.
Yeah, he does shoeys.
Yes, this
He
guy's
does
great. He's a
shoeys.
huge MMA fan too.
Yeah.
I met him at WrestleMania. Have you ever considered repping the wrestlers? No one's ever done that. No one's done. Meaning they have representation, but no one's done MMA. Actually, Lloyd Pearson, I think for a minute was repping Charlotte Flair.
Right.
But just given your interest in it, have you ever thought about that, or is it just a completely different world?
I wouldn't even know where to start.
Okay.
Like people ask about boxing, it's like I love. There's two parts to it. Firstly, I think to be excellent, you got to be all in. And it's like, I want to specify on MMA. I know the MMA business like the back of my hand. I'd be an amateur boxing or amateur wrestling, not as in the sport amateur. I would be the amateur in that world because I don't know anything about it. I know like the business of wrestling, how some of it works, but I wouldn't like, no relationships there, nothing. Like, I could learn it, but I don't think it would take me a while to grow in that. And I'm happy where I am. And then the second thing is, I still love MMA, I still watch a lot of MMA, but when it's like what you do for work and you've seen behind the curtain, it can take some of the fun out of it. So in the WWE and boxing in particular, I don't want to go there because then I can't enjoy it as a fan as much. So that I don't see myself doing that. You never know. But
No, I totally understand. So you just want to stick to MMA, even though I believe initially, and I think it still might be the case in your logo, there are boxing gloves.
Yeah, but that was just like, so many people picked up on that.
I get it. You said your mom mentioned that too.
My mom
right?
didn't like it. But I was like, to me, the boxing glove is like, so I started in Muay Thai. Like that was I was pro wrestling as a fan, but Muay Thai was
Like you competed?
Yeah, it changed my life.
Okay.
Like that's what really changed my life. Like I won't go too deep into it, but changed me a lot as a person. Gave me a lot of confidence. And changed a lot of who I was.
Could I ask how to change specifically?
I mean, I came from a smaller town. Perth it's not like a country town, but it's smaller. I'm from the western suburbs of Perth. Everybody knows everyone. And I was growing up, I really cared what people thought, right? And I exuded a lot of confidence. I'm naturally an introvert. Like I'm not out a lot. I'm an introverted person, and I exuded a lot of confidence, but I wasn't a confident person at all as a kid. I was not I used to get anxious. I used to really care what people thought. Like I was the first generation where we were the first ones with social media, right? And I really, really cared a lot, and it wore on me. It was when I moved to the Gold Coast, and so I had a lot of like fake confidence, right? When I moved to the Gold Coast, I left Perth when I was 17. Started kind of fresh over there. I was at uni. When I started doing Muay Thai, I found that I gained real confidence. You understand? Like I was, it made me a better person. And now I think a lot of my success has been because I have a good sense of self. Like to a point where it may even be negative, I really don't care what people think if they're not people that are important to me. I really don't care about that. And that a lot of that I gained through Muay Thai. I gained real confidence, not in like, I can fight now, but that crosses over into the rest of your life. And just confidence in business, in relationships, in talking to people. And I was deep into Muay Thai. Like I was training twice a day, I was fighting, like I got into the culture, and that really changed me as a person. When I came back after training there in the Gold Coast, when I moved to the US, I was completely different, and that fake confidence that I exuded was real confidence, and I attribute that to martial arts and Muay Thai and the world that I'm in now.
Wow. And now you're representing some of the biggest 3 champions out of your 30% of your roster are champions. Then you've got legends like Max, Future. I mean, it's pretty damn impressive at 31.
I'm very happy.
Yeah. And you went out on your own. Independent Tim.
Yep.
And you travel less.
Way less.
That's
great.
Best.
It's great. Yeah, that was a big thing. Like, I wouldn't say I'm working less, but I'm working now on my own terms, and not being in a big company, you get more time. And I had to for the 8 years there, I was like I felt like I was doing everything for everybody else, my clients, my company, And while that still has to be the mindset, because it's a service industry, I work for these people, but I feel like I'm doing more for myself finally. And that feels good. And I was kind of scared to do that because that's going to make me a bad manager. But I actually feel like I'm doing more for myself for the first time in a long time. It feels really good.
I'm very happy for you.
Thank you. I appreciate
Well done, my friend.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks for having us.
I think in a matter of seconds here, we're going to be joined by well, I was going to say your newest client, but he is second newest, Max Holloway. There he is, Tim Simpson, everyone. Great stuff. Chosen Advisory, the chosen few. There's the man. Thank you so much for coming in, Tim. Appreciate it. And then we'll bring in the pride of Waianae here. Max Blessed. What's happening, my guy? How are you? Good to see you. Please have a seat. Oh, it's so nice to have you here, Max.
Yes, sir.
I think first time ever.
Ever.
Look at you. In the spot, in the hot seat.
Yeah, pretty sick.
It's nice to have you here, my friend. You know what I was thinking? There's no like Max toy or anything.
Yeah, I know. I was looking. I was trying to look where.
No. Does any exist?
Yeah, we got the when they did the action figures.
They have them?
Yeah.
I need to get that.
Yeah.
You have a bobble? Did you ever get a bobblehead?
No, I never got a bobblehead.
You got Fat DC
how
over there.
delicate,
I have like 9 DCs. They made
Why you got so much DCs?
I don't know. He's not a very good friend, and yet look. I put him over there. He won't say my name on any of his shows. He refused to acknowledge me.
Yeah, I know.
It's a bit
you should
awkward.
probably take him down.
I agree. Well, this is great. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thanks
I
for
appreciate
having
it. It was
me,
good
bro.
to
Thanks
see
for
you on
having me.
Sunday at the premiere.
Oh yeah, I was sick.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah,
What'd you think of the film?
Ah, man, amazing, man. I can't wait. I got to talk to AZ a little bit after too, and just how open he was, without giving too much away.
Yeah.
It's just they get to see a different view of us fighters that we go through. A lot of people think we're superheroes, and the vulnerability of Izzy, and not only Izzy, of Eugene too. Seeing that side, everybody was telling me like Eugene is a big, like this big bad guy, whatever, blah blah blah. Like he's this tough guy, but he's actually a nice teddy bear. Most of the guys has that tough exterior is usually some of the nicest people in the world. So it's good to see both of those sides, and I can't wait till the world can see it, man.
Yes.
Whenever it premieres, hopefully it premieres big, and his story get out, man. It was very touching.
There's been some great MMA docs. This is up there, in my opinion, as one of the best. And I was like, man, you got a great story too. When you're watching that, are you thinking, oh, I would like something like this about me, or I should have had cameras following me? Were you thinking that at all?
I mean, it was amazing. We was here for Izzy. That's what it is. So that wasn't in my mind. But then, of course, Tim asked me later, like, "Well, what did you think about that?" And I was like, "I'd love to." We had some cameras following us here and there, so we do have some behind the scenes stuff. But at the end of the day, the story would be good. I like how a lot of people, when they see Stylebender, the doc, it's not an MMA doc, man. No. It's an actual doc. It's not a UFC doc or anything. It's an actual life doc, which I think so. It's cool, man. You get to see a little bit. You get to find out more about the dude, and guys who already connect themselves to Style is gonna be even more connected because they're probably like, oh look, like some of the stuff that happened, like I can compare it to that. So it's amazing, man. And Style actually he reached out to me when he found out that I was in New York.
Oh wow.
For the premiere. So we found out that day. He's like, hey yo, he's like, what's up, brother? He DM'd me on Instagram. He's like, Tim said you're here. I didn't even know it. They had the release, and then he said, I'll be out here. Let me know. I can get you tickets. So
that's awesome.
It's cool, yeah.
Especially since, and I feel like I know the answer to the question, but like, you fought his boy 3 times, but there's no hard feelings, right? Eugene helped his guy try to beat you. Yeah. Is that at all weird initially for you? No, not at all.
I talk to Eugene all the time. Eugene, me and him.
You still talk?
I see Eugene. No, like Eugene. Like whenever I see him, I talk to him. We always change some conversations. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. That's what it is. Like this ain't nothing personal. He's the best guy in the world. I like to consider myself one of the best guys in the world, and I'll keep continuing. Like people keep giving me a hard time about maybe there being a 4th time. It's so hard. I'm like, it's not that hard. If you whatever step I gotta take to get that 4th shot, I will. If it was Arnold, next one. If it's somebody else, keep feeding me. I wanna get back up there.
And we'll talk about the career stuff, but I just want to, because we don't get to ever talk like this, we're always on the Zoom and whatnot. How do you like New York? Do you like the vibe?
I love New York, bro.
It's different than Hawaii.
Oh, way different, bro. With the horns beeping everywhere. Yes. It's a very fast
It's good for a few days.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to live here.
Probably not.
Yeah.
No, I love Hawaii because the ocean and how like living we're a little bit more laid back. You
Yes,
know,
a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, if you beat the horn at somebody in Hawaii, they probably get out your car and fight you. So I don't know.
What about the like? You go to the shoe stores. I know you're into all that. Have you been checking in here in New York?
My wife's been shopping a bunch.
Okay, not you.
I've been.
You're just
going
holding the
wherever
bags.
I've been going wherever. Happy wife, happy life, man. We just, like I said, after that last fight, was our anniversary, like right after April 16th, our wedding anniversary. So I ordered a bunch. So we ended up going to Japan, and then Tim ended up being like, "Hey, let's do this. Let's put a tour together. Let's do this." And that East Coast tour. So I was like, "Yeah, let's do it." And then I told my wife, and the only way to get her, I told her, come with me, and I'll make sure we do days where we can just go around the city and stuff, because she loves New York, so it's amazing.
I thought you were going to say the only way to get her to come was that you'd say you'd come to the Ariel Helwani show.
Oh, no.
That was like the Tonight Show, or something, like everyone who comes to New York, it's sort of like a big stop. By the way, you were in Japan, like you said. I saw these photos of you guys, like you're wearing like this kimono. I think we're going to show it here in a second. What was that? Look at you guys there. I mean, like.
Yeah, we was dressing up, man.
Where'd you get that?
Whatever hotel you stay in Japan, this is in Osaka, Kyoto.
Okay.
I think I was in Kyoto or Osaka. I'm forgetting where we exactly was, but whenever you're at a hotel, like right near your hotel, there's places to rent, so you can just rent out kimonos.
Oh, sick.
Pretty sick, bro.
So you just like walk around the streets like that?
Yeah, I wanted to. She wanted to really dress up. I wanted to. It was pretty sick.
Where's this?
That's Tokyo Revengers. That's an anime I watch, and that's their Golden Mikey. So the guys knew I was. The guys who created the show knew I was big fans of them, and they reached out to us on Twitter.
No way.
And yeah, we ended up checking them out.
They reached out to you?
Yeah, they reached out to me. Hey, you want to come see this gold? Like nobody can see that gold Twitter statue. So not Twitter statue. It's gold Mikey statue. And,
okay. What is the show?
Tokyo Revengers.
Tokyo Revengers.
Yeah.
This is the cartoon stuff.
I wouldn't say
anime.
Cartoon,
Sorry,
anime.
Is that insulting?
Rare. So you imagine if Style was here.
What?
If
Isn't it a cartoon?
No, it's an anime.
What's the
would
difference?
Karate chop you.
Why?
Animation. That's the difference.
Yeah, that's cartoon.
No.
That's insulting if I say that to someone.
You're gonna be pissed off a lot of people.
That's
who
like
watch
someone
anime.
saying to me like pro wrestling's fake. I'm like, it's not fake. That's like the same thing.
Yeah, almost. I would say almost, but pro wrestling.
That's insulting.
Yeah.
Cartoon is an insulting word.
Yeah, just like how I was saying pro wrestling is fake. It's insulting, because it's just a script winner.
Yes.
But these guys putting their bodies on the line. They're athletes, so yeah.
Is that your favorite one?
No, right now I've been falling in love with Naruto Shippuden. This whole trip I've been watching Naruto
Shippuden.
Yeah.
Where can I see this?
On Hulu.
Oh, it's on Hulu.
Yeah, Naruto is on.
Is that an anime too?
Yeah, it's an anime. Yeah.
And is it for kids as well, or is it?
So there's Naruto. That's like more kid friendly, and then Naruto Shippuden is like a little bit more like towards teens and stuff.
Okay, and this is like what you choose to watch.
Yeah, we're watching it right now.
Wow,
super good. Bro.
How many episodes?
Bro, there's like thousands of them.
Oh, it's old school one.
Yeah, and it's like there's a lot. I'm on like episode like Shippuden. I'm on like 300 something right now.
And is it subtitle?
Yeah.
Wow, so they're speaking Japanese?
I do. It's called dub and sub. I do dub on Naruto Shippuden, but then Tokyo Revengers and stuff we do sub, where it's in Japanese and you read.
Okay. Was that your first time in Japan?
No, I've been in Japan a couple of times.
And like, what do you think about it? Like?
I love Japan.
It's incredible.
Man. I love Japan. Yeah, I mean, the food there is great. The food there is great and cheap.
Yeah.
And
so
the people there are so nice, man. They're so accommodating, and then just walking around is great. I mean, if there's any place in this world where I'd rather live, would probably be in Japan.
Really?
Yeah.
Other than Hawaii?
100% would be Japan.
Just because of the vibe?
Just how it is. Just how it is, Super sick.
Never got to fight there?
Never did, nope.
Would you like to do that?
That'd be pretty cool, yeah. You remember that one time when they did that? They did that 2 cards in the same night where they did that, the American card, and they went straight to the Japan card. That was pretty cool. But I would love to fight in Japan. The whole theatrics that happens with it is pretty cool. People, how you can dress up, and even how like the fans are just like
clapping in between. It's
like,
amazing.
I would love to.
Have you ever been to a fight in Japan?
One of my boys, my wrestling coach, Michael Nakagawa, he got to fight in Japan a bunch of times. Like 2 times I got to corner him. It wasn't like really big ones though, but it was cool. It's that kind of like like you see knockout, like you hear that. So it's.
And how far is it from Hawaii?
What, 7 hours, 6 hour flight?
so it's nothing.
Yeah, not bad, yeah.
That's like the 12th island.
Yeah, it's exactly like going to almost like a little bit longer than going, actually the same if we was to fly to Vegas.
Right.
So it's just in the opposite direction.
Right. Oh, man. I love Japan. I got to go to UFC 144 there when it was Benson against Frankie Edgar.
Was that the same one as, that's when Joe fought Pettis? Joe Lozon?
Yes. Yes. That was a great one.
Yeah, I was on sick.
Rampage was there. And they love Rampage.
They love Rampage. Yeah, Rampage is a god over there, right?
Yes, I got to walk around the streets with him, and we went to an arcade together. We did a video, and I beat his ass in Street Fighter Tekken. And I don't play video games.
Yeah.
And he was like talking up, and I beat him on the first try. But just walking around Japan with Rampage because they remember him from Pride, it's like you're walking around with like a legit celebrity.
Yeah. Fighting, and the sumos there is like they're just gods over there. It's crazy.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of Frankie, didn't you do like a seminar in Tom's River?
Yeah.
What was that like?
It was good fun. I was tripping out.
They showed you love? No problems?
Yeah. We sold out the things are like 60, 65, whatever the gym could hold. They had to stop it because that's how much the gym could hold for the seminar. So it was super sick, man. I loved it. And then I did a meet and greet too for the fight night on that Saturday this past week.
Yeah.
And Frankie's stepdad came.
Oh, wow.
And Frankie couldn't come. I was trying to get Frankie to come, but they had something to do with the film festival too. They had Saturday night, they were showing, so I don't know if Frankie was in a movie or one of his friends he was supporting, but yeah, that's something that didn't come out. So
you did that, and then this weekend, and we're going to show you're going to Maryland.
Yes, sir.
You like doing this stuff?
It's my first one ever.
First time doing seminars?
Yeah, so it's good fun. Super fun, yeah.
Wow, first time?
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
I mean, yeah, I taught, I did a couple kickboxing classes. I teached a little while earlier in my UFC career at our gym, but then, yeah, not really the seminar. So it's pretty cool. I didn't know what to expect, and I never really did any seminar. I did like jiu-jitsu seminars, but I never did a striking or MMA one, so being able to run one was pretty fun.
Does it ever blow your mind? Like, you're a guy from Waianae, Hawaii, and here you are in South Jersey.
Yeah.
And there's people like paying to learn and be next to you in the same room. Does that blow your mind, or is this all just kind of old hat at this point? Do you ever have moments when you're like, this is some crazy shit?
Yeah. I mean, it's great. Yeah, I'm like, that's what I say. Like every day, I'm like, I'm across the country. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Literally across the country, and then more.
Yes.
Not only across the country, but and then more because there's the ocean. But yeah, you know, you gotta take it in, you know, and it's just a blessing to see these guys. And some guys our first seminar that we did on Saturday, some guys didn't even know how to strike. They just came to do it. They just wanted to do it.
Wow.
And I was like, wow, this is pretty cool. I thought guys signing up was gonna be like at least like mid-level or fighters or guys who train, but brand new guys without even, we had a couple guys in the class without no gloves. So I was like, wow, it's pretty cool.
Do you think when you're done, you'll want to be a coach?
I always see what happens, you know. I always be like, I don't want to be a coach. I want to be done with the sport. I want to just walk away, and when I'm done, I'm done. But
disappear.
Yeah, who knows, man? Because like I love like helping some of my teammates, most of my teammates out. Like I love when they got a question. I can kind of try to show them. It's kind of frustrating, but then when they figure it out, it's the best feeling in the world. Like, oh wow, this guy finally got it, you know. So we see, you know, never say never.
Is it part of you is just like you just don't want to be bothered anymore?
I mean, I don't know. I just know the shit I give my coaches.
Yeah.
I know, and then not only that, I know the shit that us as a fighter need to go through. So always in my mind, I was like, man, when I'm over this, I don't even want to talk about fighting. I don't want to do nothing with fighting. But that's just me talking right now, you know. Like who knows? I could be home sitting at home and just be one of those guys that's just drives crazy because it's like, what the hell do I do now?
Right,
you know,
right.
And I'm sure I gotta fill the void as soon as fighting's gone. So never say never.
And correct me if I'm wrong. Like you don't really watch random fights, right?
No, I haven't been watching. I don't really watch fights. Period. You know,
yeah.
I really don't try. I try not to.
Why is that?
I do this. This is what I do. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? At the end, if there's like my friend, you know, like my former friend, like DC, but I don't have to worry because
he's your former friend too.
Yeah, he's a former friend.
Fuck.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
both of us. He's not loyal to you as well. Okay,
No,
it's good to, at least it's not just me.
No, it's everybody, bro.
Okay,
it's everybody.
yeah,
I think we have a group. We have a fan page I can invite to you later on Facebook.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Maybe he'll respond to my messages there, so I can send him a message. You don't watch anything?
No, not really. I watch something here and there, or if somebody tells me, "Oh, you got to watch this fight," I'll go rewatch it. But most of the time, I'm probably not gonna watch it live.
Were you always like that?
Yeah, I didn't care too much.
Even when you're coming up, like you're 21.
I mean, you'd watch like Aldo and Pettis guys and whatever, but sometimes it was even live. Or most of the times, if I did, it was just because my friend was like, "Oh, bro, I'm watching the fights over my house. Come over," and I got nothing to do, you know.
Wow.
But now I got like so much stuff. I got a kid, you know.
Yeah.
Like I got Rush. My wife loves going surfing and doing outdoor stuff, so it's just about like let's go do this instead of sitting around for 4 or 3 hours and watching something.
More than that.
Yeah,
6, 7 hours sometimes. By the way, I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, you used to live in Waianae.
Do I still live
Yeah.
here? Yeah, I still live in Waianae.
I heard that you and your wife are like celebrities in Waianae. Like you are the celebrity couple. Like you can't get, people are taking pictures of you all the time. Like you are the kings and queen of Waianae. Is that accurate? This is what I was told.
I mean, she would not, but she's like, okay, where we're from, the west side is all Waianae side, but then she's from the city called Macau. Like it's in Waianae. Like there's 4
It's
different
in
cities
Waianae.
that Nanakuli, Miley, Waianae, and then Macau. But then all our zip codes is the same. But like when you're from that side of the island, whatever you are, like if you're a Nanakulian, you're a Nanakuli. Like you won't tell someone you're from Waianae. You know, if you're a Miley person, you bet, oh, I'm from Miley. I'm not from Waianae, you know, and then Macau is the same. So don't ever, if you ever talk to her, there's a heads up. Don't call her the queen of Waianae, because she's a Macau girl through and through.
It isn't like Waianae sort of like the umbrella over...
That's what I try to tell people. I mean, I know a bunch of Waianae, Miley, Nanakuli, Macau people probably watching the show right now. They'd probably be pissed at me when I come home. But I always tell them, like, whenever there's an argument to me, I was like, brother, what is your zip code? And our zip code is the same. So it's like, come on.
Okay, but is that true though? Are you guys...
I mean, she's a professional surfer. She was on the World Surf League for a couple years. So yeah, everybody know who both of us are. So it's not like, it's like LeBron being in Akron, you know. It's not like people's taking pictures. Like they see us all the time out, you know. Like they're real,
bothered?
yeah,
It's
they're
not
real
annoying?
cool. Yeah, everybody's real cool. It's like it's most of the time like people that live there or people that visiting, and we're at the beach or something, and then the people that live there, their friends that's visiting with them. We're like, oh, can we go up there? And then most of the times that if they're with somebody that lived there or friends that they have there, and they're like, oh, I'm gonna tell Max or tell Alessa hi, their friend is like, no, don't do that. They're chilling with their family, leave them alone, because they're so used to seeing us. You know, a lot of these guys, they saw me since I was like a young kid, you know, at Waianae store and Tomorrow's or whatever it be, you know. So at the end of the day, it's not crazy. They know who we are, and you know, and we're respected, but it's not insane. Like, oh, we're always taking pictures.
How did you guys meet?
How we met? Oh man, we knew of each other. I was like probably stalking her on Instagram, you know, and just planting seeds here and there at her birthday party every year.
Some DMs you slide
DMs and planting my seeds. She had like she would always have like this birthday at the famous Macau beach.
Okay.
And one of my friends was like her friends, and he would always invite me. So, and show up, and she'd always be like, "What the hell is this guy doing here?" Like she knew who I was. Like, why are you already coming to?
Are you like Max Holloway champion at this point?
Yeah, I was.
And she's still like, "Why is this guy here?"
Yeah, like why? Yeah, that's how come she was even more. And then all her cousins be like, "Why is he here?" You know, like why is this guy here? But I was like, I would just tell her it's a free beach. My friend would invite me, and it just so happened it was your birthday. It was a
coincidence.
It was a thought out plan. To her, it's a coincidence.
Yes,
yes. She should never know that, but then it was a very. I played the long game.
You did?
Played the long game.
How long was the long game?
Very long, brother.
Multiple years.
Yeah,
but you're married now?
Yeah, married now, we're happy.
All good.
So.
Did you want to be married? Like, was that was a big thing for you?
Yeah, for sure.
Did that have anything to do with the way you were brought up? I know, like, you know, your dad wasn't around too much. Yeah. Your mom, your grandparents kind of raised you, right? Yeah. Was it very important for you?
Yeah,
especially for your son?
Exactly. That's what it is. You know, I wanted to show my son that what it had to be to have a father and a mother, you know, because I really didn't have both of them, you know. I didn't have a dad at all. And it was funny because like it took my wife to explain to me that like, yeah, you had father figures, but that's not the same, you know. Like my grandpa was my father figure, and she had the hard time explaining it. I'd always fight with her, and I'd be like, no, he's like my dad. He's like, no, but he's not. He's still your grandpa, you know. And it finally hit me where it's like, yeah, he was a father figure, but he wasn't my actual father, you know. So if I can give my son a father and mother, then it'd be great.
Do you have any contact with your dad now?
Not really. Yeah, not really at all.
Does that bother you?
No, it is what it is. You know, I settled that. I settled that quite a while ago. You know, when I was growing up, I wanted to contact them, this and that, and for some reason, you know, my mom had her reasons, and she was like, no. finally I was of age. I did it my side, tried it out, didn't really work out. So it's like, it's cool, you know, I understand. I got no ill will to the guy, you know what I mean? Like, I gotta still send love his way, because without him, I wouldn't be here today.
Right.
So, but at the end of the day, yeah, it doesn't hurt me at all. You know, it happens.
Do you even know where he is?
Yeah, he's on the islands.
Oh.
Yeah, he's on the islands.
It's not small enough to where you may run into each other.
I mean, it is. It could, but.
It hasn't happened.
Yeah, so.
And what about your mom?
My mom, I still talk, yeah, my mom is there, yeah.
She's been to your fights and everything.
Yeah, all the
she's
time.
all good.
Yeah,
Because I know she has battled some stuff too.
Yeah.
She's good?
Yeah, she's good. She's good.
Okay.
She's good. Still, I mean, when you battle that kind of stuff, it's a never-ending battle, you know? So she's still fighting those stuff, but I would say she's good, you know?
I was watching some old interviews of you, and you told the story. I think it was to Tyron Woodley when he came to visit you. When you were in 5th grade, which is wild because I just came from my son's 5th grade graduation this morning, so I'm all like emotional about it and shit.
Oh, I got the bandana.
Yeah. And
crazy.
You're learning about drugs.
Yeah.
And
DARE was in the DARE project. You know the DARE project?
Yes, DARE.
Yeah.
Right. So you're learning about drugs. You go home, and what happens?
I go home. I got this bandana, like thinking like, well, at that time it was like you want to be a ninja. You know, you remember like you put it on your head, or you put it like the cowboys, whatever. Pull this thing off the shelf, and freaking crack pipe hits the ground, and I'm like thinking. I see it, like holy shit, like what the hell, like. I'm like putting it together, like, oh wow, like what? At first I was like this, I was figuring, I was like, what is this? Whatever. I put it back, you know, put the banana back, put it back. And then 1 year later, 6th grade is the DARE program. And then I found out like, holy shit, like.
That's what that was.
Yeah, that's a crack pipe. And I was like, what the hell is going on, you know? And
you didn't know at the time your mom?
I didn't know. So was insane, but then I saw some stuff that you're not supposed to see, you know, like my mom fighting with her siblings and stuff over like in front of us when we were like kids and showering and stuff. So I always thought like, what the hell is going on? Like to me, this is normal. You know what I mean? This is normality for me because I see this. You know what I mean? So I'm not questioning it. And then when you watch these movies and stuff, that's because most of the time I watch movies like this is fake. There's no way a family can be like this or whatever. So at the end of the day, it's just, you know, it's just things I feel like I had to go through, I had to endure so I can get my story out later on.
When you found that pipe, did you ask her?
No, I didn't, bro. I put this shit. It looked like it wasn't supposed to be touched or messed with anyway. Okay. So I put it around. Like I used to get cracks, you know, from my mom, my grandpa, my grandma. Like if we got out of line, we did something bad. We stood in that time where we'd get lickings with like hangers and belts or whatever is in arm reach. You know what I mean? Like wooden spatulas, iron tongs, whatever it is, you know. And I was like, I better put this back and put it exactly how I found it and get out of here before I get cracks.
So when did you find out that she was using drugs?
In 6th grade when I put I was like, what? The DARE, the 1 year later, I was like, what the hell is this? I seen this at my house, you know what I mean? But I'm not, in my mind, I'm like, who the hell do I tell? I cannot not tell. I just had to live with it, you know? I lived with it forever until like we was in high school and we could actually like question about it I had an older brother that was like 4 years older than me, and he was like telling him stuff, and then he was in high school, in college, he was graduating college, he's having a kid, and then I remember him like telling my mom like, you're not gonna be a part of this kid's, your grandchild's life if you don't clean, and then I think that was the thing that pushed her, you know, and she been good ever since.
Oh wow, that was it.
Yeah.
Damn. You mentioned that like she would go away for like 3, 4, 5 days.
Brother, without me knowing, you know what I mean? And I'm just like.
So who's raising you?
My grandma. Okay. So we lived with my grandma and grandpa.
Oh, okay. And when you say we, how many of you was
me, my younger brother, and then my older brother.
Okay.
That's pretty much who raised us. And it was like, my grandma and grandpa's house was like the house for all of the grandkids. So like at one point there was like they have my cousins had like maybe like 10, 12 of us in the house at a time, you know, like, because we all went to the same elementary school. And then when they started like moving out of Waianae or going to a different school, or some of them went to a different school out of Waianae, then they all started like not really coming over and stuff. But then most of the time I always had cousins, you know, and growing up with them. So it was just, I always had like a lot of people in the house.
Right. But when she's away for like 4, 5, 6, 7 days, are you asking your brothers or your grandparents like?
I think so. It was more me and my younger brother. Like we'd always ask each other like, what, you know if what, like is mom coming or whatever, and then she'd just show up out of the blue, and then it'd be like, oh, okay, whatever. But it would be scary, you know, like we know she would disappear and be like, what the hell is going on? You know, like 1 or 2 days is 1 day fine, and the 2 days start tanking, 3 days, and like, cause she's the one that she would usually would take us to practice, like to when we was playing baseball, whatever, you know, and then my grandma would take us, and then she'd just show up on the Saturday game, and it'd be like, oh, okay. And I thought that was normal.
That was the original dream for you, right? Baseball player.
Yeah, 100%.
You wanted to be a baseball player.
Yeah.
And that's, correct me if I'm wrong, like around 9th grade, you found out like you need good grades.
Yeah.
So that's what really like.
Exactly.
Why baseball? What was it about baseball?
I just was playing baseball all the time, you know.
What position?
I was an infielder.
Okay.
Yeah, I used to play baseball all the time, and then like even 9th grade, I have a cousin that's like 2 years older than me. Like he was my best man at my wedding, you know, like a brother. I'd consider him my brother, and he just always like, he was always better than me and faster and stronger, whatever, but I always just would compete with him. I would be like, bro, I'm gonna compete with you, you know? Like, the only reason why I played the position is because he was playing it. I was like, I'm gonna be better than you. Like, that's what it is. I was just competitive in that way, like to the point where like we even, with him, we'd play like Chase Master on top of the street, you know, like tag. And like he would do in juke, I would see him do them. I would start trying to do them just to find out if I could do it better, you know? So that's just what it is, you know. I was just competitive from being a young kid.
And why did you stop playing baseball?
I found fighting.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
How did you find fighting?
So 9th grade played baseball. 10th grade, playing baseball. Towards the end of the season, I met this guy named Josh Keanu, one of my best friends now. And he got me into fighting. So he was fighting, you know, this tall, goofy kid with like, he had this weird like mohawk. I remember in 9th grade, I saw him and I would be like, and I was like telling myself, like, what the hell is this guy's deal? Like, I'll fucking beat this guy. He was huge, though. I was tiny. I was a small kid, so I don't even know what I was thinking. I was just being an idiot, because I was just a hot-headed kid all the way to 9th grade until I knew when I had to figure it out, you know? And then I remember I was like, I'll probably beat this kid up, which 2 years later, thank the Lord I didn't try him, because I became friends. He invited me to come train, and he beat me up that night in training with just like one punch, a jab. Wow. Literally just beat me up, and I was like questioning. I remember going home and thinking like, holy shit, thank the Lord I didn't fight him in school. I would have got my ass kicked. I would straight up, I don't know how else to say it. So, and then there was him, you know, and then he was fighting on Saturday. So I went training with them on Wednesday, had that sparring. I did good at sparring except for him. He's like 6'4". Oh wow. Whatever, 190 pounds, you know, like I'm like probably like 5'7", 5'8", like 125 pounds. You're a high school kid. Yeah, high school kid, you know. But he's a high school kid, we see him great. Jeez. He's just huge, you know what I mean? Like he fought at 185, that's why that fight night. But yeah, he told me, yeah, come, I'm getting ready for a fight, whatever. I guess so sparring, I did good with everybody else, this and that. And then we come back Thursday, and I show back to training, and then the coach asked me, hey, you want to fight Saturday? And then I was like, yeah, why not? And he's like, oh, you beat the first fight of the night. The fight just dropped out at 125, a kickboxing one. I was like, oh, for sure, because in my mind, I had to ask my grandma for $35. There's no way, you know what I mean? I'm like, there's no way they're going to give me $35 to go and watch this fight, yeah? So I'm thinking, I fight, I get it for free, and I can watch my friends fight. And then, so instead of going to my grandma, when I come home, my mom was home, I was like, oh, Mom, I want to fight. I want to fight this Saturday. Can I get your consent? And she's like, and then the only thing she said, yo, are you going to win? I was like, I don't know. And she's like, well, you better win if I'm letting you fight. And then ended up, you know, that Thursday, Friday win, Saturday fight. Ended up winning, and I was just hooked, bro. That was
You've only been training for like a week at this point.
Yeah, 3 days with him.
That's insane.
I mean, I guess that guy had
Were you nervous?
No, I just wanted to fight, bro. I was like, bro, I mean, we got into street fights. I would fight with my younger brother all the time.
This is a little bit different.
Yeah, this is a little bit different, but then this is a fight, and in my mind, I'm just thinking like, I get to get into the fights for free. I don't have to pay. You save $35, bro. So I'm like, bro, this is
And what is this, MMA?
No, kickboxing. Just straight kickboxing. Okay. So this is like the time when K1
like
was huge. Yeah, I was 16. Yeah. And K1 was huge. So I was like, oh, I want to be a K1 fighter. And then 2 years later, we're all graduating. And this guy, BJ is fighting the freaking GSP, the Canadians' Great Hope and whatever.
Is this the first or the second?
I have I forget which one it is, but I remember they was fighting.
What year is this?
It's the...
09.
I think, yeah, 09.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
it was 94 when he went up to 170.
Yeah. So it was 09. So yeah, it was that fight. And I remember seeing his payment or something online or something said that he was making 30 or 60K. And I thought like, wow, that's a lot of money. You know what I mean? Like, bro, forget this kickboxing shit. We got to go in MMA. So decided to MMA and then the rest is history.
That is what. By the way, did you win the fight, the first one?
Yeah. My nose is like regular size. My nose after that fight, I got kicked 3 times in the face that fight. It looked like yours, Arrow. It was terrible.
Wow.
It was terrible.
Wow.
But it was like 5 times the size of my nose now. And I was like thinking like, damn, this is crazy, but how fun it was, you know?
Yeah.
And I
How'd you
wanted
win?
to fight. A decision.
Decision.
Yeah.
So what is it for like a 16-year-old? Is it 3 rounds?
It was 3 rounds, and it was easy. We did 3 rounds, minute, half rounds.
Okay.
Oh, 2 minute rounds. 2 minutes, so 6 minutes.
Did your mom come watch?
No, nobody came on. I didn't tell nobody.
So when you
Only
came
my mom
home, did
knew.
she like, yo, you went, like, how does that work?
I didn't even remember, to be honest.
Okay.
I slept over at my friend Josh's house. My friend Josh, he got robbed, bro. That was his first ever fight. He got robbed. He was slipping and dodging.
Those judges, man.
Bro, they robbed him. I was
Yeah.
like, this is crazy, bro. He was looking like the Gypsy King out there before the Gypsy King.
yeah.
That's amazing. He looked good, but he ended up like, he was like more into sticking and moving, but then after that fight, he fought a couple more kickboxing fights. He just knocked people out because he's like, bro, frick this decision stuff and slipping. Like, he just started, his name was Bazooka, so he just started sitting down and bazooking people, I guess.
Did he become a fighter?
No, he never did. They all stopped. I'm the only one that saw it true.
How is that possible? Like, why did you stick with it and they didn't?
I just wanted to. They wanted different stuff, you know.
Right.
He got into music. Yeah, he has a great job now too. He works in Pearl Harbor.
Oh, wow.
So like he's like set, you know what I mean? So at the end of the day, like a bunch of my friends, they just stopped. You know what I mean? I have no idea why. I just knew what I wanted to do, and I told them like. And then when you start finding out how much money these people's making, it's like, bro, you can do this, you know.
Were you a bad kid growing up?
Oh, 100%. So, you know, quick story, funny story. Like how I said, 9th grade, I had to change it around, right? Because like in 8th grade, like 7th and 8th grade, I had a chair. I was never really in class. I had a chair next to the vice principal, the VP. Yeah.
Because you were there all the time?
I was just like, I had friends, and we just hooligans. Like, just like not doing really crazy stuff, but just always getting in trouble and just being a nuisance, you know? So it was like, I don't know what
Is it just like the usual type of stuff?
Yeah,
or
just like not listening
Okay.
or whatever, and like
Acting
feeling
up.
like the world owed me something and this and that. And then I remember in like 8th grade, not when I was in 8th grade, when I graduated or whatever, and I got to go back to one intermediate for career day, and then you talk to the 8th grade classes, and one of the classes that I got to talk in was my science class, and Mr. Smodis is his name. And I remember going there, and I remember like telling these kids, like, bro, look, like I was sitting right here in that seat. Like, this is my actual table. Ask Mr. Smodis. When I was in class, that was my seat, you know? And they all laugh and whatever, but I was just explaining to them, like, because I remember I told them when I was in 8th grade and career day was happening and somebody came to our class to come talk to us, and my whole mind is like, you don't know how it is. You don't know my personal life, and you don't know what's going on this side. You grew up in Hawaii Kai or Kahala or Kailua, you have no idea what's going on this side. Like, I just thought so the world owed us Waianae people something, you know? And then being able to tell that story to them and tell them, like, look, bro, nobody owe you shit, you know? If you want something, go and get it. And the only way you're gonna get it if you work hard. So at the end of the day, it's just giving hope to these kids and just letting them know that it's not the end, you know? A lot of these people from these public schools, all they surround themselves with is like, you know, like, no disrespect to no one, but the aunties or uncles, whatever it may be, and they go and they do great things in sports in high school, and then right when high school is done, they're okay with that, and like after that they go into like a job site, and then when they start working, every Friday they meet up with the same group of friends and they talk about the same things of what they did in high school and how great they was. So it's kind of like a cycle, you know, and I want to break that cycle for kids. Like, guys, look, you guys can do great things in college. You guys can even do great things in pros, you know? Like, you guys just got to get out there and see the world, you know? Because we're almost sheltered, you know? I mean, Instagram and the internet and whatever is kind of a good and bad place. It gives like the weak a voice and stuff, but it's actually showing a lot of kids now. It's like, look, there's so much more out there than where my city I'm from, you know?
Is that part of the reason why you still live there?
Oh, and I love wine.
Okay.
I love wine. Like training and stuff, all my coaches like, bro, you're crazy. Like takes like 40, 45 minutes. If there's traffic, like an hour, maybe a little over an hour to get to my gyms when I train. But I'm like, bro, it's a perfect time to freaking debunk and think about myself. Heading to training when it's an hour, it's kind of pisses me off, you know what I mean? But driving after getting my butt kicked or my ass kicked in strength and conditioning or at training, then it's like, it's a good breaker. But like getting there is frustrating, but it's like, it's a give and take, bro, you know? And like, I always say the best side is the west side, and you know I'm me, and I may be biased, but I love Waianae with all my heart, and I just want to show kids, not only from Waianae, that kids that are from town like Waianae, like we can do great things. Don't put yourself in a bubble, and don't think because he didn't do it, you can't do it. You know what I mean? And don't think like, oh, look at me, I like Max, I did, like be better than me. Like I'm just the tip, you know what I mean? Like you can go above and beyond. That's the main goal.
You talk to a lot of the kids. You go to the schools. You do things like that there.
I try. Like the pandemic put a real big hold in it, you know. And then we're trying to do it back. We're trying to figure out, me and Tim right now with the UFC. Actually, when I get back, we're actually working out with the Boys and Girls Club that I grew up at, in Waianae Boys and Girls Club, and we're gonna actually do something to a point where I believe is we're gonna open up a gym, a place with mats, whatever, and a couple of times a week, try to get somebody in there. I think they was telling me of my choosing, like a trainer, and then I just pop in here and there and train people and give kids that outlet, you know? If they wanna do that, then that's what they're gonna do. So hopefully we can give back little by little by little, because all you need is little change, you know? If you can change one person, that next person can change one person, and it's just a ripple effect from there on.
Because I think like us, I guess you would call us mainlanders. Yeah. I think when we think of Hawaii, we think of like
just paradise. You know what I mean? And that's not wrong, but like
that's not Waianae.
No, no, not at all, man. I mean, coming into Waianae, you know, right in Nanakuli, like thankfully there's the beach, but it's like on a hill, and then the road is like this, so you can't see it, but it's just tense, you know. There's tons of homeless. Like a lot of the homeless comes to Waianae, even if it's not homeless from Waianae, but it's a lot of, I don't know, they just get pushed down to our side just because of what we are on that side, you know, and it's a sad thing to see, but some of the homeless is like, they're nice people. If you actually get to meet some of them actually, their house or their tent, whatever you want to be, is much more cleaner than somebody who actually owns a house. You know what I mean? They know how to take care. They just can't afford. Some guys in Hawaii just cannot afford. Like some guys are houseless because they can't afford the high demand of how much it costs to live in Hawaii, you know? So at the end of the day, it's just great, man. I'm just here to try and be a ray of light to people who feel down, you know, because I've been there, and that's why I come, you know, going back, I know it's off topic, but back to the Stylebender, his doc. I can't wait to see, man. I can't wait to the world to see, because like there's a lot of situations that I think so a lot of people who's not athletes, people who's just normal people fighting their own demons in their own way, gonna watch that and be able to compare and be like, wow, this guy that's like seen out to the world to be this Mr. Tough guy or whatever. Even with the coach Eugene, you know, like this guy just seemed to be like the tough guy, the most masculine man in the world. That to see them so vulnerable, I think so it's gonna help a lot of people in the world.
I was actually thinking of you during the documentary because I saw you, so I knew that you were there. I'm not giving away too much. He even mentioned it. Like you see his therapy sessions. And you see a guy who's like the baddest 185 on the planet opening up and getting emotional. When you saw that, was any of that relatable? Because you've talked about mental health.
Bro. For sure. You know, even that, like, even like to today, like, I always tell me, I don't need to talk to nobody. Like, I'm like that.
You say that today?
Yeah, like even to today, like I fight myself. Like, you don't have to talk to nobody. You know, like when you just prep talking about. But then watching that after seeing Izzy doing it, it's like, well, maybe I should. And then talking to Izzy a little bit and finding out how much different people he talked to, I'm like, wow, like this guy actually talked to people? Like I thought I was the only one fighting this, but he's like doing it, you know what I mean? So that is a relief, you know? Like he, like I said, like how the doc is gonna open eyes to other people, he opened eyes to me, bro. Like he did a lot of stuff. Like I even talked to him after the doc and I told him about some of the personal stuff that he was dealing with. I was like, brother, like, I was right there and he was tripping out, you know what I mean? So I was like, bro, I'm crazy, like more alike than anything, you know?
Yeah. Do you talk to someone now?
I haven't, not yet. So
Have you ever talked to someone?
No, about mental health and stuff here and there, like not like a actual actual go out and pay somebody. Like we talk to someone because we know someone, you know.
Okay.
Like, but I want to try and maybe set up sessions now and
Yes.
just see how it is, you know. Like, I mean, if it's not for me, I was one of those guys knocking it before I try it. You know what I mean? Then when you see it, it's like, bro, like, it's sad it took me to watch Izzy's doc to do it, but you know, better late than never.
But you have talked about mental health and things like that.
100%, and I talk to people all the time.
Yes,
You know,
so I'm surprised that you haven't.
Yeah. Like in that way of like sports psychiatry or life coaches and stuff for sure. You know, like I talk to a lot of people about mental health and being able to take care of your mental health, but like in that sports in that sports way of thinking, like in my way, I'm thinking like, no, I got this, you know, whatever. So that's the different way I was looking at it.
Have you ever been depressed?
Oh, for sure.
When-
brother. You know, when I was supposed to fight Frankie the first time, I had a hole in my ankle.
Yeah.
And then after that, the whole freaking Khabib thing happened. I was out here in Brooklyn, and that happened. Like, it was just like I couldn't catch a break, bro. It was just one after another, and I just felt like I couldn't catch a break. And I was like thinking, like, why me? You know? But then, you know, figuring out, reaching out. That was when mental health was like a huge thing. You remember that? Like what? That was like 2018. I think 17 and 18 was like a huge thing. I think the Gypsy King came out talking about it.
Kevin Love, DeMar DeRozan.
Everyone.
Yeah.
The who's who was talking about it. So I was like, oh, this is crazy. So I started looking into myself, and then just, you always got to remember, you know, the main thing that I like to tell people when they're going through tough times is like, you know, without the rain, there wouldn't be a rainbow. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Like at the end of the day, that's just what it is. You know what I mean? That all the time, there's a hurricane. After the hurricane, it's perfect. It's still, you know what I mean? So at the end of the day, bad stuff got to happen. So that even greater stuff, you know, the rebuild can happen.
Yo, I love that one. Without the rain, there isn't a rainbow.
There's no rainbow.
I always say it's always the darkest before the dawn.
Yeah.
Because I've battled my own things too, and you just have to remind yourself, like, it gets better. But without the rain, there's no rain. That's a very Hawaiian way of looking at things, right? There's not a lot of rainbows around New York City. But definitely where you are, it's unbelievable to hear you say that. I'm also I didn't even think of this component to the Izzy doc. Like, I just thought it's a great look at him, but like other athletes are going to watch that and have the
100%,
response
bro.
that you
100%. Not only athletes, it's regular human beings, bro. Guys who think they're so tough, you know what I mean?
Sure.
Like people who has this tough exterior, they're gonna be like, look, if this guy can act that way, then I can act that way. Or even like, you know, like, bro, like, you know, I love you, Izzy, but Eugene is the man in that thing, bro. He's the man in there, bro. And like to see someone of his stature to go through the emotions that he did when he was talking in there, it was just cool to see, man.
By the way, why didn't you go down the path of drugs and like? I'm sure it was very easy for you to.
Yeah.
I'm sure it could have been.
I mean, everybody asks me all the time, like, why this, why that? I saw what drugs did to my mom. You know, I know drugs is a key opponent of why my dad wasn't around. I see drugs, what they do to some of my close friends' families, and then I also saw drugs do to people that I saw was around and like that was older than me, you know, like this, just like, I wouldn't say friends, but like guys like, I see this guy around, and then you end up seeing him on the streets like tweaking. So I'm like, oh man, like even to today, like me and Rush was just like out and about on the beach, you know, me and him, we got BB guns, so he's like out on the beach just shooting BB guns, you know, whatever. And like this guy walks up to me and like and he asked me like, oh, how much is your, I was riding a Surround bike, and he's like, oh, how much is your bike? And he looks up, he sees me, he's like, oh, Max is my classmate from when I was like first grade. Like the earliest memories of this kid is when I was first grade. We went from first grade to graduating together. And this guy, and I was like, oh, like, and I seen him around, like I know that's what he was, but then for him to actually talk to me and then him remember me, like I would have thought he would never remember me, and then he remembered me, and like he actually know what I'm doing too, so like fighting and stuff. So it was just crazy, man. And I was like, seeing that, like not even now, but even before, I was like, bro, I don't want to go down this train. I don't want to be another person in a stat book somewhere. Towards bad stuff, you know? Like, if I'm making stats, I want to make them in the most positive way they could possibly be, you know what I mean? Punching someone in the face is not too positive, but it's the legal way, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, it was just, that was the main thing. I was like, I see where these guys go. I seen what happened to family members, family members, friends. I saw this and I was like, this is not for me. I do not want to do that. And I just wanted to be great in something. I don't know what it was, but in my mind, I just wanted to be. Whatever I think I did, I wanted to be the greatest at it and keep going, and then try and change the generation. No, I mean, I'm sure you heard it. It's just generational curses. That's what it is. That's why, like, some of these guys can't see out of their little box that they live in. Like, this is the way. Like, since my parents did this, I gotta do this.
Right.
Since my friends is going to this party, I gotta go to this party. You know how much parties and whatever, when I was like a young kid, I had to like skip out on, you know what I mean? I was like, bro, I'm good. I'm training tomorrow. I gotta wake up early.
Wow.
You know what I mean? And they'll be like, yeah, come on, you can train later. Nah, it's good. You know what I mean? It's okay. It comes to a point where you can have that fun, but that wasn't that time. Now you can let loose a little bit here and there because you need to, but there are certain times and places where you can take it. And I saw the bad road and I saw the good road, and I saw people who take the good road, then go back to the bad road too.
Right.
It wasn't always like all bad. And I saw people doing bad and then they hit the good road. And I see people doing great now, you know what I mean? So at the end of the day, it's never ever how you start the race, it's how you finish. So I always tell people, just finish strong, and whatever is hold belief to you, you're gonna fail. You're going to fail. That's just it. That's what I mean. Like, everybody's like, oh, how do you do it? Blah, blah, this and that. It's like, brother, I couldn't even tell you because I didn't even think about it, but I failed a bunch of times. I got like fucking seven losses, I think, next to my record. Does that make me any lesser person of anybody else? No, you know what I mean? Like, it's only losses if you don't learn. And I learned every single time, you know what I mean? Like, I try to tell somebody who's having hard times, like, bro, you may feel like you lost now, but turn this loss into a learning. Then you never truly lost, because look, you're going one step in the direction, Sometimes you do feel like you take one step forward, 3 steps back, but that gotta happen, Maybe the next leap is 10, so you don't know. You got 6 steps back, so that's the main thing. We're just trying to help somebody to just be the best they can be.
Do you think if you didn't find fighting, you would have gone down that bad path?
I don't. I wouldn't.
It just wasn't
honestly,
in you.
I could say, yeah. I wanted to be the greatest whatever, brother. If it was a trash man,
Yeah.
I would have been the best trash man there is. If you got the trash man of the month, my face would have been plastered on that thing for at least 11 of the months. I tell you that much. So at the end of the day, that's just what I want to do. Anything I dip my toes in, I want to compete and I want to be the best in, no matter what it is, business or even surfing with Rush, you know what I mean? Like, if it's surfing against him, he's what, 11-year-old kid. I'm like calling him out on waves, like, what's up, boy? Like, how you saw that wave? I'm just competitive like that. So at the end of the day, I think so. My competitive nature would have pushed me to do something, no matter what job I did.
But wait, your wife is a pro surfer.
Yeah.
So I feel like your competitive nature gets squashed.
I get my ass kicked, but you know what I mean? But it's a learning experience, brother.
Right.
It's a learning experience. Like, wow, I'm learning my wife is kicking my ass. That's about it, So.
And then you kick your son's ass.
No. He's actually getting good.
He's getting good.
Yeah, so like, it was funny it's like 6 hours, right? 6 hours behind, they're 6 hours behind.
Yeah.
And we're at Izzy's after party, and we wasn't gonna go, but we saw Izzy and walking out. It's like, oh yeah, it's come true real fast. So we just went real quick. And like, my son calls me up, Dad, I got barreled today, or whatever. And barrel is like when the wave like breaks over you and you're in it, right?
Oh, sick.
And I was like, yeah, right. I was like, bro, if it didn't record, it never happened. Don't lie to me. Like, I was thinking like maybe like the wave was like right here. He just dipped his head, his head got it, and I didn't think whatever. And this kid, there's this app called Surfline. You go on Surfline, and the beach he's surfing at has cameras.
No way.
Yeah, he remembered what time, he was searching it.
Oh,
he
my
kind of
God.
looked at the time of where he was. He searched it, he finally sent it to me. He's like, I told you I got barreled.
And
like,
was it legit?
Yeah, it was legit. Like, it got thrown over him, and he didn't make it out. He ate it, but I was like, brother, that was legit.
That's
So,
your son.
Yeah, he's competitive too,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
in that nature. So it's glad to see that instead of fighting on. Like, he's just calling me out all the time, be like, bro, I surf way better than you all the time. And
We got to see him grow up in front of us.
For sure.
Because you would bring him around to everything.
Uh-huh.
How's he doing now?
he's doing good.
He wasn't at the last one, was he?
No. So we're actually trying to get him into a private school now.
Okay.
And the private school is like they're all about attendance. So like if the fights is like during his schools and stuff, I can't bring him anymore. Cause he's gonna be 6th grade next year. So it's like fit in 6th grade. Like the first two, like even 5th grade was like 4th grade is kind of like whatever, you know. But fit in 6th grade is like you're getting ready to middle school already, bro. You know, like
was he
can't
bummed?
be missing. He was bummed. He was supposed to come here.
Oh.
So like, cause they're on summer break right now, and he was supposed to come with us on this trip, but the wildfire smoke happened, and like his lungs is like, I don't know. Sometimes it's weird. I wouldn't say he has asthma, but then like if he's around smokes and stuff, like he always coughs. So I was like, I saw how bad it was here. I was like, bro, I'd feel terrible if something bad happened to him. But it cleared up as soon as like.
But it was bad. It was bad.
What, bro? It was terrible. It was like
Were you here when it happened?
No. The air, like right before I left, the air was like 200 something. I was like, oh my gosh. And then we got on the plane at 150. And then when we got off the plane, it was like 30 something. So I was like, okay, good. Like, was it like, bro, it looked like a zombie apocalypse.
It was like an orange. The day we were here,
crazy.
The skies were orange. It was
crazy. And you guys knew this was going to happen? Or?
Those damn Canadians, man. They fucked it all up. You know it was their fault, right?
It's a wildfire,
wildfires
right?
in Canada. Yeah.
It's not their fault. It's a wildfire.
I know. I'm Canadian. I could say that.
Yeah.
You know, I could fuck around. No, but yes, it was a wildfire. But the fact that it came all the way down here, like we're talking 4 or 5 hours away.
Bro, it's crazy.
And it looked like, so has he mentioned to you that he wants to fight?
Rush?
Your son.
I mean, he does jiu-jitsu. He's been asking me to teach him boxing. So we see what happens. I don't want to
You don't want him to fight?
No. I know how hard fighting is.
And like, he doesn't have to, right?
He don't have to. No, I mean, if he wants to. If he asks me, we're gonna figure it out. But I don't want him.
You're not pushing him to?
No.
Do you feel uncomfortable with, you've talked about sparring and long-term health and things like that. Do you feel uncomfortable with that?
For sure. Even with just with the hits, I mean, like I keep on trying, like, if he ever does tell me he won, I'll just tell him, like, bro, I took all the hits, I did all this, so you can live a freaking better life and do whatever you want to do. Like, spend so much time, like, hopefully, he says he wants to become a professional surfer.
Oh, sick.
So we see what happens, you know what I mean? Like, if it's not, like, competitive route, there's so much ways that you can free surf and stuff and be a model. I don't know, this kid, like, he got long, like, beachy, wavy hair, bro. The fit, and then his freaking, just his, like the way he acts, and stuff is just.
He's a superstar.
Bro,
like I remember at those workouts.
I told him, bro, go be a model, bro.
Yeah,
like, no, you don't have to be punching it. Yeah.
He's good in front of a crowd.
Yeah, he loves it.
Yeah. So he doesn't need to fight.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, and then there's pressure. You got to live up to your old man. You're one of the greatest. Like, who needs that?
No, none of that. You don't need none of that. You make your own name. If he did fight, I would tell him, bro, you, bro. You don't have to listen to none of these guys saying anything. I'm me, you. I hate when people would be like, oh, when I was coming up, they compare me to, like Pettis or of course the BJ. I'm like, bro, that's them. That's them. I'm Max Holloway, leave me alone, And his name is Rush Holloway. He's not even a junior,
Right.
Leave him alone. If he's gonna do that, that's what he's gonna do.
So this is so great. We've been talking for almost an hour. We're almost done, and I've not asked you anything about fighting. Isn't that great?
Perfect. I can go now, man.
I know. But I do have to ask a couple because they'll get mad at me. On the post where I posted who's going to be on the show today, Zombie wrote on the post. He wrote like I'm waiting or something like that. So is that the one?
I mean, I called him out. He answered back pretty quick. So the ball is in UFC court, man. The ball is there.
I mean, it's obvious, right?
I would love that. Like I said, I told everyone, like, from that time of when WC was coming up, I fought most of those guys, the Ricardo Lamas, the Aldo, the Pettis, Dustin Poirier.
Yeah.
He's one I never get yet. I didn't get to get him. So, and he stood top 10. I think he's like number 7 or whatever it may be. So it makes sense right now. It makes sense. There's one fight. I'm hearing he wants to retire. So why not go out of a bang? You know what I mean? Why not go out of a bang? Like,
overseas, would it be?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I never hear nothing. All I know is I called him out. He replied with a cute video message. So let's figure it out.
When would you like to fight if it was up to you?
Whenever, bro. Whenever.
You ready
I feel
to
great.
go?
I feel good. I feel great.
Fall or something?
I was telling Tim I wanted to fight 2 to 3 times this year. So if we can, figure this one out and then maybe get a third one too, we see what happens.
Okay. And I mean, obviously your last fight was tremendous. So you're still a factor at 45. But I even heard you say recently, like, you want those other belts. This is still on your mind.
Oh, for sure.
So
there's the other belts, but there's always, like what I tell you, and you know this, it's always better to go to a different division while you're holding a belt. You know what I mean? That's just what it is, you know. But we see what happens. You know, we see how July pans out. We see how my next fight pans out, and we just see the way of the direction. You know, who knows? You know, we saw that fun BMF belt with Gaethje and Poirier. Me and Poirier for a third time I'd love, and people keep harassing me about Gaethje anyway. So at the end of the day, that'd be fun. You know, at 55, I know 55, there's a lot of fun fights with me. Maybe the Oliveira 2, whatever, and then, of course, I never got to finish the thing with Khabib, so Islam's there, so that'd be a great thing.
I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like there's more exciting fights for you at 55 than 45 at this point, because you kind of been there, done that with all those guys, no?
So we see what happens, you know?
You just named 5 55ers right now.
Like I said, bro, we see the lay of the land, you know, never say never, you know, that I know people shit on the BMF belt, but, bro, that BMF belt would look real nice in a collection.
All those featherweight belts. By the way, are you blown away by Charles at this point, like, that he turned into this guy? I have to admit, I didn't think he would turn into this guy, right? Like, he was always kind of, you know.
Bro, he's a killer, bro.
Yeah.
Bro, even in his fights, bro, like, even before his fights, before he doing this killer, he was always a killer, bro. He just needed to figure it out, and I think he figured it out, and...
But if, like, now he's become like a superstar.
Yeah, bro, he's, you know, it's sick, bro. It's exciting to see, bro, especially with him not getting getting that direct rematch, which I thought was, like, kind of weird, but, you know, at the end of the day, it is what it is, and, hey, he can't be denied.
Someone said something interesting to me on Twitter, because, you know, he got on the microphone. I don't even know if you watched. Did you even watch?
No, I didn't watch it.
Yes, exactly. Well, he got on the microphone and spoke English, which I think it was the first time he's...
Ever, yeah.
And someone said that, and going into that fight, he was winless in Canada, had never won. I think he was 0-4 in Canada.
I saw that stat. I saw that stat.
Which is crazy. Yeah. And someone said he lost his voice in Canada against you in Saskatchewan. Remember the voice thing?
Yeah.
And then he regained his voice in Canada and spoke a new language in Canada.
That's crazy.
All those years later.
That's cool. And you look at, bro, I mean, leave it up to the internet to figure out little things out. So that's cool, bro.
Even like thinking back to that fight, like at that point, if you would have told someone, what was that? 2015?
15, bro.
Yeah,
15.
so you would have told me, like, you know, 9 years later, 8 years later, that he would turn into a superstar like he is now. And this place is going, like, he got the biggest pop by far in Vancouver.
Brother, all I hope is I hope that guy got compensated somewhere, bro. You know he was the dude over there for that pay-per-view card,
That's
bro.
right.
You know, no disrespect to the main event or anything, but Charles was that dude for that card, I think.
You have been, one thing I love about you, and you talked about it recently, the judges, you were on the open scoring train long before any of us. I'm big time on the open. I talk about it all day, kind of ad nauseum, but like you saw what happened with Kai Kara France, it drives me nuts.
Yeah.
And nothing is being done.
Brother, I don't know, you know, it is what it is, you know, I think so that's something that the UFC guys got to figure out, but, you know, I can see both sides, and I mean, I can see why it can be not good, and I can see why it's really good, you know. But at the end of the day, it's like it's pick your poison, whatever side you want to be on, you know. So
I just want transparency.
Yeah, exactly.
I just want to know what they're thinking.
Exactly.
I can't even talk to them. I ask them to come on, and they won't even let them come on, which I think is messed up. That I could talk to you, that I could talk to a promoter, I could talk to a coach, a manager, but the actual dude who's putting 10-9, 10-8.
That's insane that you can't do that. I mean,
they don't
do
let
what Izzy said, bro. Do what Izzy said. Keep these guys accountable.
Make them
do the interviews right after the fight. Why you pick this guy?
Right.
And I would love to hear it, because like, it's just the thing to me is just so far off. Like, how can one guy be so far off? Like, when you see the rounds getting judged, how can one guy be like, these two guys here and then the other guy is here, and then you look at the cards like, these guys winning the round on this side, but then on this card, this guy's losing. Like, it just makes zero sense to me. Right. I don't know how people can be so detached from reality. It's crazy.
And then the thing is, we have no explanation. So if the guy comes out and says, look, the reason why I gave Amir Albazi 10-9 over Kai is because of X, Y, and Z, then I'd be like, okay, cool. We don't know, because he won't speak about it. They don't let him speak about it. That's fucked up.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
I remember you went to the Invicta card and you watched it, the open scoring.
That was cool, bro.
Yeah.
And you see the card, you see it like, oh shit, you know what I mean?
It's time to go. I think it makes it exciting. People say it will take the entertainment value away.
Yeah, for me personally, I see the both sides, like I said, but for me personally, I mean, I can see how some guys would be like, yeah, okay, I'm winning, I'm up tree, I'm chilling, you know what I mean, whatever. But then I can see also guys like, oh, I'm up tree, who cares? I'm gonna continue battering this guy, you know, like, but it's fair play, bro. It's a give or take thing. It's super weird, but I don't know. And the thing is different. You know, when we saw him in Invicta, it was a much smaller event, and you know the crowds or whatever have the effect. So I would love to see what the effect is with bigger crowds and like a UFC crowd and people screaming and seeing how the judge would react because they hear this and that, and they, you know, then you really see people panicking on the spot, like, oh shit, who I go, you know. So at the end of the day, it's a really give or take thing, man. It's just there's so many variables that you can put in, and I understand it, but I mean, why not? You know what I mean? Like, I lean more towards stuff like, why not just try it one time?
Right,
you know?
right. By the way, last thing before I go, I was just in Dublin, and some guy was showing me around. And when he's showing me around, he's showing me this, he's showing me that. He's like, oh, and that's the, I think, was it Jameson? That's the place where Max Holloway went. He was like, that's how you referred to it. He's like, that's the spot where Max Holloway went. Was it Jameson?
Jameson.
That was
Jameson is
That's
there.
one of the best things. And I'm kind of bummed that it didn't lead to something, you know, because it was so thoughtful and like subtle. And he was coming up, you know, Connor was coming up with the proper 12 at that point, and you're showing, and you're on his turn.
Yeah.
Did you go specifically for that? Were you already in Ireland? Or
we was in Ireland hanging out. We was just checking out the spots, and then I guess Jameson found out that we was there, and they reached out and they said, "Hey, you want to come check out the distillery?" So it was like, "Yeah, why not?" And
I thought that you actually flew just to do this.
No, we was chilling. Yeah, we was
You were
chilling.
just chilling. What? Ireland and Hawaii are not very close to each other.
You just fly. You do whatever you like do sometimes, you know.
That was incredible.
We had nothing better to do. It's like, hey, let's take a trip.
I feel like that one has to happen before it's all said and done.
I think it happens. I don't know what's going on right now with the dude, but I think so. At some point, it happens. I don't know if it's going to be in the UFC or a boxing or something. I think it happens though.
Do you have to have a boxing match before it's done?
I would love to. I would love to have a boxing match. I wouldn't say I have to, but I would definitely love to have one.
That's like, I feel like that's something you need to cross off the list.
For sure, 100%.
Best
At least one of them.
At least
one of them.
This has been a pleasure, my man. Thank you so
brother.
much. I really
Thank you,
appreciate it.
brother.
A lot
Thank
of
you,
fun. You're in Maryland, probably sold out, right? Can people go check? We have the poster.
Yeah, I mean, you can go check the link. I'm not sure if it's like, because I saw last night people wanted it in, and then they just reopened it just for a little bit. So
There it
maybe,
is.
Yeah.
All right. Well, go check it out if you're in the Maryland area. Max Holloway Institute. This was a lot of fun.
No,
I
thank you,
appreciate
brother.
it.
Thank you.
All the best to you. Congrats on the recent win. I'm happy we squashed our beef. You know, it was a little bit dicey there for a moment, but we're all good. And I can't wait for that zombie fight.
That's your own demons talking
That's my
to
own
yourself.
demon. That is my own demon.
Yep.
And I'd love to have one of the toys here. I mean, I need to look
I'll
into
try to
that.
figure it out.
All right,
I'll try to
cool.
figure it out.
We're going to take a quick break. Here's my recent conversation with Israel Adesanya from Monday. In case you missed it, we'll be right back with Mike Malott. Do not go anywhere. Yes,
Bless you.
back. Thank you
Very
so
happy
much.
with this, finally.
Look at that. How about that?
That's the
Plastic
cell.
cell.
I've never actually seen this in real life.
You want it?
No.
Come on, you take it.
No. He'll send me. He'll send me.
All
one.
right,
He'll
fine,
send me
fine.
one. This is dope. I like the beauty of it. The
Isn't it nice?
artistry. It is. Well, you got everything right.
By the way,
Beautiful.
shout out.
Oh no! Wait, twice?
You asked.
I
You asked,
know.
right?
I just said I demanded what I liked.
It's one. I was gonna say it's one of the iconic celebrations. Although you topped that one not that long ago. That's a great one.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Thank you for coming in, Izzy. Good to have you. Man, there's so
told
much
you.
to talk to you about.
Man, life.
Life.
Life is lifing right now.
How are you like on cloud nine? I saw on your Instagram you were like a little bit emotional even.
So me, again, you study documentary. I wear my heart on my sleeve, literally. It's my first tattoo, heart on my
literally
sleeve. But yeah, you know when you get like someone plays a prank on you with a Coke bottle, they shake it.
Yeah, yeah.
And as soon as I went upstairs in the hotel before everyone left for the premiere, I could feel myself just boom. See my mom in her beautiful gown, my dad in a suit, my family, all my loved ones. I could feel it. I was like, I'm about to cry. So I was like, I'll be fine. And then I'm in the car on the way to the premiere, and I can feel it. And then what did I play? Flights Booked from the CLB album. Oh no, from Honestly Never Mind, whichever album it was. And then
Shout out to Drizzy.
Drizzy, the dog. Yeah. And then a few tears came out. And then that's kind of like just let the pressure off. And once you let that go, I'm like, okay, fine, it's cool. Because again, if you don't express it then, it'll come out somewhere else, whether, in the worst way. But yeah, I didn't want to be on the red carpet like sobbing, so I just let it out in the car, and I was like, all right, cool, we're good.
Yo, it was so good. First of all, congratulations to you, to Zoe, to the whole team.
Thank you.
As I was saying before you came in, I don't know if you heard.
I listened to the whole thing.
Love documentaries. That's my thing. I worked in the documentary department at HBO, my first job out of college. That was my thing, HBO Sports. The way it was shot is not like your typical documentary. It's like a movie.
Yeah.
that opening scene, I don't want to give away too much, but like, I love Wes Anderson. And it kind of reminded me of, Wes Anderson, Royal Tenenbaums?
Yep.
It reminded me of that. I'm like, what is this? Is he acting right now? But it's not acting. It is so well done. And I'm not trying to put down, I'm not trying to put down any MMA doc when I say this. I always thought that The Smashing Machine was the gold standard. That's the Mark Kerr documentary from like 2001.
Yep.
I think this might be number one now.
I think it is.
It's incredible.
It's not even like, even if I was not the protagonist of this movie, I feel like I would watch this and I'll recommend this, and not to be sexist, but to young men and just men in general. And again, you said, shout out to Jackie, beautiful to meet her last night.
Appreciate it, thank you.
She even resonated with it.
Yeah.
Anyone who's not even a fan of MMA or not even a fan of me, you can get something from this, because myself and Eugene as well, I'm so proud of him for being honest and open and raw. My parents, being expressive as they were, my brother, and Zoe, the way she shot it, she didn't want it to just be, like a regular MMA documentary or a regular fight or boxing documentary. You wanted it to, like, your average Joe or soccer mom could watch this and get something from it. And I feel like it did that.
And what's amazing is she kind of started around the first Robert fight, right?
Yeah.
Because you're in the bus.
When they came. That's when they started filming. But shout out to Jeff St. Lair.
Yeah, there's some footage
there's
before.
Right there.
What's happening, Jeff?
My Jane Goodall.
What's crazy, though, is like that takes a lot of foresight, like I was talking about with Ash. You didn't feel any extra pressure here? Like, I need to...
Even before Ash, I knew I was going to do this.
You knew?
I knew, but then when I met Ash, we became friends, and then he believed in me, so he put the idea out there. I was like, yeah, I've been thinking about it forever, and I know I'm going to put, bits of my life on screen, and yeah, now it's happened. But, foresight in the sense of, like, it could go, which sometimes it does. Last time I was out here at MSG,
yes,
I thought I was going to get revenge, and I didn't, and that's life. But it's all part of the story. Like I said, life is about the stories we tell ourselves, or the stories we tell to the world, and it's a beautiful one so far, and we're still writing.
When do you decide to, like, put a pin in the doc, right? Because this thing, it's been like 4 or 5 years. So how do you decide, like, this is when it's going to end?
How did I just? No, this one was, I think, the production company that did it had to, have an ending. So we did it at the end of the second Robert fight. Second Robert fight, we put the pin in it. But then now this last fight just happened, so you kind of had to, what happened.
Sure.
There's more I'm not even done. Still going.
Might do another one.
I mean, I will.
Okay.
I'll do another one. I want to do something like The Last Dance, but I'll probably do it after my career's over. So, yeah, like a docuseries, and yeah, we're still writing the story.
One thing that I was fascinated about, as someone who knows you, but also as a parent, what is it like when you're in there talking about your parents, sitting next to your parents, and it's not just you, like in the doc, you say some stuff about your parents. Yeah. Again, not going to give away too much, but
even Eugene, and he's right there.
Yes, those two things are like, it's a little bit. You're like looking, everyone's like super quiet when this happens, because it's not like you guys are watching this in your living room. There's like a couple hundred people in the room as well. Is that awkward for you, or is it awkward for them?
No, it's we've talked about this in real life, and also this is old news. This is like stuff that we've already discussed, and we've openly
old news to
everyone
yourselves.
Else. Oh, to us, us,
but not to us.
You guys are like, whoa, shit.
Yeah.
Are they all right? It's like, nah. I'm literally there with my mom right next to me, my dad right there, and I got my arm around my mom, and we're just talking. We're just enjoying the movie, and we can laugh about it now. Yeah.
Was that their first time seeing it?
No, they already seen a rough cut about 6 months ago.
Okay. This
was the final where everything's polished and the proper footage from the UFC is in there, and it's not like pixelated. We had so shout out to them, and shout out to Hunter as well for making it happen.
Nice photo over there of you guys.
Beautiful. My creators, my gods.
Look at that. Can we go back to the previous one though, because that
they're over 60?
They look fantastic.
They're beautiful.
By the way, I met your sister as well.
Yeah, both of them. They're awesome. Yeah.
It was only one there, or did I only
both of them were there. You probably met, I think, either Deb or Bulu.
The one that you were running with was the same one.
Oh, yeah, Deb. Yeah.
Deb. She's got a great energy. She's like a ball of fire.
She is. I know, but I know I'm the... I'll put it this way. I raise the family standards.
Okay.
My siblings.
I mean, I know. David, shout out to David. No, but the poster is fantastic. We just show. Look at this.
It's beautiful. It's very beautiful.
What does this signify?
Art's expressive, it's subjective, and this, I remember where we shot this. It was in a hotel in Auckland, and this is Zoe's idea, I'm pretty sure, but it's just, look at this guy, a warrior in a garden.
Love it.
I just came up with that. I didn't make that up. It's literally just how I feel. It's a warrior in a garden, just chilling, serenity, zen, beautiful flowers around him. But you never know. Underneath the surface, he can do some things.
Absolutely. Was there ever a point where you were like, we're not filming this? Did you ever put your foot down with anything? It seems like they got great act.
Yeah. Certain things I was like, yes, I did actually.
You did?
I won't bring this up. But
okay, you could if you want.
Nah.
All right, fine, no problem.
I was just twitching again.
Yeah.
But my brother, Jeff, being around, look, he's just like a fly on the wall. I didn't realize he's filming. So he gets the best out of me. He gets the best out of me because he knows, like, he sees a lot, just being a fly on the wall. So he knows a lot about what I need to get going, or when to film me or when not to film me. And he knows when to catch things silently. Like, I don't want to say it in the movie, but that scene where in the car?
Yes.
I had no idea they were filming.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's why it was really raw, and I was just like, yeah. I don't want to say too much. No spoilers.
No, I get it. I just want to ask you though, like, I can't watch anything that I do. Can't watch it. Like, I can never go. Is it hard to you to watch yourself like that?
Used to be, but I've accepted this is my life. This is just how it is. So again, I had to get used to it. I think China helped. When I moved to China for 10 months, I fought 24 times there. But China was like a crash course in being an athlete or being a superstar athlete. Even just walking out on the streets, like in the rural parts of China, I went to so many different cities and towns that I don't even know the names of. I'd literally be sometimes I'll land there, be in the hotel, go to the weigh-ins, back to the hotel, go to the fight, back to the hotel, and then back to the airport. And I'd have to, like, I have the reigning record of playing, staring contests with old people in China. Because literally they'll be like, it look like they found Bigfoot or something. So being in China and then people after the fights mobbing you, saying what's up, cameras in your face, got me used to this life. So it was a crash course in being a superstar.
Okay. So you're comfortable with it? Even if there's there's nothing that made you a little bit uncomfortable?
Yeah, there was. A lot. Like, but again, this is my life. Even there's certain bits, like, I don't want to give it away, but in the caravan, those bits. Yeah, that's... Love that.
Oh, how good was that? The Izzy interview on Monday. What a week we've had here on the program. And really, I do have to thank Tim, who was in studio and gave us a great interview as well. Very different than the last time we had him on. Very relaxed, at ease himself. He brought Izzy on Monday and Ash, and then today he comes in and talks about where he's at in his life and career. And then Max was just amazing. I mean, shout out to my guy Andrew Feldman on Twitter. He posted the interview with Max from UFC 150. He made his debut at 143. Might have talked to him before that fight, but it was around that time. It was that year, right? 2012. So, man, this is 11 years of talking to him, and that's by far my favorite Max interview, because it's different when they're in person. It's different when they're in front of you, face to face. It's the whole vibe is different. Everything about it is different, and just when they come on here via Zoom or Skype back in the day, you want to keep it to 20 or so minutes and you want to talk about the fight stuff and the news. But when they come here in person, you could talk about their lives. You could talk about their backstory, the trials, the tribulations, the upbringing, the zigging when you could have zagged, the zagging when you could have zigged, that whole stuff. And to learn more about his backstory, and I'm sure there's a lot more that we don't know, was really great. So I really appreciated that, and great to have Tim in. What a crew he has assembled. What a crew he has assembled at just 31 years old. All right, so Patricio Pitbull in the books, Tim Simpson in the books, Max Holloway in the books. Still to come, Regis Prograis, the pride of Louisiana, who's returning to action, has a great story in his own right on Saturday, fighting at the Smoothie King Center. And then we'll answer your questions and get the picks for the weekend. I do want to let you know that we are not having a show on Monday. We are off on Monday. It's a company holiday, so we are off on Monday. We'll be back next Wednesday. I hope you don't hate us too much, but we've given you some great stuff this week, so don't hate us too much. Now, one of the stars of this past weekend in Vancouver is our next guest. We talked to him right before the fight last Wednesday. We talked to him about flying the flag. We talked to him about UFC 129. We talked to him about representing. We talked to him about him being the the face of Canadian MMA in the UFC, and then there was 1 win, and then 2 wins, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5, and then it got to him, and then I was thinking, man, oh man, this is set up so perfectly for Mike Malott to put a stamp on it all. He put a stamp on it all, and then some, in a very impressive performance out of him. He remains undefeated in the UFC. He is the face of Canadian MMA as far as the UFC is concerned. You can make a very strong case right now that he is the man when they think of Canadian MMA. He's joining us right now. Proper Mike Malott. There he is. My man. How are you, Mike? Are you down? Like, are you back to earth, or are you still kind of floating in the clouds after what happened on Saturday in Vancouver?
Going on, Ariel? Thanks for having me on. I'm still a little bit up in the clouds, man. I think part of it is just I'm getting ready for bed, and I want to start winding down, and then I start watching stuff. I'm like, well, let me just go through the press conference and watch some of that. Let me go, and all the feelings come back, and it's like I did that last night. Still kind of on Vancouver time, so it was like 1 a.m. here. And then I'm like, well, I'm a little bored. Let me just scroll through some stuff that happened in the fight week. And I didn't go to sleep till like 4:35. After that, I was just like sitting in bed, like wired. I should have just gone for a walk or something instead. But yeah, man, I'm still riding high right now.
Did you wake up on Tuesday morning thinking that the fight, what was that you tweeted, that you thought the fight was coming up, or that you were, what happened?
So this isn't the first time that this has happened to me. It happened to me after the Mickey Gall fight as well. I think 2 days last time, and then once this time, where especially like I don't sleep after fights usually. So the night after the fight, I almost never sleep. I'm just too energetic, and after this fight, just ended up staying up all night, and kind of the sun was up as I was like starting to fade a little bit, and then I kind of like kicked myself back awake, and I'm like, dude, I'm awake. Go to check my phone, and my coaches were going to grab breakfast. I'm like, I'll just get up and go grab breakfast with them and start the day. So I think part of that like delirium of lack of sleep, then when you finally get some good deep sleep, it's hard to like reset where you are in time and space. And so I woke up after having like my first good night of sleep, and woke up in the morning just like, oh, all right, man, like let's do this. Today's the day. And it was like a full maybe, which doesn't sound like a lot of time, but like a full 10 seconds before I was like, wait a minute, like, no, I'm not in the hotel room. Like I was like, what's going on? I'm like, and then I remembered, I'm like, oh wait, I had memories of the fight. Like I fought, I won, like it's over, I won. Yeah. And then it took like another full 10 seconds where I had to like tell myself and tell my body, like, no, man, we can actually relax. Like you won already. Like it's over. You don't need to stay like engaged. So that was like a funny thing. And then that picture just went with it perfectly, where you're like, oh my God, I already won.
I also feel like you're kind of in the aftermath here now, sifting through all the madness, because I see you, uncovering like a Henry Cejudo tweet, and I see you replying to him, and a bunch of other people who showered you with praise. I think Aljamain Sterling as well, Gordon Ryan. What is that like in the aftermath to see these fairly big names in the sport speaking of you glowingly? And it's not like they're tagging you to try to get your attention. They're just talking about you, just showing you love, and you're uncovering it.
Right. Yeah. The fourth one was one of my best friends, Andre Feely, showed me some love after the fight too.
Love Andre.
We've been chatting. He's the man. I'm actually going to corner him in London next month, so I'm excited for that. We're going to fly out to England for that one, for him to spoil the party over in the UK. Yeah, it was really cool. Like all three. I mean, obviously, I've known Feely for a long time, so it's not as strange to get praise from your friends and long-term teammates. But those other three guys, like Henry Cejudo, Aljamain Sterling, and Gordon Ryan, like, I've been fans of those guys for a long time, and it's not like they're just like successful fighters. They're like elites at what they do. Henry Cejudo, Olympic gold medalist, and then 2-division champ, and then Gordon Ryan, the greatest grappler of all time. To get like praise from those guys was pretty cool. I mean, obviously Aljo too. Like to get praise from all three of those guys was pretty cool. Just like just like nod of the hat, and that's really what I'm in this sport for. Like part of the sport is getting your name recognized by like the masses, and that's where the money comes into play, and your financial future, and that's what the UFC is looking for, because that's how they market you, and that's how they make their money. But as far as the like actual fame, that's not like a driving factor for me. It's not like a big. I'm not doing this to become like a famous person. I don't want that. Like once my career's over, I'd love there to still be like the nods of like, oh man, that guy was like a sick fighter, but not, I don't want to be like an A-list celebrity. What I do want is like respect from people that I also admire in this game, like having really good coaches, obviously my coaches, but like even Eric Nixick and Dan Ige coming up and showing like, we're like, dude, man, you killed it this week. And just being super nice. Like I've met those guys a few times in Vegas and they're just good people. And same with, I met Eamon and Faraz Zahabi for the first time. And, there's obviously that initial like Canadian, we're on this, we're the guys holding the fort down with the Canadians on the card, but there's just like a lot of cool mutual respect between the three of us. So just getting that from like other well-recognized people, it's like these guys know what they're talking about and they're telling me I did a good job, and they don't gain anything from it. Right. I'm not their guy. Right. So like it's extra cool in that way. It seems more genuine.
So we talked on Wednesday. Just curious, what was the rest of the week like for you? Did anything change in terms of how you felt? Were you getting more nervous? Now that it was becoming a reality, you're fighting in Canada. Anything go differently come Saturday afternoon, evening?
I mean, of course, there were like ups and downs, right? There were some moments of just like, what the fuck is going on here, man? Like, I can't believe this is really happening right now. Like, this is a wild jump from, each fight has felt like a massive jump from the fight before of like, not only am I on Contender Series, but I'm the main event of Contender Series. And then I'm fighting Mickey Gall in an arena, for the first time in front of fans in years. And it's a massive arena. It's not like an Apex show. It's like jump up to that. And then you're on the main card of the Apex show, which is like, okay, maybe not quite as big as being on a pay-per-view, but then the pressure of like, I'm fighting another Canadian and people are saying I'm potentially there's a little bit of hype. People are saying like, there's potentially, you're the face of Canada or the torch bearer moving forward. And it's like, as much as I'm not doing this for fame, it's nice to hear that, man. Like I like that stuff. And I like seeing that there's a potential for me, like an avenue that's open for me. And like, that's all going to disappear if you can't even beat the next best guy from Canada, let alone like the next best guy in the world, right? It's like, there's no way that's all going to disappear. So that was like a lot of pressure in and of itself. And then this one, there's a lot of pressure. Like, all right, you're the last Canadian on the card. They gave you this slot. Like, there's no way they just accidentally were like,
right,
here's the main event, co-main event, put all the other fights just where you think. Like, there was some strategy behind that. And I'm fighting a super tough guy. Like Adam Fugitt did not get the respect he deserved throughout fight week. I didn't help with that at all. But he's a super tough guy. So it's like people don't really know his name as much in the UFC. So it's almost seeming like he's being teed up to lose to me. But at the same time, I'm fighting the most well-rounded and probably the best guy I've ever fought, at very least at welterweight. It's like, dude, this is a very real fight. So not only do I have to go in there and win, if it's competitive and close, it'll be underwhelming. Like I have to smash this guy. And, then there was the stuff with the Nelk Boys and Happy Dad and stuff like that all kind of came together at the same time. Like working with those guys in sponsorship, I'm like, well, if I lose this, that's, that probably won't go through, Like this is, you probably have to win for all this stuff to happen. And so there's little moments where there's like butterflies of feeling that. And then you have to like reset and be like, number one, I'm the most prepared I've ever been. I'm so ready for this fight. And I'm skilled enough to demolish this guy or anyone. And then three, like none of those things actually change what's happening in the cage. None of those things change. Like, your placement on the card doesn't change what happens in the cage. It doesn't change my ability to perform. Same with any other potential like things we could have viewed as pressure. Had to mentally reframe them and label them as privilege and an honor to be in this position. And by the time I got out to the cage, and by the time the fans almost fell on me and almost took me out at the knee, once we got in the cage, man, I felt loose. I felt great. The closer and closer it got, once I heard Bruce Buffer announce me, oddly, I felt like I was just in here. Like the Johan fight like 3 months ago, I was like, dude, I feel like I was just in here. This feels familiar still.
I want to ask you about the fans in a second, but just curious, 1 win, 2 wins, 3 wins, 4, like the Canadian wave is happening and this is a very unique thing. That has to be, right? Because like now you're thinking, I got to close the show here, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. And that's something I had thought of before we got there for fight week. So like, okay, look where you are on the card. You're the last Canadian. what possible scenarios are there? There's the scenario of every single Canadian has won, and now you're the one who has to put the final nail in the coffin. You can't ruin the night and be the only Canadian that lost. Then there's the possibility that every single Canadian, including your close friends who you feel emotionally attached to, lose fights, and you have to like wipe that from your mind and go in and be like, if I lose, no Canadians won, and I'm the only one holding down the fort. Like I have to hold the fort down. I have to protect the house. And then there's like the everything in between of like my friends win, but the other Canadians that I just met this week lose, or vice versa, or what if this person gets hurt, and like, you know, there's like all sorts of things. Like those 3 of the other fighters on the card, Kyle Nelson, Diana Babita, and Jazz Davicius, shared at least one corner with me. So I'm like, well, what about something wild like somebody breaks an ankle and one of my coaches has to go with them to the hospital, and now I'm down one. Like everything I tried to analyze, I'm like, what could possibly happen? Make sure we have those bases covered. And after doing what I thought was an amazing job of that, the railing almost hit me and fell on me. And I'm like, well, that's one that's one that you hadn't considered yet, bud.
Okay, so can we talk about this? Because I'm watching it, and for a moment, I'm like, holy shit, did that thing fall on him? Did it fall on his leg? Like you kind of sidestepped it and kept it moving. But I mean, you go back and look at the clip, and we're going to play it now here as we're talking about this. It felt like you were that close to being hit. Were you actually hit?
I wasn't hit by the railing. I think what tipped me off, because I was so in the zone, and like I saw people leaning in to high five, and everything happens so fast. You don't like have necessarily a dialogue going on as you're getting out of the way of something. But I think what I thought was they were just leaning in further at first. And then I felt the person, and you can see it in the video, the guy behind me like bears weight on me as he's falling. And that is what I think triggered the like, oh, they're not leaning in, they're falling. And I just like hard El Matador, like stepped out of the way, like a little lateral step and turned sideways and just like, tup, 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 like hiney over these guys. All right, like landed on the other side. And as soon as I landed, I remember the first thing I thought was, damn, that sucks for them. And the second thing I thought was, you've got a job to do, stay focused. Okay. Like, stare down the barrel. Don't even look at any other fans. Don't look around. Just stare down the barrel of the camera. Make awkward eye contact with the camera. You can high five people, but like, refocus. And like 2 steps later, I completely forgot that happened until we got backstage and somebody brought out a video. They're like, dude, did the railing hit you? I'm like, what railing are you talking about? And they showed me the video. I'm like, oh shit, I forgot that happened.
Wow.
So, yeah, I completely forgot by the time I got in the cage. Like I was just so laser focused on the job at hand that
man, that could have been disastrous, not just for you, but for other people involved too. Like I've never seen anything like that happen before.
Me neither.
And the fact that you just kept it moving, because like we didn't see, I mean, I was just like, whoa, this dude is, I mean, I kind of felt then that you were going to win just because you were so focused, even people like almost toppling you over. Didn't deter you. I love the end, the emotion that you showed. Again, that's one of the reasons why I admire you. You're not afraid. I love that moment with Big Dan. Do you remember what he said to you there? It looked like he said something to you right after, you won the fight. Do you remember what he said to you?
To who?
Big Dan, the referee. He said something to you, and he gave you like a fist bump.
Sorry, my mental coach, we call him Big Danny, and I thought you were talking about him. I'm like, did he come up to me after the fight? No. Okay, yeah, Dan.
Mergliata.
Yeah, Mergliata. Yeah, dude, that was a really cool moment. Eh? Yeah, you don't normally see that between the ref and the fighter. He was like super, super friendly and smiling. We were joking.
He was like happy for you.
Yeah, man. That was like, that really actually meant a lot to me. You kind of see it. I'm like, thank you, man. Like that was cool. He just, checked on Fugitt real quick, and to be honest with just everything that was going on, I don't remember verbatim what he said, but he just kind of was like, hey man, great job there. And just gave me a fist bump. Yes. Thanks, man. Like that felt good.
It was cool because you were like, I think from my memory, like you were both on your knees, almost like you had just rolled him, and you're just like, all right, good job. You know what I mean? Like that's what it felt like to me. And you don't often see that with the referee. And then you on the microphone after was great. Are you comfortable with what I said at the beginning? Are you comfortable with you now being the face of Canadian MMA as far as the UFC is concerned, not trying to take anything away from anyone, Olivier Aubin-Mercier, Arjun Buller doing his thing in other promotions, but it feels to me as far as UFC right now is concerned, and obviously they're the biggest, that you are the face. Are you comfortable with this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm comfortable with it. I'm not the guy that's gonna like say that about myself at all. But like, you know, like I've said, what I want to see, one, I want success in my own MMA career, selfishly, and two, like I'm a fan of MMA and I'm a fan of Canada. I want to see success from Canadians in MMA. Like I want our country to do really well on the world stage, and if I can contribute to that in any way or help kind of lead that new charge of this kind of next second wave that we clearly got started, like. We're hoping for a second wave, and as of Saturday night, it's a tsunami, man. Like 6-0, we really hit the ground running. That was the best way that Canadian MMA could have come back to the UFC after COVID, right? Like obviously, we Canadians have been fighting in the UFC, but having just like the impact that having fights locally makes is incredible. Because like speaking from experience, like. When I was at UFC 129 and I was in the arena, it like made it somehow not feel so far away from me. You know, I'm like, this isn't some distant, far off dream. Like this is attainable. And there were probably some, you know, 10, 12, 15-year-old kids that are in there doing some kickboxing and some jiu-jitsu and are really interested in it. And they're like, shit, that's just like a guy from Ontario. That's not some dude who grew up in Hollywood or grew up in Dagestan, like things I can't relate to, and I see success outside of my community, but like that's just like a dude who grew up playing hockey and got into MMA and just liked it enough to follow it. Like I can do that, you know. I think the impact that things like that have in 10 years from now, we'll still be feeling like the butterfly effect of UFC 289 10 years from now. I think in Canadian MMA.
I feel like your next fight has to be in Ontario, in Toronto. What are the chances?
Come on, man. We made this one happen. We brought him home once. I just want to be like, you know how you have like performers that do like residencies in Vegas and stuff like that. Like I just want to be the resident like main card guy in Canada now. Yeah. It's like that's like best case scenario for me. It's just like, all right, man, give me a call when you're coming home. Like if I don't ever have to fight outside Canada, I'd love to travel the world cornering. I'm cornering Feely in London. That's amazing. But if I could fight in Canada moving forward, dude, what more do you want? That's absolutely amazing. And every time I've driven by the Scotiabank Center in Toronto for the last like 2 years, which is fairly infrequent, but every time I do it, I point at it and I'm like, I'm going to see you soon. We'll be in there. Like I will be in there and that place will be screaming for me. Like every time I pass it, trying not to get in a car accident while I'm like manifesting this. Like this is what's going to happen. We manifested it on last Saturday night. We came back to Canada. I've been saying 10 wins, 10 stoppages, even though that guy's super tough. He's good everywhere, no holes in his game. And, you know, like, you know, I'm pretty happy with the performance. I think it was probably the best performance of my career so far. And the one before that was probably the best performance of my career. I feel like just the things are moving in the right direction and we're not just allowing them to get there. We're creating the correct direction. We're like constantly checking the map, constantly checking the compass, making sure we're moving in the right direction. And you know, we have the perfect crew.
Any intel? What are they saying? I mean, I feel like it's imminent. What are they? I'm sure they said something to you on Saturday or while you were there. Oh yeah, you know, they used to go to Toronto every December. That used to be a spot for them. Any intel? Toronto in December would be perfect. Yeah. Just don't tell me for like 3 or 4 more weeks so I can chill out just a little bit. You just want to. You don't want to be all anxious and all that, right? I just don't want to have a date because I'm like, dude, I'm laser focused. Yeah. Like even you're joking this week, like, man, I can't wait to have nothing to do all week after the fight week and like not really train, go sauna and hot tub and just kind of have nothing to do. And every day this week, I have like completely lined up of things to do. I'm like, perfect. We're doing interviews. We're talking to this. We're doing this. We're doing that. Like, I just had a meeting with one of my coaches this morning. Just like we had a debrief of how camp went, how fight week went, and how the fight went. Things that we think we should or could alter about camp. Things we could and should alter about fight week, and things we could or should. You know, but just like so, I have 3 more of those meetings set up with my remaining coaches just to make sure like we're all moving in the right direction. Like I think it's really easy to just be like, dude, I won. He didn't land anything clean on me. I got the stoppage. We got the bonus. The fans went crazy. Obviously we're doing everything right. Nothing needs to be adjusted. It's like, if it's just if we can just get a fraction better, it might make a significant change. And I know that because
the Johan camp was amazing. The Johan camp was the best camp I'd ever had in my career by like a landslide. And this one was way better.
Wow.
This one was way better. It's like, it would almost felt like after the Johan fight, I'm like, damn it. Like, is that as good as it's going to get as far as like, is that the most prepared I'll ever feel? And then will things after that feel like underwhelming compared to how prepared I felt for that one. And this one, I was like, oh dude, no, I'm way more prepared for this fight than I was for Johan.
And honestly, that speaks to your professionalism. Like, I don't know if a lot of people are meeting individually with all their coaches to see if they can get a fraction better. So very cool to hear that. By the way, did you get engaged last week as well, or was that an old pick?
We've been engaged for a bit. We got engaged after the Johan fight, like a week after the Johan fight in February, or it's beginning of March. Okay. So, but it was just like a picture of just like my fiance and I, and just like the biggest win, just like the.
Got it. Because I mentioned it to Jasmine, and she's like, "No, I think he was engaged." I was like, "Man, what a week for this guy! He fights in Canada, he gets engaged, he's rocking a Jets jersey. I mean, he is quintessential Canadian. I love it." I was actually saying something about you to someone. Like, I feel you remind me a lot of a hockey player. Like, just the way you speak, the way you look. Have you gotten that before? I know your brother's a hockey player, but. There's just something very Canadian hockey about you, like I feel like that's who I'm talking to right now. And that's a compliment, by the way.
Thank you. I was going to take it as such regardless of how you intended it, but that's kind of like, I mean, that's like how I grew up, man. Like, I'm just like a young, I was just like a young hockey kid growing up. It just turned out I wasn't that good at hockey, but my brother was really good. And most of my friends played hockey, and like, I've grown up watching, Canadian stars, and like, watching like Letterkenny and Trailer Park Boys and stuff like that. And like, I had a cool one last night. My brother and I were just hanging out back, and my favorite hockey player growing up, Chris Pronger, messaged me. He's like, "Dude, saw your fight, loved it." I'm like, "No way!"
Wow.
And I tried to find this like old thing. I thought I had of like when I was in like 4th grade and I played rep hockey. It was like Mike Malott, his height and his town and his favorite hockey player. And I had Chris Pronger on there. I was like scrambling through all my stuff to see if I could find it anywhere, but I messaged him back. I was like, "Dude, I'm such a big fan. My uncle moved to St. Louis when I was a kid, so I started getting obsessed with the Blues, and you're my favorite player." So that was like super cool. And then just another cool moment from Vancouver was we're at the ceremonial weigh-ins, and they're like, "All right, everyone sit down except for you, Malott. Come on over here." I'm like, "Okay," which like felt like the theme of the week, dude. Quick side note, I've cornered so many UFC guys. I've cornered Cody Garbrandt when he rematched TJ Dillashaw for the world title. I cornered Uriah Faber when he came out of retirement in Sacramento. Like, I've cornered really high-level guys throughout their career, and I've never seen anyone do 2/3 of the amount of media I had this week. Like, it was insane. Like, everything that we did, they're like, "All right, you guys are done. Malott, you've got these 2 more," or like I'd get there early. It was like, and the cool thing was they're like, "Yeah, we want you to meet some of the Vancouver Canucks," and we chatted for a bit, and I was like, "Okay, boys," I'm like all trying to rehydrate and eat and stay focused, and they're like, "Oh, enjoy the show tomorrow." And they're like, "Oh, we actually got something for you." So they got me like they gave me a Vancouver Canucks jersey and put my name and 23 like 2023 on it. Like, I was like, "Dude, that's super sick, man." So
so you did make it to the NHL.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, hit it. I didn't message my brother. I'm like, "Dude, I swear I'm not a traitor."
Did you meet GSP there?
I didn't, man. No, unfortunately. Again, I was kind of really focused when we got in the cage, walked backstage, and then Chris Prickett, my wrestling coach, the one who got hit by the railing.
Oh, geez.
He said he's okay. Just, Charlie horsed him pretty good.
Damn.
But he messaged me, or he came up to me after, and he's like, "Dude, George St. Pierre was there." He was like all excited. I'm like, "Shit, man, that would have been awesome to like walk by and give that dude a hug." Like, "Hey, man, it's been a while since I saw you, but I was like 15 at the time, walking up to you with like a paper and a pen, all like, 'Hey, can you sign this for me?" And I had that poster in my room for the next 8 years or whatever. But yeah, man.
And now you're being serenaded with "Oh Canada" as you're leaving the arena. Now you're that guy to people. Crazy, man.
As like obviously special and important as it was for me to win that fight, like I don't want to sound like I'm exaggerating. Like, that meant as much to me. Like, they started chanting, "Mikey, Mikey." I was like, "Oh man, that's so sick." And then just one guy starts singing "Oh Canada." And then next thing there's like however many, like 100, 150 people all like belting it out. Dude, I was like, waterworks are coming, man. I started crying. We got on the bus. I like buried my head in my hand. Megan O'Leary's on the bus. She's like, dude, are you okay? I'm like, I'm so happy right now.
It's amazing. So happy for you. Congratulations. Enjoy this time off. Enjoy everything that is coming with all of this. And hopefully we get to see you. I mean, I threw it out there, but Toronto in December would be tremendous. Any opponent in mind, by the way? Anyone that comes?
I'm gonna focus on that next.
Okay.
Right, like kind of, especially in the next month, kind of dissect the division and see what makes the most sense.
Okay.
Yeah. So that one, that some call outs might be happening in the near future.
Oh, okay. You're not ready to do that just yet.
Not yet. I wasn't focusing past him yet.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mike. Very happy for you. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
All the best to you. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you so much. Talk to you soon.
There he is, proper Mike Malott. What a story. What a guy. How could you not root for that guy? Just an unbelievable personality, infectious personality, I would say, and someone that you want to root for. And very exciting that he is representing us. He is representing us here in on the biggest stage. He is representing us Canadians. He's doing it. Canadian MMA is back. 6-0, like we said. 6-0 on.
He is sending it.
He is what?
Sending it.
What does that mean?
You know, like his full send, like he's going to send it. He's sending it.
Oh, yes. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that,
Yes.
Frank. That was great. That was a good contribution. All right. One more interview to go back into the show on the nose. Stay tuned for that. That's when we shoot. That's when we like to shoot from the hip. That's when we like to cook and answer your questions. Also picks for the weekend. So stay tuned for all of that. Perhaps we'll weigh in on the big boxing match going down at the Smoothie King Center this Saturday, New Orleans, Louisiana, on DAZN. It's the return of Louisiana's own, their prodigal son, the one and only Regis Prograis, returning at a very interesting time at 140 pounds. Last week on this show, we had Josh Taylor, the pride of Scotland, on just days before his big fight over Teofimo Lopez. And the big story coming off that fight was Teofimo Lopez winning, but then announcing his retirement. Well, 135 and 140 could not be more interesting. We could throw 147 in that mix as well. Of course, we have the Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence press conference going down yesterday in LA, today in New York. So a lot going on, and I'm trying to illuminate all of this to all of you. But Regis has a great story and has done a lot of interesting things, especially as of late. He gets to go home and fight at the home of the Pelicans, and he's kind enough to join us right now. Say hello now to Regis Prograis. Hello, Regis. How are you, my friend?
Oh, good, bro. What's going on?
Nothing much. It's good to have you here. I really appreciate it. This is a massive deal for you, and a lot has happened to get you to this spot. Of course, you are a very proud native of Louisiana, and you signed with Matchroom, and Matchroom delivered this date and this location. And I'm wondering, did they give you this opportunity to fight at Smoothie King? Like, was that part of the reason why you ended up signing with Eddie Hearn and Matchroom, or did this come after you had agreed to go with them?
No, man, this came before. No, I sat with. So the thing was, I said Eddie came. He flew to Houston. Now it was about 7 weeks ago, and he was like, "Listen, like," and this was before I even signed with him. You know, he flew to Houston right before the Canelo fight, and that Monday we had dinner, and he was like, "Listen, you know, we're gonna fight Smoothie King June 17th at the Smoothie King," and this was before I even signed with him already. You know, so he had this already planned out. Everything was already set in stone before I didn't even sign the papers yet. I was still, you know, and really I was still on the wall between. I didn't know which way I was gonna go, you know, but he had this planned out, and you know, it happened like this, and it happened perfect timing.
That is a shrewd mofo right there, right? He has that like ace that he know you have a New Orleans tattoo on your chest. Like, I mean, you are as New Orleans as it gets. For him to deliver that probably put you over the edge, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, both companies said that, but then he already had it. I mean, it was already 7 weeks out when he said that. It was like I said, that was the same week as the Canelo fight. That was Monday. Canelo fought on Saturday. So he was like, yeah, June 17th, Smoothie King Center. You know, if you sign with us, we have that already for you. It was like, all right, I guess that's where I'm gonna go.
Was that your first time meeting Eddie?
No, I met Eddie a bunch of times before. I actually with the whole Josh Taylor thing, he was the promoter for that.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, like, meeting him and speaking to him, and because some people in America don't like him. They think he's too brash, or he's coming in, he's kind of screwing things up and all that. Oh, you're the British guy. You need to stay over there. Did you ever feel that way about him, and did you change your mind over time?
No, I never felt that way about him. Honestly, like I met him a few times before. Like I said, the first time was with the Josh Taylor thing. Then after that, I was supposed to fight Maurice Hooker. Maurice Hooker was signed with him at the time, and then that whole thing fell apart because of COVID. And then we met in San Antonio. Once he heard I was like about to become a free agent, we met. We talked briefly, and then after that, the last time we met was not the last time. Then we met in Houston, and then of course we met in we was in Guadalajara together.
So you became a free agent, and you kind of did this all on your own, right? No manager, no one guiding you. You were the one meeting people. Why did you go solo in this endeavor?
I rather just talk to the source myself. When you have like the middleman, you have people in between. They tend to like I won't say screw things up. I don't want to say that, but they tend to have their own agendas. Like, say if you have a manager and they might try to persuade you a certain way. So for me, I rather meet with the people myself. I went to Vegas. I met with Top Rank myself. I sat in the office, just me and my assistant. And same thing with Eddie Hearn. Eddie Hearn came to Houston and we met and we talked ourselves. So I'd rather do that myself because I'm at an age now. I do want to learn. I'm actually starting my Ruru promotions. So I want to learn this stuff myself. And and if I screw up, then I screw up. But if in the past I had managers and they screwed up, and I don't want to blame nobody else. I want to do this by myself, and and learn everything, learn the business and stuff like that behind it.
So are you going now? Obviously, you're with Matchroom, but are you going to remain without a manager?
For right now, I think so. I mean, maybe I might need one later down the line, but as far as right now, yeah, I mean, I did this deal by myself. I was a free agent. I did this deal by myself, and maybe a manager maybe could have got me something better, but at the same time, for the money they charge, it probably will be It probably won't make sense anyway. So yeah,
what is it? 10%, 20%? What do they charge?
Well, I don't. Some managers charge 20%, some charge 10%. But even me, I didn't. Nah, I had people on 5%. I don't do that. I mean, some managers. My first manager had me for like 33%, but now like, yeah, exactly. So it's like they taking a lot of your money and they not really doing everything for you. So it's like I won't say that people don't need managers because they definitely do. But me, I have a team around me, so it's not like I'm just doing everything by myself. But I am sitting in those meetings with the people that I need to sit in the meetings with. I'm talking to them directly instead of having a third party talk to them.
And how's it going? So I mean, obviously you haven't fought yet, but just this fight week and the build up, how do you feel about the decision working with Matchroom?
I love it so far. Everything is cool. Everything is good. I mean, we had this fight. It was like I said, when I met with Eddie, he already had the fight planned out in his head at the Smoothie King on the 17th. So right now everything is going smooth. Everything is cool. Everything is normal to me. I don't feel like no pressure, nothing like that, because like this is home. All my people, like we did a run a few weeks ago when I was out here in New Orleans training camp, and then we just did one Monday. And all those are my people, So like, and the thing about New Orleans is a very, very small city. It's a big, small city, basically. And everybody's connected some type of way. So most likely in the Smoothie King, I will be connected to all those people there. So it's not, I don't feel like pressure, nothing like that. I'm just ready to go out there, have fun.
Yeah, I saw the run that you did, run with Regis on Monday. Why is that important for you? Like most fighters just want to be kind of left alone on fight week and not run with 100 other people. Why do you feel the need to do that?
Right. It was just something cool to do. We did it. I'd rather be left alone too.
Okay. I appreciate you being honest.
Yeah, I'd rather be left alone, especially on fight week. But it was farther out. It was on Monday, and so it was cool. Just had the people run with me because we did one when I was in, because I came out here. I trained out here for 2 weeks, and we did a run, and it was a lot of people came out there. So we just was like, all right, let's do it. Let's just do another one. Just for the cameras, for the media, and just have the people come out and support. And we, I get more. I feel like to get more buzz behind the fight too.
Were you surprised at how Teofimo Lopez looked on Saturday? Were you surprised that he beat Josh Taylor? Of course, you know Josh, like you said, you fought him a couple of years ago. Ultimately, were you surprised with any component of that fight?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm happy for him. Yeah, I'm definitely surprised. I thought Josh Taylor was gonna whoop him. I did interviews, weeks ago. I was like, man, Josh Taylor gonna beat him. I don't think it's gonna be close. And he made Josh Taylor look very ordinary. Like Josh Taylor didn't look like the former undisputed champion. Teo made him, basically made him look bad.
Yeah, I saw interviews with you before the fight, and you were just talking about like, oh, maybe this fight gets me the Josh Taylor rematch. Like you weren't even considering a Teofimo win, right?
No, I wasn't at all. No, I definitely wasn't. I was, for me, I was looking forward to Josh Taylor, fighting Josh Taylor again for the belt.
Do you believe that Lopez is actually retired?
No, obviously. Nah. I mean, listen, he wants his money. He said he made $1 million, and that is terrible. If he made $1 million for that fight, that is crumbs. Like that, he definitely deserves more. So I think that, yeah, he's gonna retire until, he gets the money that, I feel like he does deserve. He does deserve way more money. Now, 9 figures, he probably don't get that, but if he fights a big fight, next fight, he might get 8. So no, I don't think he's retired, but I think he just wants his money just like everybody else. So I think he'll come back for the right price.
I know you were probably focused on your thing, but even on the Saturday of that fight, a lot of people were saying like he shouldn't be fighting. He's not in the right mental space. There's alarming things that he's saying. Do you agree with that? Do you feel like he's a little too all over the place right now?
I feel like mentally, yeah, he is all over the place. But he came out and did the job.
Yeah.
Like he did the job. So if we looking at that, if we looking at personal things, personal reasons, maybe he should have fought. But if we looking at boxing, that's what we do. He fought, he won, and he looked good doing it. So, it all depends on like what you rather.
Now that he won, you were talking about Josh before, but now that he won, is the hope that if all goes well for you on Saturday that you get that fight?
Definitely, for sure. Well, he got to come out of retirement first.
Yeah.
Basically,
well, you don't believe him anyway. Could that happen?
I don't believe him, but maybe we'll see. We'll see what happens. For me, I never overlook my opponents. I still have to worry about Saturday. But yeah, I mean, it's a lot of big fights at 40, and for me, I thought I wanted the Josh Taylor rematch. That would have been huge if me and him would have fought. He would have had a belt. I have a belt. That would have been a big thing. But now I think that if me and Teo fight, that might be even bigger than me and Josh Taylor, and it won't have to happen. We won't even have to discuss going overseas. It'll be in the United States for sure.
Right. Would you be okay with fighting him in New York?
No, I don't think so. Nah. I did the hometown things before. My last fight, I fought Zepeda in LA, which is his hometown. The good thing about LA is I used to live there. So it was his hometown. He's from there, but I used to live there. So I had a lot of support also. But I don't think I would want to, go to New York because I'm basically, I call shots too. I'm a champion. He's a champion and I'm a champion. So I think that, with that, you do that on the neutral ground. I learned my mistake already before with the Josh Taylor thing, going all the way to the UK. And I was a champion, number 1 seed, and I went there, which was, a bad business decision.
You regret that?
Yeah, for sure. I don't think I should. I still, the fight, I don't regret the fight, but, because I became better and I became hungry after the fight. But the business decision behind that, it was, it was stupid. Like, like if I was in my position I'm in right now as my own manager, I'd be like, hell no, I'm not going over there. Why would I go over there if at the time I was the world champion, I was number 1 in the world, I was the number 1 seed in the tournament, and I had to go over there. Like they wanted me to go to the UK to fight, and it was just like basically it's just a dumb decision, especially if you don't have to, if you don't work. Like if I wasn't the world champion, he was a world champion, then yeah, all right, I have to go over there. But I was the world champion, I was the number 1 seed, and it really was just it was a dumb decision for me to go that way.
Would you advise more fighters to not have a manager, or do you have to be a certain status to go that route?
No, you have to be a certain status for sure. I would advise fighters to have a manager. I've been doing it. I've been pro for 10 years right now, and I'm a little older. I read a lot, and I study a lot. I know about the boxing game, so that's why I feel like I can take control of myself right now. And like I said, I'm not 100% sure that I won't have a manager for the rest of my career. I mean, I might get one later. I might need a manager later, but just right now that I just feel like I didn't need a manager. I don't need a manager right now. But now I think fighters should have a manager, but it all depends on the percentage and what the managers are doing. I've had managers in the past that, basically I could have did a better job.
What was your experience like fighting on that Triller card, the Jake Paul, Ben Askren card at that empty stadium? What was that? That was the Mercedes-Benz Stadium right in Atlanta, which was
Atlanta.
It was super weird that they booked such a big stadium and no fans were there. What was your experience like fighting for them?
It was weird. That was just like the whole show. I don't even like to watch my fight on TV, on YouTube or nothing like that. Cause it's just like, it was just weird. Like it didn't feel like a fight. Like for me, I fought Ira Redcatch. I sparred Ira before. So it was obviously, I never took him light, but I just, I knew what he had already. So, but everybody, when I fought that fight, everybody was just walking around real loose. It was like a party, it was just, I was literally like one of the only real boxers on the card, and I was like taking it serious, like me on fight week, like I'm doing right now. I usually just stay in my room. I stay in my hotel. I don't really go out unless I need to do media, go train, stuff like that. But they had people walking all around. They was all walking all around Atlanta, just, people just having fun because it wasn't that, it wasn't that serious. But for me, I don't even like watching that fight.
How do you feel about this influencer boxing stuff? Do you feel like it's ruining boxing, hurting boxing?
I don't think it's hurting boxing. I think the only thing that can hurt boxing is boxing itself when with the real boxers. I think the influence of boxing is just, it is what it is. It's influence of boxing, people don't look at them and think they're real boxers. They look at them like, yeah, they're influencers and that's it. I think that it's getting more eyes, maybe for like the young kids. But yeah, it's just, for me, I think that the real boxing, they look at it as just as influencer boxing, and that's what it is.
And I just learned this yesterday from MMAfighting.com. You sparred Nathan Diaz. Weird story though. You weren't supposed to spar him. You were full. You had just eaten, and his guy didn't show up, and you sparred him. But that aside, were you impressed with his boxing skills? And did you know who he was when you were sparring him?
Of course. So I definitely knew who he was.
Okay.
I don't even know why we went to the gym that night, because I had a chef. He literally served me the biggest plate of shrimp pasta ever. And I was like, my stomach was full. And I just finished eating. And I think I went in there one of my friends had somebody sparring somebody else. And so we came just to watch him spar. He wanted me to watch him spar. And then Nate was in there. He was supposed to spar. And like his sparring partner didn't show up. And they was asking me, like, you want to spar? I'm like, yeah. I literally just finished eating, like I said, a huge plate of shrimp pasta. But I was like, yeah, I'll spar Nate. It's cool. And we literally just beat each other up. Like, it wasn't no boxing. It wasn't no movement. It was just like, we just fought like the whole time. I think we did 5 or 6 rounds, and we literally just fought. That's all. I couldn't do nothing because I was full. My stomach was full with pasta. And we just literally just fought.
Were you impressed by him, by his a lot of boxers don't think too highly of MMA fighters and their boxing skills. What did you make of his?
The main thing he was real tough. I mean, I hit Nick with a lot of punches, and he's just real tough. As far as his boxing, like you said, you can't really compare it to our boxing because it's a little different. But I can see why he has so much success in the MMA and UFC, just because he does know how to throw his hands. It's not like he's I've been in there with some MMA fighters. They don't know what to do with their hands. They lost against a boxer, but he still, he landed some punches on me, and, so it was good sparring.
You think he beats Jake?
At this stage, I don't know. I just think he's older. Jake is big. He's stronger. He's naturally the bigger man. He's younger. He's naturally bigger, stronger. I think a younger Nate Diaz would have just whooped Jake. But now I really don't know. I would lean more towards Jake just because he's bigger. But if Nate could take Jake Paul's punches, he'll beat him, because Nate is like he's like a heavy bag. Like, you can hit him and hit him and hit him, and it's nothing happens. And that if you have that mental pressure on you the whole fight, Jake Paul might break. But it depends on how much Nate Diaz has left.
Is it true someone stole your Rougarou mask?
It is. Yeah, I don't know what's that. Literally don't know. I don't know if I left it. I don't know if I left it in Dubai, because I fought the last time I wore it was in Dubai, and I don't know if I left it out there or not. I literally don't know, but I don't have it. It's gone.
So, do you have a new one?
I don't have a new one. No, I have something else for the walkout. I'll surprise y'all. I have something else for the walkout.
Okay.
I think it's way better. So yeah, I
Okay.
guess it's the end of the Boogaloo match.
Wow.
That's it.
Is the walkout, is it like New Orleans inspired? Do you have some like local flair to it? A little Mardi Gras maybe?
Yeah.
You were just in the parade, right? So maybe like your own little mini Mardi Gras parade to the ring, something like that?
You just gotta watch it, man.
All right,
That's
fine.
all.
All
Gotta
right,
watch.
fine.
I do have a fire walkout.
Okay. By the way, what was it like meeting AI?
Oh man, that was legendary. And listen, like, so we was in Vegas for the fight. I was in my room. My wife, she gambles. I'm not a gambler. I don't care about gambling. So she was down gambling. This was last night in Vegas, and she was just gonna gamble until it was time to go. Our flight was like 6 o'clock in the morning, something like that. And so one of her friends, like, she texted me like, "Man, AI down here," and I was hearing that AI was down there, all night gambling. I was like, man, I don't care about no AI. Like, I care, like, that's my idol, but I was like, man, he probably not gonna, I probably won't be able to get a picture or nothing like that with him. So I went down and I saw him, I walked past him, and he kind of looked up, but didn't really, not too much. And so then I went to sit by my wife, she was gambling. And then after it was time to go, so I walked over there and I was going to ask him for like a picture, but he had his friends around. So it looked like, because I saw other people asking for a picture and it's just like he didn't want to be bothered. And so I was like, all right, I get the vibe. But then Jean Pascal was there. And I know him. I'm cool with Jean Pascal. Me and him partied and stuff in Dubai before. So I was over there and I was standing, they was talking and their back was to me. And I was standing behind Jean Pascal just to holler at him. But he was talking to AI. And so the AI turned around first and he was like, "Oh, my dog, my man." And he knew me. I was like, damn, that's crazy, bro. Like, you literally he knew who I was, because AI is actually a boxing fan. So he knew me, he knew who I was, and we was just talking, man. We chopped it up. He actually gave me his number and all that. So like that was just like that was like real fire to like yo idol, bro. Like it's only for me, it's only a certain people that I really looked up to growing up. Besides, like, it was like Muhammad Ali. Obviously, I never met him. Obviously, I never meet him until next life. But Ray Robinson, same thing. Never meet him. But like the living Kobe, never meet him. But like the living people is like Lil Wayne. I've been around Lil Wayne a bunch. Mike Tyson. I met Mike Tyson. AI. I met AI. And for me, yeah, that's that like maybe like a Michael Jackson or something, like somebody like huge like that. But I literally met all my idols already. Like the people I really looked up to since I was young, I met them all. So I mean, that was just, man, it was crazy meeting AI.
By the way, you know Daniel Cormier?
Of course I know DC. Yeah. I know him. He was at my fight. Because he first won the championship. He was at my fight.
He claims to be like the king of Louisiana. So I just was wondering like who was bigger, you or him, as
let's just say we different sports. That's all. We'll just say we in different MMA. He's MMA, I'm boxing. I think he has his history. I have mine. He's from Lafayette.
Yeah.
I'm from New Orleans. I'm pretty sure he did some historical stuff in the MMA, and already I did some historical stuff in boxing. I'm the only 2-time world champion from New Orleans. So, and I gotta look up his record, his stats and stuff like that. But I know he did his own thing too. So
hey, he never headlined Smoothie King.
He never headlined Smoothie King. So
that's another notch.
Man, we got beat on that. Yeah. But we different sports. He's MMA, I'm boxing. So
Fair enough. 2 last quick things. What's up with Adrian Broner? You think he was purposely not saying your name? You think like, and why do you want an Adrian Broner fight? I feel like you're on a totally different path.
Just because I always want that fight. I mean, I know people saying, man, why would you want to fight Adrian Broner? That why? But it's a fight I wanted for like 6-7 years. I literally wanted that fight for 6-7, like a long time. So it's like that for me, that never changed. And Adrian Broner still has a name, basically. Obviously, I think that it is a different level. I still want to fight Josh Taylor again. Even though he lost, I still want to fight Josh Taylor. I still want to fight Adrian Broner. That is 2 fights that I still want to fight. Before he retires, before I retire, I still want to fight those guys. So yeah, that's why he didn't say my name.
All right. You're currently a minus 1,600 favorite. Your opponent, Danielita Zorrilla, is a plus 850. When you hear things like that, and then it's the New Orleans stuff and the homecoming, and you're with the new promoter, like, how do you block all of that out when everyone's like, oh, this is like a homecoming. It's not even a fight. Like, this is going to be a big celebration, a coronation, if you will. How do you not feed into all of that stuff?
Well, I didn't hear about that. You the first one told me that, so thank you for that. You the first one told about the eyes. But I just, for me, man, I don't care about that. I have to go out and do my thing. I hold the belt, the WBC belt at 140. I feel like I'm the best in the world. So, you know, everybody that fights me, they're gonna come out. And in my head, I have to overestimate my opponent. You know, I can't underestimate him. I never want to underestimate my opponent. I have to overestimate him and, you know, think that he's, you know, way better. And in my head, he is. He's going to give me, I feel like, I want to feel like he's going to give me props. He's going to give me trouble. So I don't, you know, it is a homecoming, but I still have to go out there and, you know, perform. I still got to go out there and do my job and perform. And then after that, then, you know, then we can say, all right, it was a homecoming. But it's still not, I still didn't fight yet. So right. I still have to go out there and do that. I still have to focus on him.
Good luck, my man. Great to have you on the show. I really enjoyed it. Wish you the best. Can't wait for the fight on Saturday. Take care.
Yep, thank you.
There he is, Regis Prograis of New Orleans, Louisiana. Rougarou doesn't have his mask, but he says he's going to have a better walkout with something even cooler than the mask. His mask is legendary. And yes, he was on that Ben Askren, Jake Paul fight, which was a weird one. If you recall, it was initially announced as a technical decision, then later it was changed to a TKO. But what was mainly weird about it was the fact that it was at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, and there was no one there. Why they booked such a massive stadium for no one, I still don't understand. Like that first one with Triller, where Jake fought Nate and Tyson fought Roy Jones, was at Staples, which was super expensive in its own right, but, you know, it was November of 2020, and it's not like Staples was booked and there was anything else going on, so maybe they got it at a discount. But to book a venue of that size and it's empty, gotta feel weird. I think that's why Ben Askren lost. That's my opinion. I think that's why he lost. All right. That's this Saturday, by the way, on DAZN. And there's the UFC card at the Apex. UFC Fight Night, headlined by Marvin Vettori versus Jared Cannonier, Arman Tsarukyan versus Joaquim Silva, Christian Leroy Duncan against Armin Petrosyan, Pat Sabatini, Lucas Almeida. Let's see, what else we got? Muslim Salikhov against Nicholas Dalby. Miles Johns up in there. Jimmy Flick returning. Ronnie Lawrence. Modestas Bukauskas. How many fights are on here? 14 fights. Ooh, that's a lot for an Apex card. That's this Saturday. The prelims are on ESPN2. The main card is on ESPN. 14 fights total at 7 p.m. Eastern. Wait a second. Major. Yeah, that's how I like to do it. Bellator 297, that's on Friday, as I said. PFL on Friday, and then UFC on Saturday. But there was where did I? Oh, there it is. You go on Tapology is the best. You go on Tapology. Oh, they don't have that, huh? Just as I'm saying they're the best. This Saturday, I wanted to get the time to see if they coincide. Saturday, is it June 17th? Yeah, June 17th. June. Wow, there's so many fights on Saturday. Holy smokes. In boxing. Wait for it. Oh, yeah, Tim Tszyu, that's on Showtime at 11:30 p.m. Oh, here it is, on DAZN. Regis Prograis, that's at 8 p.m., but that's the main card at 8 p.m. So, yeah, it'll be happening at the same time. Ramla Ali also fighting against Alejandra Guzman. So a lot to like this weekend, a lot going on. And speaking of which, our good friends at the PFL, they've got another event. And support for this episode comes from the PFL. PFL heavyweight world champion, the pride of Croatia, Ante Daleli, takes on Maurice the Crochet Boss, Green, 2022 PFL Women's Lightweight World Champion Larissa Pacheco also steps into the smart cage against Amber Leibrock in a Battle of SportsCenter Top 10 alumni. Also, Biagio Ali Walsh looks to continue building on the Ali family legacy against Travell Miller. Aspen Ladd is back, looking to get into the playoffs against Karolina Sobek. Action kicks off this Friday, June 16th, 10 p.m. Eastern on ESPN with the early prelims starting at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. That's on ESPN Plus. Let me tell you maybe about another name or two here, if I can, regarding the PFL card. I was still talking PFL. You could have kept the music going. Larissa Pacheco, the Crochet Boss, Aspen Ladd, Jorgen De Castro, Julia Budd on the prelims as well. And so that's this Saturday on ESPN Plus and ESPN beginning at 6:30. And like I said, Bellator at the same. So a lot to like on Saturday. Go check all that out. Friday. Did I say Saturday? Friday, June 16th at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. The big boys, the heavyweights, are in action, and I am looking forward to that. Plus the return of Larissa Pacheco, one of the best stories of their season last year. Also, our good friends at the DraftKings Sportsbook want to let you know that you can get in on all the action with a $5 bet. And if you do place a $5 bet, you could score $200 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, all customers can get a bigger payout with DraftKings stepped-up same-game parlays. All you have to do is download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code THEMMA Hour. New customers can place a $5 bet and score $200 in bonus bets instantly. That's code THEMMA Hour only at DraftKings Sportsbook. And again, a lot going on with Bellator, PFL, UFC. You got all three of them in action this weekend, plus a couple of good boxing cards on Saturday night as well. So a lot to choose from, a lot to like. Sure, there's no NBA. Sure, there's no NHL. Congratulations to the Vegas Golden Knights and, of course, the Denver Nuggets, both of which have won their respective championships since we last spoke. But a lot going on in the world of combat sports. So do check out DraftKings Sportsbook, official sponsor of this program. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. In Massachusetts, call 800-327-5050 or visit gamblinghelplinema.org. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. That's 467-369. In Kansas, call 1-800-522-4700. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resorts, 21 and older in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. Opt-in and 10-plus leg required for a 100% boost. Eligibility, wagering, and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/terms. Go check them out. Please support them because they support us. All right, time to shoot now. Time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA fans.
Oh, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived to hear from the man himself, Ariel Helwani. Live from the Box Studios in beautiful New York City.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much to Mike Heck.
And
on the nose time.
To answer your questions, get out of your seats and on your feet because here he is, Ariel Helwani.
Oh, yes. Yes, from the Northwest. Oh, you want to play it again? So good. We
thought we could do it again.
Do it again, yeah. Getting very nervous about all this Brennan Johnson transfer talk. Have you seen this, GC? A lot of people saying Brennan might be leaving.
Yeah, let's hope not, man. Need him to stay up next year.
Oh, I'm so nervous. I mean, if he leaves, no, I'm not going to leave as well, but that would suck. I don't like this. What, people could just poach your talent? What is up with this?
Yeah, welcome to football, man.
Fucking hell. I mean, I think that would be more devastating than Mbappe leaving PSG or Messi leaving PSG or Benzema leaving Real Madrid. I mean, the list goes. I mean, Declan Rice leaving West Ham. Brennan's the heart and soul. Can't have that happen. Eric Haber is first. Shalom, Ariel, and crew. With the career of Amanda Nunes being celebrated by hardcore fans, but perhaps flying under the radar with the casual audience in the wake of her retirement, how do you feel her career will be remembered by the masses in 10 plus years? I think history will regard it as increasingly spectacular as time passes. Thank you, your friend Eric. I think it will be remembered quite well, but if I'm being honest with you, as I've said many a times before, I don't think this sport celebrates its legends well enough, and I don't think that their careers are remembered, and I don't think that the audience is reminded of their careers as much and as well as they should. What I mean by that is, talk to a current fan today about Anderson Silva. Talk to them about GSP. Talk to them about Chuck Liddell, about Randy Couture, about Tito Ortiz. How many of them know who those guys were? And perhaps things will be different because the sport is more popular today than it was 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago. But I wonder, like, even now, you talk about GSP and people are like, yeah, so, and, who, what? No big deal. Talk to me about, Mr. X who's currently fighting instead. And so here you have a fighter who had the greatest run of any women's champion, who had one of the greatest runs of any champion, period, who I will say, and I want to talk about that, like the greatest of all time stuff. It's always hard to say the greatest of all time because what if they retire on an 8-fight losing streak? Are they still the greatest of all time then? That's why I like to say one of the greatest runs of all time. But now the run is over, and now I could say, all right, you go out on top, you defended the titles, all that stuff. Yeah, you're the greatest of all time. But I'm always hesitant to say that in the moment. I try my very best not to say that in the moment because things can change that would affect their standing as greatest of all time. From losses to performance to drug tests to all that stuff and more. I do think a great way to have ended it all would have been the trilogy fight, and then you're done. You win that, and there's literally no one left. But you can also say she won the rematch. It's over, and now she walks away as a double champion, and that's going to be very hard to replicate. But that being said, I do wonder, because she doesn't put herself out there as much and isn't necessarily a media darling and a superstar in terms of her popularity, will she get that same love, and will people reminisce and talk about her like some others 5 years down the line? I do wonder. She deserves it. I would love for that to happen, but I do wonder, considering how I see people talk about Anderson and GSP and Tito and Chuck and Randy and guys like that now, you wonder what it's going to do to someone who maybe didn't connect with the audience as much. She deserves it. Demetrius Johnson deserves it. All of them deserve it. But I do wonder, just based off of history and those examples. So it will be interesting to monitor. Scott F. Good day, Ariel. At this point, I think it's clear that Juliana Pena is doing her best job to play the heel. For the most part, I think she does a good job of selling the rivalry between her and Amanda, even without Amanda really playing along. And I do think Amanda plays along to a degree, saying that she doesn't like her, doesn't want her to be champion, wouldn't have left if she was champion, etc., etc. She does it in her own way. With that being said, I'm starting to get the feeling that she is reaching X-Pac level heat with the fans. Most of her comments last week, her reaction to Amanda's retirement and most recent interview with you seems so disingenuous. I can't help but just want to look away or skip. I know that it's not the heel's job to be genuine, but if it's not convincing, it just doesn't land. I could be wrong here, but as the #1 wrestling reporter, I'd like to hear your opinion on how she's managing this wrestler persona. You're the man, Scott F. I got to be honest with you, I think she's doing a fine job. If she fights Raquel Pennington for the belt without this persona, without this personality, without seeing people want to, without people wanting to see her get her head smashed in, I don't know if there's any interest in that fight, just being honest. And I see the engagement on her stuff. And to me, X-Pac heat is people turning away, and you could call her annoying, you could call her disingenuous and all that. And I actually don't, I think you can, if you want to call her annoying, fine. I don't think it is disingenuous. Is she dialing it up? Perhaps. But I think she's trying to pick a fight. And I don't think that she is lying to herself when she is saying any of these things. And I think she's getting people, how many people at 135 are connecting with the audience right now? How many people at 145 are connecting with the audience? Like, she's trying to get people emotionally invested in her, good or bad. If she was just, not doing media, playing it down the middle, very vanilla, who's talking about her? And so you could say, like, it's unfortunate that she has to go that route, but I'll tell you, there's going to be a lot more interest in a Pena-Pennington or a Pena-Holm fight with her doing this than there would have been without her doing this. And I think that sometimes we get too caught up with the internet, Twitter and Instagram. People are like, oh, she's so annoying, she's so cringe, she's so this and that. But I think all those people are still watching her fight. Now, she's selling 1 million pay-per-views as a result of this? No. But historically, this type of approach works. Look no further than the great Colby Covington and so many others. And there's different ways of doing this. Chael did it. I mean, it works. It 100% works. And I think it's working for her. Now, is it resonating with everyone? Is she becoming a fan favorite? No, I don't think she wants to be. But as long as they're talking about her and feeling some sort of way about her, in her mind, I think it's working. And I do think it's working. I think a lot of people are going to be rooting for Raquel Pennington if that is her next opponent, if that's who she's fighting for the belt, to beat her and shut her up because she says she's the greatest and all this stuff. I see the reaction. And, if you are okay with being hated and people saying things about you online, you're off and running. And I think she is. If you are sensitive about these things and you want to be loved, then it's hard to pull it off. But her type of personality can pull it off. Jacob. Greetings, Ariel and crew. Just up the street from the Militich Fighting Systems in Iowa. Shout out. First question I have is for you, Mr. Helwani. Do you foresee Connor Chandler getting pushed to 300? Although far out, what do you want for 300? Didn't we talk about this on the show, or am I crazy? That might have been something else. Might have been a different show. Anyway, unrelated, but as he goes into retirement after his bout against Nico Price at UFC 290, could you reflect on the illustrious career of Robbie Lawler? I'm forever grateful for his representation of Bettendorf High School, which I'm currently attending. Wow. That's awesome. I'm assuming as a student? He has a second question here. Let me just address the first. There's a couple in there. I saw something online. I think it was from my good friends at Verdict MMA saying that Connor has to enter the pool in the next couple days in order to fight this year. I don't know about any of that stuff. Honestly, we're all kind of claiming that we know everything there. Who the fuck knows? But if the 6 months are a real thing, who knows? And we're getting close to 300. I threw out the idea. I was talking about it with my friend JD Bunkus of Sportsnet 590 The Fan, who I think is one of the best radio guys in the business, Canada or US, and he was asking me about Connor, and I threw out the idea if Nate Diaz wins on August 5th against Jake Paul, he gets on the microphone and says, I'll see you at UFC 300, Connor, for the trilogy. I mean, the UFC will salivate. And I think Nathan wants to go back at some point. He has said as much at the press conference in Dallas in May. So who knows what is going on with all this. How is tough, by the way, GC? I saw that he's... Out. Oh, he just stepped out. All right. I saw that he's 0-3. So that's not great. I don't know if it's, entertaining or not these days, but, it's just not, like I said, it's not for me. I don't think it's produced for me or fans like me who have been watching it for so many years. But let's see what happens. I get the feeling like Chandler is getting a little bit nervous, but maybe that's just me, looking a little bit too deep into all of it. I thought Juliana fighting at 300 would have been interesting because she headlined 200. But I still think we're a little bit far out from that. A little bit far out, because if it's in March or April, like, there's a few things that need to happen first. Like, if O'Malley becomes champ, maybe you put him on there. Who knows? There's just like one more slew of fights that need to happen before we get to 300. As for Robbie Lawler, absolute legend of the game. Took him a while. There was that period there. He's fighting for Strikeforce. Seems like he's just kind of like coasting. He's falling asleep at press conferences. He's winning some. He's losing some. He's unmotivated. He's a former UFC legend. He's an Elite XC grade. He gets to Strikeforce. It just feels like he's kind of plateauing. And I'm talking now like 10 or so years ago. And then he gets into the UFC, and all of a sudden he's rejuvenated. He's reinvigorated. He's remotivated. And he goes on this amazing run, and he wins the title in the latter portion of his career, and he produces some incredible fights. The Carlos Condit fight, the Roy McDonald fight, Johnny Hendricks. Like, these are some great historic fight of the year winners and candidates. He was incredible in this last run. But it is time. I mean, it's amazing that he's been fighting for so long, and kind of like one of those guys like Max Holloway who started out so young, so it just feels like he's been around forever. But I'm happy for him that he's getting to go out on his terms. Nothing left to prove, nothing left to do, and I suspect that the fight against Nico Price is just going to be bananas, and just the perfect way to say goodbye to him. Not someone who went after the media in terms of getting attention, didn't really want to do media. That was part of his charm. I'll never forget that press conference in Chicago where he's sleeping at the dais. He has his hat over his eyes, and he just could not give a fuck. But he showed up, always showed up to fight. Great performances, and just an absolute legend of the game. The second question is for New York Rick. Is New York Rick there?
I'm here.
Hello, New York Rick. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
This gentleman is saying, Mr. Eric Jackman, if you could make one UFC fight that's not often talked about, what would it be? What I mean by that is something other than Jones-Francis or other fights that are talked about regularly. Love from the great state of Iowa, and thank you for your time, my friend.
Yeah, the one I wanted the most was Justin and Dustin, but we've been talking about that forever, right?
Yeah.
The one I want that I don't think we'll get, but I would love is Dustin versus Colby. That's the fight I've always wanted. I've always thought they should have been on a collision course when both were kind of like, it seemed like sidelined and not really like able to find fights due to the circumstances. I've always thought those two should have fought, and I would really like to see that one.
I have floated that to Dustin, and he dismisses it right away.
That's why I want it so bad.
I know, but I think it's because it's very, very personal.
Yeah, that's why I want it so bad.
I know.
That's why I want that fight so bad. I don't think we'll ever see it, but I would absolutely love to see Dustin versus Colby.
By the way, you've been working on this show in some way, shape, or form since 2012, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Which is wild that like you were working on the show January of 2012, right? Was it 2012 or 2011?
It was 2012. End of 2011 was when I met with you and met with
2010. No,
2011.
It's just crazy that and so then April of 2012, my son was born, and then I just went to his 5th grade graduation today. Like, we're getting really old. Anyway, I was talking to you yesterday. I was like, has Max ever been in studio? I didn't think he was ever in studio. And you said you weren't quite sure, but thought he had never been in studio as well. That was the best. And we've had him on a gazillion times, right? And I'm not saying it because of me, but just like it's just amazing when you don't talk to them about fighting, what you get, and especially in person. Wasn't that just the best?
Face to face, I think is irreplaceable, right? Like, that's the gold. The gold is when you can sit in a room with somebody and look them in the eyes. It puts them at ease. I feel like Max has become a little bit like protective, but he was very open today. And I feel like it's, you see a person, you can get a sense of them. And that was the best Max.
Even when you start talking to him about the fighting, though, he goes back to being a little bit short with you. And then you talk, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And usually it would be like, you're asking him about his mom doing drugs, and you're like, fuck that. And he's very willing to speak about that. And then the fighting is just like, yeah, it is what it is. We'll see.
I think there's like a fear of like getting misquoted or aggregated or this or that. And it's a lot more likely to happen when you're talking about fights than when you're talking about like his life.
Yeah.
So I think it's that, but I'm with you. A+ from Max today, his best appearance on the show ever. And he's been on the show
a million times,
a couple dozen times. Yeah, like a bunch.
John and HB, Ariel, a challenge. You're the best in the business, so I know you can do it. Find out what the hell is really going on with Chimaev. We're hearing Usman Khamzat is not happening via dear friend Chael. Why is this guy really on ice? Dana says they're in the fight business. Why would they have one of their most exciting on ice for so long? We trust in you, Ariel. You're our only hope. Honestly, I think it's an Abu Dhabi thing. They want to deliver certain fighters with certain fan bases to Abu Dhabi, and that's coming up in October. I would be shocked if he's not on that card. And I think it's just a scheduling thing. Honestly, that's my opinion. Dear Tom Kenny, hi Ariel. Several MMA, UFC Hall of Fame questions. This Hall of Fame thing is so weird. Like, what are we talking about? Can we talk more about why there's not a real MMA Hall of Fame? Like, where everyone's getting all up in arms about DC's throwaway comment about Jim Miller, and like, yes, Jim Miller is a Hall of Famer. Sure. What is the requirement? I don't even know what the requirement is for a Hall of Fame. Could we put that same energy into an actual MMA Hall of Fame, and then we could talk about what the requirements are, and if this guy is eligible, and if this guy makes the cut? This is so stupid. Like, I have no problems with the UFC Hall of Fame, but to me, it's like debating if the Knicks should retire Carmelo Anthony's jersey. Okay, great. Let me know when they retire Charles Oakley's first, and if not, who cares? You know what I mean? Like, and if Frank Shamrock's not in the UFC Hall of Fame, who cares? And then my good friend Ant Evans was saying, oh, he doesn't want to participate in the thing. Who gives a fuck? The Hall of Fame shouldn't be about if you want to participate in the ceremony. It's do you make the cut? Are you good enough? Does your career hold up? Is your resume good enough? Does that mean we can't put anyone in who's dead? So, like, the UFC Hall of Fame is what it is. It's a great thing, and they've done a great job of revolutionizing it and making it into a thing. And it's become a thing, and people care, and the announcements are great. I have no issues. But can we talk about why there's not a real MMA Hall of Fame and then talk about Jim Miller being in there? Anyway, do you predict Amanda Nunes goes into the Hall of Fame this year? This year? What? No. Look, can we wait a bit? She just fought in June. She's obviously not going to go in this year because the Hall of Fame ceremony is in like 3 weeks. But no. I like the 4-year thing. Can we institute that? Distance makes the heart grow fonder. What is your reaction to DC's Jim Miller Hall of Fame comments? I mean, it's his opinion. Why are people getting so mad about his opinion about something that has no criteria? Oh, of course. You're crazy, DC. What? By the way, he's fucking Daniel Cormier, for the record. He is Daniel Cormier. If anyone could speak on this stuff, it's Daniel Cormier. One of the greatest fighters of all time. His opinion holds a hell of a lot more weight than yours. And I don't know who the yours is that I'm talking about, but 98% of you, Daniel Cormier's weight, well, his opinion holds more weight, but also his weight holds more weight. Love you, DC. I didn't mean to do that. I mean, I have DC all up. I mean, you're right here. I got him right there. I mean, it's a lot of DC. By the way, is there any sign of me on his show at all? And not even the ESPN stuff. Is there any sign of me on any of his programming?
And his heart.
I don't even think he's allowed to. Man, you see Chris Weidman on the weigh-in show says my name. DC gets all clammed up.
It's probably a ringing in his ears right now.
Still love him. If you were in charge of the UFC or an MMA Hall of Fame, what would be your criteria for a fighter entering? Everyone's different. Just like the Basketball Hall of Fame, the best Baseball Hall of Fame, the Football Hall of Fame, the Hockey Hall of Fame, everyone is different. Everyone has their own story, their own journey. It should be up to a vote. But man, oh man, do I wish that there was an MMA Hall of Fame. Long, long overdue. It would be great. There's a boxing one. They just had the induction ceremony a few days ago. Think about all the greats. The sport in America is 30 years old. It's been around longer than that worldwide. It is so long overdue. And it is a massive bummer. And I kind of feel like until we don't have a proper MMA Hall of Fame, like the sport is still here. Every major sport needs a Hall of Fame of some kind. And it bums me out that there's not one that people can go to, visit. Fighters can get the honor, not just UFC fighters, everyone who has put their blood, sweat, and tears. By the way, DC's Jim Miller comments were as follows, quote, I just don't feel like time served puts you in the Hall of Fame. You have to have accomplishments to go into the Hall of Fame. I mean, he is the winningest fighter, right? I mean, that's not just time served. He's not like some guy with 140, what is it, like 100 wins and 48 losses or some crazy thing like that, or 48 losses and 100. Like he's done stuff. He's on the list in the record books, at least for now. So it's not just time served. Anyway, last one outside of MMA. Do you think Eric Bischoff was a bit too harsh on his comments on AEW? It seems to me if a company sold over 65,000 tickets in Wembley and just scored its second TV show on a major network, it's more than just a hobby. I mean, I don't think it's just a hobby. And I don't know what his beef is with Tom Tony Khan. And I think it's unbelievable that they sold over 65,000. And I see these wrestling fans, it's so crazy how they're like, as good as you are in MMA, you're horrible in pro wrestling. All right, why is that? Because I've praised AEW, because I've had Daniel Bryan on. What about that day that we had freaking MJF and Action Bronson, all booked through me, by the way, to promote their Queen's show? These people are insane. I've never seen such a sensitive bunch of fans. You're crazy, and you've convinced yourself that I have some sort of vendetta against AEW when I've talked about them and praised them as much as WWE, and often put down WWE's product in praising AEW's product, and what they're doing with the 65,000 and the Wembley and all that stuff and getting the other TV show is great. But if a guy like Eric Bischoff is going to say that, by the way, I asked Hogan about them, like, chill the fuck out. I don't know what Bischoff's vendetta is or what his beef is. Maybe he doesn't like the comparisons to WCW. I can tell you this, it's not more than just a hobby. It is an actual thing that he takes very seriously, I would imagine. I do wonder, though, outside looking in, call me crazy, he's got a lot of jobs, and there is something called spreading yourself too thin. Maybe he's paying attention to one more than the other, but on paper, the Jaguars job in itself seems like a full-time job. The Fulham job in itself seems like a full-time job. The AEW job in itself definitely seems more like a full-time job. And then you also have, the other businesses that he's a part of. And so that's the thing where people might say, like, oh, is there too much? But I don't think that it's incredible how far they've come in a short amount of time. And when you consider that there's nothing even remotely close to AEW in MMA, and they've been around, 4 years? There's nothing even remotely close with the same crazy fans, as sensitive and tribal and crazy as they may be. They are a credit to AEW. They are a credit to them because to them, AEW could do no wrong. Any MMA promotion outside of the UFC wishes they had crazy fans like that. Wishes. Would do anything to have that. I mean, we've got this Bellator card with Patricio Pitbull on there, and like, who's fighting on Bellator's behalf? Who's fighting the Bellator battle online? Who's fighting the PFL battle online? Who's fighting the Japanese MMA battle online? The one championship? There's no one. There's absolutely no one. All I see is apathy, except for UFC. UFC they'll battle for. AEW they'll battle for. WWE they'll battle for. And so that's a credit to them and what they built and the fan base. So no, it's not just a hobby. It's a real thing. It's a real player, and it's been more successful than any other promotion in the 21st century. And it's the most successful non-WWE promotion since WCW. And so we'll see what happens, and we'll see if he's being spread too thin. But you'd have to ask Eric these questions. I know he does another show. He does 83 Weeks and another one. I didn't really know about his beef with AEW, if you want to call it that. The natural question to ask him is about AEW, since he was the AEW to WWE's WWE back in the day, or WWF back in the day. It was a great conversation, though, and I really enjoyed it. You can check it out on my YouTube page and also on the Showtime basketball feed. Because the main impetus. Oh yeah, someone said Ariel only books. I saw Ariel only books people who hate AEW or to shit on AEW. The reason for the interview was to reminisce about the 25th anniversary of the Dennis Rodman, Hulk Hogan, Karl Malone DDP tag match that happened in July of 1998, 25 years ago. That was the main reason. And then we got into the wrestling stuff because how could I not ask Eric Bischoff first time I speak to him some of these questions? So just chill out, all right? It's not that serious. Ben P, hello, Ariel, big fan. But you and everyone else are annoying me when talking about the DDP versus Robert Whittaker fight. If people don't think DDP can beat Rob, how is he a credible contender to fight Izzy? I mean, it's not that I don't think he can beat Rob. It's just that what if he loses to Rob? What if he loses to Rob? And Rob is arguably the second best middleweight on the planet and one of the best top 10 fighters on the planet as well, pound for pound. I'm just saying, like, why kill him off when you could have done Rob versus Costa, which would have made a ton of sense, or Rob versus Strickland. People, Rob having lost to Izzy, Costa having lost to Izzy, so they're not canceling each other out. Strickland needs a big time. Like, that's all that I felt or feel. Same with Arnold Allen and Max Holloway. If Allen can't beat Max, then he doesn't deserve a shot at Volk. That's not how it works. You have to try to build up the talent, because you can have Sean O'Malley fight Corey Sandhagen tomorrow and say, if you can't beat Corey Sandhagen, no, that's not how this works, because all styles, make fights, and not every fight is the same. And you have to have contenders. You have to have people waiting in the wings. If you keep killing them off with people who have lost to the champion, that's the problem that they faced with like a Joseph Benavidez back in the day, or a Faber back in the day when Cruz was champion, or, a ton of other guys over time. Now Usman with Leon as champion. Anyway, I disagree with the notion that these kinds of fights are bad for the up-and-coming contenders, and believe this is how true number one contenders are made. Yeah, but if you're left with the same guys at the top, you're going to have a hard time selling those fights. That's all. So you got to be strategic and smart about it. Patrick, if Oliveira loses to Islam, he's in the same strange boat as Whitaker and Holloway. If you were the matchmaker, how would you avoid creating these logjams in each division? And how should we treat a former champ number one contender who's lost to the reigning champ multiple times? Move divisions, trade? I love Dubronx, Blessed, and Bobby Knuckles. Oh, yeah, and Max and Volk is another one. But I don't care about seeing them fight for their old belt against the same guy. Now, Dubronx is different. He's only lost once. So you can't put him in the Blessed or Bobby Knuckles category. If he loses again, then all right, we'll deal with that. But I don't think that the Oliveira-Islam situation is the same as Whitaker and Holloway. He's only lost him once. Nick the Dane, gang, big weekend of fights coming up. Yes, one of the bigger fights is the Pitbull-Sergio Pettis bout. I agree. The next part is your favorite, Ariel. Hypothetical. Stay with me. With a win over Pettis, Pitbull will be a 3-division champion. So the question is, will he be considered one of the GOATs, or will he get the Fedor treatment, where since he never fought in the UFC, he's irrelevant? I wouldn't say irrelevant, but I don't think that he gets the attention. I don't think he gets the love, partially because he fights in the number 2 or number 3 promotion, whatever you want to call them, but also partially because of the caliber of the opponents. Some might not think that they're UFC caliber. I think that's kind of crazy. Look at how Michael Chandler has done in the UFC. I just think that he's kind of been in the shadows. I think he'll get some love, but just look at the difference between Michael Chandler in Bellator and Michael Chandler in the UFC. It's just a whole different platform. It's way bigger. You get way more popular, way more attention. If Pitbull wins this and has a run at 35 and is a double champion, feels to me like Pitbull will be one of those guys that is appreciated a lot more when he's gone. But it's hard to say, because at some point he could go to the UFC too and turn into a Michael Chandler fan favorite, because he has that style. He's a very fun fighter to watch. So, but yes, right now, I don't know how many people would put them in their top 10 favorite fighters, or I don't know if he's walking around the streets here, if he's getting noticed like a top 30 UFC fighter, even though he's arguably, number 1 in Bellator or up there. Bellator champions, like I said, they've never been better. And he's at the top of that list. But because it's Bellator and, there's not a ton of promotion and hype around them right now, for whatever reason, he doesn't get that love. Fedor was on a totally different level. Fedor in his prime, way more popular and famous than Pitbull. Fedor was beloved in Russia. I don't even know how popular Pitbull is in Brazil right now. So totally different time, totally different era. Also, Fedor beloved in Japan. Huge. He was the face of Pride in many respects, along with Mirko and Rampage and a few other guys, Shogun, Vanderlei. But he was up there. He was the heavyweight champ. Redneck Jiu-Jitsu. Hi, Ariel. I've been watching your content since the infamous House Taste My PP interview. Wow. July of 2008. That was Affliction. In honor of 30 years of UFC history, I had a discussion with some of my friends I've never heard your opinion on. If you were to take Mighty Mouse Johnson with all his skills and martial arts knowledge, would he win the first UFC tournament with his massive size disadvantage? I'd like to hear your and the boys' thoughts on this. Keep the old school rules in mind. No holds barred, no biting, no eye gouging, no mandatory gloves or combative uniform, no judges' scores, unlimited 5 rounds, knockout, tap out, corner stoppage are the only determination methods. And referee could halt a match pending the corner decision. I think I think MMA is a completely different sport today as it was in 1993. And so, yes, you somehow like transport him to 1993 with the skill set that he has. I mean, a 135-pound Mighty Mouse might have a tough time fighting a heavyweight, but skill for skill, he smokes all of them. It's not even a question. Now, if you're actually literally putting him in there at 135 pounds against the likes of Gerard Gordeau, Tyler Tooley, I guess it depends on the matchup too, because like Gordeau smoked Tooley in 26 seconds. Kevin Rozier, Zane Frey, a lot of these dudes were big. Now, Gracie was still like in the 170, 180 range. The only thing going against him is his size. But skill-wise, I mean, he wouldn't even... I don't even think he would be challenged. It's just, but the sport has evolved so much, it's totally different. Like, Gracie couldn't really strike. DJ could strike. It's just a totally different sport. It's like comparing a 2020, it's like comparing like Nikola Jokic to George Mikan. You know what I mean? It's just a totally different sport. But yes, skill for skill, I think he would smoke all of them. Nathan, what's up, Ariel and crew? I really loved your interview with Lee Ellis on the Showtime Basketball Pod. Thank you. That was great. A great story there to be told. Lee is the man. I got all nostalgic listening about 80s and 90s All-Star games, and as a fellow Aussie, I too knew the pain of getting my hands on anything from box scores, NBA countdown highlights, and the 1994 NBA Finals on a 7-day delay. Holy shit. I was in mourning on day 7. That was after the Knicks lost to the Rockets. I was especially struck by the conversation you both had about being in a rut with a job and wanting to take a risk or chance in your career. I know you have taken risks, and it's amazing to see you become independent Helwani across not just MMA, but now in boxing and basketball. Do you have any tips on taking chances? Do you line them up before taking that leap of faith, or do you just take the plunge? Well, I appreciate the note, Nathan. And obviously you have to think things through, and you have to, plan it out and see if it's doable and see if it's, something that you're able to be successful at and accomplish. But I would say, like, you kind of have to take the plunge as well and just hope for the best and believe in yourself and believe that things are going to turn out well. And I just always live by the credo that you only get one life, that you don't want to be 80 and regret things. And I have regrets about my early days, my early childhood, like high school, college me. I have zero regrets thus far about adult me. And part of the reason why I have zero regrets about adult me is because I have regrets about childhood me. And what are my regrets about childhood me is that I sweated the small stuff too much. I was too nervous about stupid shit, about school stuff. And I'm not saying like I took school serious, but like ultimately that math test that I was freaking out about in the grand scheme of things in the 9th grade didn't really mean all that much. And I know it's easy to say that in retrospect. And I know all these things lead to a bigger thing. But trust me when I say I sweated the small stuff way too much. I wasn't as, carefree as a kid. And so like when I talk to my kids now and my son's upset that he didn't make a certain level of his soccer team, I just try to remind him that he's only 11 and none of this really matters as long as he's having fun and successful in whatever he's doing right now and enjoying it. That's what it's all about. And hopefully you have a certain mindset later in life that helps you be successful. And so you could say like, oh, okay, it was great that I learned that. And I learned that those regrets are not something that I want to have in my later life. And that's what, helped me here as an adult. But I would just say, ultimately I'm okay with saying like, oh, I didn't go to this or I didn't do that. I didn't do, this in college and I didn't have fun. I didn't join this frat, whatever it is. I'm okay living with those regrets. I wouldn't have been okay with career regrets or adult regrets if I didn't move to the States, if I didn't, take a leap here, if I didn't start JarryPark.com in 2007, if I didn't leave Spike TV, if I didn't go to ESPN, if I didn't leave ESPN, if I, X, Y, and Z. So that's my main thing. That's why I'm trying all these fun, new things, different things. And I would just say, like, if you look around and you feel like you can be successful, even if it, I was just talking to, who was I talking? Oh, when I was talking to Tim there, about like pro wrestling, and boxing and representing those people. And, I was actually thinking a little bit because he's like, I don't know anyone in those worlds. And we're in different spots. He's 31. I'm 40, about to be 41, which is crazy to me. But like, I don't know. Look, I'll tell you guys something about this Showtime basketball pod. Like when I signed up, I was like, great. I love to do this. I thought that, the guests were going to be booked for me. None of the guests, one of them was booked for me out of the 20 that I've done so far. That was daunting at first. I remember coming to the realization in March, like I'm going to have to book these guests myself. And, I will be a Mike Brown fan for the rest of my life. Coach Mike Brown, NBA Coach of the Year, who I had met because he was coaching the Nigerian men's basketball team 2 years ago. And he somehow got my information, I think from the PR guy, Raymond Ritter of the Golden State Warriors, who put us in touch. And he wanted to try to get in touch with Izzy and Usman to send the Nigerian men's basketball team as they were going to Tokyo for the Olympics a message of encouragement. And so I kind of kept in touch with him and I asked him to come on, and he was the first person to say yes. After I got 0 replies from a whole bunch of people or no's. And that's very humbling because you think I sit here and you're like, oh, you talk to Max, you talk to Izzy, and all of a sudden I go into this other sport and no one gives a fuck about who I am or knows who I am or cares about me. And that is daunting. And it was not very easy at first, and it's still not easy. I'm only like 20 episodes in. But the point is like, I was like, you know what? What's the worst that can happen? So this person says no, that person says no. I think I could be really good at this. And so you just keep chipping away, and then eventually, good things start to happen, and this person replies, and that person replies, and you start to feel good about yourself. So I would say, don't live with regrets. Go out there. Don't be afraid to fail. Don't be afraid to stumble. Don't feel sorry for yourself. Don't lick your wounds. Don't say, woe is me, and the world is out to get me, and I can't make it, and I can't get over the hump, and this person has this, and I can't get that. Go out there and fucking seize the day. Fucking take life by the horns, and remember that you only get one shot at this. And when you're 80 and sitting on your porch and drinking some warm milk, you don't want to regret anything. You want to say, you know what? That was a pretty freaking great run. I'm blessed. I'm lucky. It was fun. Now I could chill. That's all I want. Thank you very much for all the questions, everyone. Thank you to moderator Lewis for moderating the questions. I appreciate it very much. Let's make some picks for this weekend, shall we? I think we shall. Yes. Hey guys, how are you? I was asking.
Yeah, missed my tough.
Yeah, I was just asking. Were you on break or?
Yeah, long show. Had to stop by the old bathroom.
No, I understand.
Read the question in advance. Thought it was going to be okay for me to go.
I mean, I think it was like a tough related question, was it not? Or did I go off script?
You guys went off script. I was running through the halls trying to go quickly in my tough jersey. Got a couple compliments on it. People were like, "Oh, sick jersey, man." Tough start, 0-3.
What happens? Like when you come back in the room, who's the one who tells you? Oh,
this time it was Frank.
Frank.
Yeah, he's just like, they had a tough question. I was like, wow, why'd they ask that? I thought they were talking about UFC 300, dream fights. I guess a dream fight was.
I don't even remember how tough came up.
It was about Connor.
Well, it was about Connor. Yeah, not a big stretch to go from Connor to tough talk, to be honest.
Well, I'm here now. Tough last night was fantastic, as it always is every week. The biggest development is the dog curse has moved from suspicion to it's a real living, breathing thing right now.
What's the dog curse? Like underdog?
No. No odds for tough, but when a fighter has their dog in their little intro video, like this is my family, this is where I'm from, they are 0-3 so far on tough. And I mean, as soon as I saw Aaron McKenzie's dog last night, I knew his fate was sealed.
Who's keeping track of this?
Tough Hang, the great people at Tough Hang. We have statisticians on board in the back.
Can I ask you a serious question right now?
Yeah.
And somebody say this is a question you ask off air, but that's not the way we do things. At any point, are you like, you know what? I shouldn't have agreed to do this Tough Hang show. This show isn't what I thought it was going to be. Come on. The buzz has worn off, right? It went from like my whole timeline talking about it to be like, oh, is it Tuesday?
The thought has creeped into my mind, but we're not there yet because it's like All right, so yesterday morning, watched Tough, and it's like as soon as the theme song hits, as soon as the starting hits, I'm like, I remember why I did this. I remember why I set out on this journey, and I'm enjoying it. I mean, we're getting to know the characters. Next week, Timur Valiev back in the octagon.
Oh yeah,
excited for that. Trevor Wells feels like they've sorted out the cold sore that he had, and we'll be ready to roll.
Is there any fear that Conor goes winless?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my
God. I mean, I've looked up Valiev's opponent next week, Trevor Wells. I obviously don't know what's going to happen, but I would imagine if they were fighting in the UFC, I mean, Valiev, 18-3, has fought some of the best in the world, going against 8-3 and Trevor Wells. I feel like he would be a pretty sizable favorite. Obviously, we'll have to see next week, but yeah, I mean, if Valiev wins next week, I mean, we're halfway down, and Chandler is already 4-0. People are claiming T-shirt curse is evolving into the tough jersey curse. I think it's more the dog curse. I think it's the dogs that are ruining this for Team McGregor.
Man, that would be a blow. That would be a bit of a blow to the ego, right? If he goes winless.
He goes 0-8.
Am I the only one who feels like Chandler is getting a little bit nervous that this fight isn't going to happen? Is that I'm getting that vibe.
What are these rumors that I was seeing?
What rumors?
These rumors about like him potentially not being able to get in the USADA pool and the fight just not happening, period.
Oh, I didn't see that. I don't know.
I mean, it's obviously just rumors, on Twitter, but this whole USADA thing is getting dicey. I don't know.
Anyway, yeah,
I think some people are just doing the math, right? And getting a little ahead of themselves, but doing the math.
All right. Yeah, and ultimately, who knows about this math? Anyway, yeah, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, that was the other thing I was gonna say. Was like, it's at the UFC's discretion to sometimes change that.
Right.
So we'll see.
By the way, I was talking about sensitive fans. Can I add Vegas Golden Knights fans to that list? I mean, I tweeted something about their parade yesterday. Jesus Christ. First of all, I didn't know that there were any real Vegas Golden Knights fans. And I love Vegas. I kind of consider Vegas like a bit of a second home. I was in Vegas for Tank and Garcia during the first round of their playoff series against the Winnipeg Jets. And I tweeted a picture. I went for a walk on the Strip. Beautiful night. I walked to T-Mobile. I took a picture to hardcore, die-hard, lifelong Vegas Golden Knights fan Danny Rubenstein, who goes on and on about them on social media. I'm in the plaza, the Toshiba Plaza in front of the T-Mobile, and they're playing the game. You know the shots that they were showing last night of all the fans? Mm-hmm. They're playing the game on a big screen. I kid you not, there might have been 12 people, including me, watching. I was like, this is your hardcore fan base? There's 12 people watching a playoff game, first round against the Jets. You guys are a top seed. This is your fan base? And he's like, I mean, come on.
First round.
Relax.
Wait, but so where is this coming from, the sensitivity? Like, what happened to you that is causing you to point this out, is what I'm not understanding.
Oh, so I was watching, and it became clear that the Golden Knights were going to win the Stanley Cup. And so I was just throwing it out there. I was like, okay, where is this parade going to happen? Because, the Strip is a bit of a mess. You've been there, like the traffic is insane. Obviously, it'd
be a logistic nightmare.
You have all these tourists there. And I was just wondering, if you're a hardcore Vegas fan, which I presume you don't live on the Strip. If you're a hardcore Vegas fan, you're a local, you're a Summerlin native, you're a Henderson native, etc. Do you want it to be in the tourist area? Do you want it to be in Times Square, or do you want it to be where they practice in the burbs? Do you want it to be, because it's a team of the people, it's a team of the community. It was the first pro team. It has brought the community together. I was just wondering. Everyone's like, oh, yeah. Why would you say that? Oh, that's so fucking stupid. And I'm like, geez, chill the F out. I'm just asking. I mean, I'm still getting comments from this. Like, don't dare you disrespect us. I'm like, whoa, chill out. I was just wondering where the parade would be.
Did anybody have a clear answer?
No, they just said, well, what was interesting was, of course, it would be the Strip. But then I had other smart, relaxed people who are like, actually, the Strip is kind of under construction for the F1 race later this year. So maybe it won't even be. Maybe it'll be like Fremont Street, like old Vegas, which I think is actually kind of cool because that's like throwback stuff. Or maybe they figure it out. And then they were bringing up the Aces parade. But I mean, with all due respect, I don't think that will be as big. And also, the Strip wasn't under construction when the Aces won of the WNBA. I was just asking a question. I wasn't hypothesizing that the Strip, was. I actually love Vegas, and I've been to a Golden Knights game with our friend Shaheen Al-Shadi, colleague here, and it was a great time. I know they have a passionate fan base, and I'm not one of these people who was jealous because they were they're 6 years old and they finally got a championship, and some people have been waiting 50, 60 years for their team. Shout out to Leafs fans. But the sensitivity in the comments and the rudeness really took me aback.
The fourth wall.
Yeah.
Like, you asked us this after the show on Monday, and you weren't being facetious. You were like, "What do you think they would do it?"
Yeah.
Because we were talking like it looks like they're going to win.
Yes.
So, Twitter is being a little extra.
I mean, how dare you? How dare you? Honestly,
is Twitter more extra?
Well, it looks like some people pointed out that the Vegas Aces.
Yes.
The actual first professional team to bring a championship.
I just said that. You weren't listening because you were looking it up, but I just said this.
I will say, though,
on the Strip.
Yes, that's a much smaller deal. And
I'm actually in the tweet right now. I'm just looking at all
as
the
I noted,
responses.
I don't think the Strip was under construction when they won last year.
Yes, but the fact that F1 chose to do the race there and is utilizing the Strip then tells me that they could have also prepared for a parade, which tells me how dare you for even questioning whether they do it on the Strip. They deserve it on the Strip. I mean,
Las Vegas locally.
Open and closed.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody disses Summerlin and gets away with it. You hit Las Vegas.
I hit him
locally.
with the bro. I hit him with the bro.
Chill, bro.
Yeah.
You hit just like an unknown account. Chill, bro.
No, because I saw him retweet it, and then I got these other fucking Vegas.
Wait. He responded to you and then retweeted it?
No. He retweeted me so that the minions could come after me, and then he responded to try to flex. He doesn't even follow me.
This is me giving props to the Burbs who knew the Knights were so sensitive.
Yeah, that's right.
I honestly don't understand what the problem is. I don't understand why wondering where it's going to be is a huge slap in the face. I really don't get it.
Yeah,
I'm very confused.
JT Goodman, a local, chimed in and says, as a local, we adjusted things being Strip-centric, especially since T-Mobile is on the Strip. However, would be cool to see something at downtown Summerlin where the practice facility is.
Yeah, I think that would be kind of cool.
Why not? I don't understand.
I get the visual, though. The visual will be really cool. I don't know if they probably have announced where it's happening. I don't know, but the visual of them on the Strip is probably going to be something that they're going to want to do, and it will be publicized, and it's great for hockey. I have no problems with any of this. I mean, 15 players.
Hive, it looks like really came after you.
Oh yeah, they were very upset.
Yeah,
by the way, Aces are older than the Knights. I don't know about that. I think the Knights were first.
No, first championship.
Oh, first championship, but first pro team. Definitely the Knights.
I will say the Aces and the Knights are much cooler because they're like OG, whereas the Raiders just came and the A's are just going to come.
Yeah.
Like the Aces and the Knights were kind of
boring. No. And I would say the Knights are even cooler because they're not a team that relocated. They're a legit expansion team. The others are all relocations.
No love for the Aces, huh?
Well, I'm just saying they're not.
With that diehard about our New York Liberty.
That's right.
The big rivals this year.
Oh yeah. I think didn't the Aces come from Detroit? Am I right about that? Were they the Detroit Shock? I mean, I'm big on WNBA. I interviewed Sue Bird recently. I don't know if you knew about that.
Yeah, sounds like it. You don't even know where the Aces relocated from.
That's right.
It looks like they were the Stars and then the Utah Stars and then the San Antonio Silver Stars.
All right. Close enough.
Shock is kind of in there.
By the way, while we're just off the MMA topic, could we just talk about how great Nikola Jokic was in the post-fight celebration? He truly is the post-game. Sorry, he truly is the Fyodor Emelianenko of basketball. Yeah. Like they're all going crazy. Sure. They've won their first championship, and they go to him, going down the line, shaking everyone's hand, not smiling, and even going after like the bench warmer and being like, "Yo, bro, like let me give you a little fist bump here." I've never seen anything like it. And then of course, the Lisa Salters interview where he's like, the job is done, we could go home. And then the press conference where he's like, "Oh, I want to go home," and then they tell me it's to stick around till Thursday, and he seems legit annoyed that he can't go home before Thursday. It's amazing.
The champagne bottle.
Yeah, he's like,
yeah, just weak. He just doesn't care. He just starts sipping it.
I'm gonna zig a little bit.
You hated it.
I love all this stuff. No, I don't. I don't hate it. I love it, but I do think he's in on it more than people are kind of like,
really
to accept. Yeah, he's too smart a guy. He knows what's going on here. He's not. It's not just like
I don't know
affable,
if that's true.
Doesn't get it. Yeah, see, you're one of those people. He's too sharp.
Okay,
he's in on it.
You think okay?
Pessimism on Rick, just
Not pessimistic. I love it.
I love it. The post game press conference, maybe, but him going down the line.
You think he hasn't gotten enough feedback on the idea of like, wow, you're so aloof and you don't care, and only thing you care about is basketball. You think he hasn't heard or seen that enough to recognize, okay, people are responding to this. I am going to continue to do this.
I don't know. Okay, but fair. But him going down the line and shaking everyone's hand just speaks to the type of person he is and competitor.
There is no part of me that believes that he would not rather be with his horses, would not rather be competing in basketball, wants to shake the last guy's hand, is the ultimate competitor, doesn't really care about the theatrics of it. But I also think he's aware that the people are attaching themselves to how aloof he's being and playing into it.
I don't know. Winning your first championship, like it feels like if you were ever going to show the emotion, I feel like that's when it would be.
He was holding his daughter. He's kissing the brothers. He was showing emotion.
Man.
It just wasn't. He's not the rah-rah. He's not Kevin Garnett.
That's him.
He's
I feel
not
like that's just who he
anything
is.
is possible.
It was so
for
good.
sure it
It's
is.
just who he is.
It was so good. I love
For sure it is who he is.
The pre-series interview where they're just like, if you win, are you going to buy another horse? He's like, I mean, honestly, if we lose, I'll probably just buy another horse. Yeah.
He's great. By the way,
he is great.
What is going on with Yoel Romero? Why didn't he show up? Do we have? Can we talk about this for a second?
The official explanation is afraid of heights.
Okay, is it possible to get? What is this picture? They had him on via Zoom or something.
He was on the television.
Whatever it is.
So they had a press conference and they had him on the screen. He's in bed. He's not even like sitting at a chair. He's just
in
chilling.
a car. He's in a car, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
I thought he was in bed, but what heights?
I guess the hotel must be, or the venue must be high up.
Oh, come on. The venue must be high up. The guys look.
I was also skeptical of this, but it's been since shown to me that Yoel Romero is legit terrified of heights, like legitimately deathly afraid of heights.
Well,
So
like
I get
they had to go to like a high floor.
I assume that's it, right? Here, we have reporting here. Hold on. See if Morocco just published the article.
Working on a screenshot here.
Yeah, this is bizarre. While you're working on that, McGregor telling TMZ the mascot's good. It was a skid and it went it went the way it went and all is well. I spent a lot of time with him afterwards. We hugged it out. Everything is great. It was a skit. It was part of the show. We were backstage. All is well. It was part of the show. It blew up. I recently made my acting debut. I'm not a bad actor.
So the press conference was scheduled for the 99th floor.
Wow.
In Chicago's Willis Tower building.
Oh.
So yeah, I get it.
That kind of changes things a little bit.
But he was in his bed. He was in his bed, by the way.
That's really his bed?
It's embedded in the article by Stephen Morocco for MMAfighting.com. But there's a video of him like visiting another tower. You know how they have like those glass walks where you can like step out onto the glass overlooking the city? He did one of those, but they had to like physically drag him there with his eyes closed. So like the dude is legit scared of heights.
I have a picture here of the face-off. If we go to that, yeah.
I see the bed. Next Yoel Romero fight.
Shades of Hannah Brown, TJ Dillashaw.
100%.
Yeah, great stuff.
100%. Just don't schedule the press conference that high up. It's
yeah,
easy
99th floor. I can actually get behind.
What should be the main event?
Like 15th.
What should be the main event on Friday? Right, it's history.
Sure.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah,
I think so too.
In my opinion, it's a no-brainer. I feel like the only reason they're not is because they're at a higher weight class.
No, just go with the bigger fight. That's.
I agree.
But this is also champ versus champ. I feel like that usually could supersede. I personally would have put that fight above, but at the same time, is Yoel Romero not the biggest name out of the four? Is he not the one who, if you put his face on a poster, sell some tickets, people are coming for him?
It's still history.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you just promo the hell out of it as how historical it is, and that's the main focal point.
You could, no doubt, but I mean, Yoel Romero is still the biggest star.
To me, the biggest fight, the most important and biggest fight of the weekend is Pitbull and Pettis.
No doubt.
And number 2 is actually Romero and Nemkov. And ordinarily, I have no problem, and I'm looking forward to it. And I want to see if Romero can get one before it's done. But I mean, going for a third belt is pretty damn huge. And so with that in mind, shall we make our picks, gentlemen?
We shall. Back to full strength here.
Yeah.
4 of us. I will randomize the order.
Do you have the promo from Juliana or?
Oh, I don't know.
Is the randomizer working?
It is working, and you will be picking first, Frank, followed by Eric. Then I will go, then Ariel.
Oh, wow.
All right. Well, gonna go to UFC.
That was a nice job, Pop.
Yeah, you heard that?
Yeah. Going to say yes to the no himself, Alessandro Costa, money line.
And what is that?
Minus 260.
Minus 260.
Yes to the no. Nice.
Yep.
He going up against Jimmy Flick. Yeah?
That's the one.
That's the one. All right. There you go. There's your first one. Who's second?
That brings us to Eric.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna head to the PFL.
Yeah, let's mix it up. Let's go cross promotion.
And I'm gonna go Ante D'Elia.
Wow.
Yeah, fighting Mo the Pirate Green, but I like Ante here.
Are there
Minus
odds on
550.
PFL? What is
There
it?
certainly are. There certainly are here on DraftKings Sportsbook. Minus 550 for Ante D'Elia.
Minus 550. How about that? All right. What else?
That brings it to me. I'm sorry. I will head back to the UFC. Though I was kind of tempted to head to Bellator with, just make sure we check everything off the box. Vadim Nemkov, not a terrible pick. I will go to the alternate total rounds. I'll go to the main event. I'll go to Marvin Vettori, Jared Cannonier, over 1.5.
Wow.
And that gets us to minus 114, 3 legs down. Just you to go here, Holloway.
By the way, are there any props for the Larissa Pacheco fight?
There are no props available for the Larissa Pacheco.
What were you looking at for Bellator? I feel like we kind of have to. I mean,
there's a couple pretty big favorites here that I like. I don't mind Vadim Nemkov, minus 540.
I don't know if I could go against my guy Yoel after all this time.
True.
You know?
Vladimir Goeva, definitely don't take him. Jordan Newman, I like minus 2100. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I'm looking at this Regis Prograis fight. You know, I feel like that's an interesting one. Minus 1600 seems up my alley.
1600 is right up your alley, yeah.
Got burned on a minus 650 last week.
Yeah.
Take Regis by knockout, minus 500.
No, I don't love those. You know, there's a lot of close calls here. Ultimately, I am. You guys all picked, yeah?
Yeah, we're all in. Minus 114.
Connor, why don't we
waiting on
recap
you.
it while... Let's just recap.
Sure,
what
yeah.
it's
Quick recap.
Frank using
I wasn't expecting this.
We've only been doing it every week for a year now. Frank wisely used a play on words of the incredibly well-known nickname of Alessandro Costa, No. He supposedly said yes. That was really great stuff by him. Rick, main event of PFL 5, took Ante D'Elia, minus 550. And then I went to the main event of UFC Vegas, UFC Apex 75. The over 1.5, Marvin Vettori, Jared Cannonier, minus 650. Which brings the Pals to minus 114.
Pals?
The boys.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I can't even.
I'm always worried going after Bellator prelims, but I'm gonna throw caution to the wind here. You know, I've often said anytime Kyle Crutchmer is on a card, you have to go with Crutchmer. Although I do believe he lost his last fight, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct.
Yeah, so I got a little bit of worry as far as that is concerned. I'm gonna go with my good friend, very high on this individual, the pride of Russia, Gatsy Rabadanov. Big fight for him on Friday against Peter Boyst of Netherlands, the Archangel. So I'm gonna go with Gatsy.
Not seeing him here on old draft.
What are you talking about?
Come on.
Ariel went so deep in the bag no longer exists.
I know who you're talking about. I'm on sportsbook.draftkings.com. I am not
No, that's
seeing
fucked up.
Godsy's list.
All right. So, okay, this is what we're doing. That's the parlay. If they don't want to put it, then we'll go 3 deep,
I mean, what are we taking Godsey at? I'm seeing some books minus 1,000, some books minus 750.
This is my pick, okay?
I mean, we don't even...
I don't want anything else. I don't want to be forced into anything else. This is my pick. Take it or leave it.
Okay. Wait for the line to go up on that.
Why is there not a line on?
Because it's a Bellator prelim.
What if it shows up as a minus 1,200?
Because it's
I'm seeing him. I
why
see
is
him
there
right
not
here.
a lineup? Godsey Rabadama versus Pieter Bust.
That's my guy. I'm very high on him. I think he's going to be a huge, huge player. And one day we're going to look back on this moment and be like, wow, I can't believe
I
they
can't
didn't
believe he
have
was
Godsey.
only a minus 1,000.
Dude's, undefeated in Bellator.
Yep.
Not just one fight. 1, 2, 3, 4 fights.
Well,
beat
How
Koji
many times has he been on
Takeda.
the show?
On this particular program.
Yeah.
Well, I've talked to him. He just, he can't speak English. It's not my fault. Has fought in the PFL, beat Steven Seiler. The guy's been around the block.
Yeah, I don't
I like
mind you
it.
picking
I like the
him.
pick.
I think what I do mind is that odds are not up on DraftKings Sportsbook.
So
and
if
at
it's
other
not,
books,
if they don't put it up, then we'll go with 3. And if they
minus
put it up, you get
1,100.
another win for a courtesy of me. You're welcome.
what if they put it up at minus 1,500?
They're not going to do that. We see what it is right now on Best Fight. It's
No. Best Fight is FightOdds.io.
Ugh.
Best Fight is
What is it?
Best
What
Fight
is it there?
dead and gone.
What is it on FightOdds.io? I see it's like
Minus 1,200, minus 11.
No, I don't
minus
see that.
1,200, minus 1,200.
No, I see it right here.
11.15, minus
Wait,
1,000.
I see. Where is it? I lost it. Minus 750.
This is really
This is awkward.
yeah,
So
this
if he
is-
shows up on DraftKings lower than minus 1,000,
I'm not taking anyone
then
else.
we
I
just
don't
go
want to be
3D.
peer pressured into this.
It's like,
I'm sorry.
You set these rules.
I'm not taking anyone else. I made my pick, and now I'm going to lose. I'm going to have to take someone else that I don't feel. I have my heart set on Gutsy, and then I'm going to take someone else. And even Rick is out of here.
See you, Rick.
All right. What about your picks?
All right.
What? Why are you being so begrudging about all this?
It's just. It's not up on the book.
I'm looking right at
When
it.
it does come up, it's gonna be at like minus 1,200.
Okay, if it's minus 1,200, I'll pick someone else.
We've got 1 trillion different fights to pick from.
No, that's the one I want. I'm sorry. The heart wants what the heart wants.
The hard one. The biggest odds possible.
It's not. I'm looking at a minus 200, 2,000 right now.
If you're gonna take that, why don't you just take Larissa Pacheco? Minus 1,600. Good grief.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to be forced into this, okay?
This is insanity. All right, let's go to UFC Apex 75. We start Teresa Bleda taking on Gabriela Fernandez in the confines of the friendly Apex. I'm actually going to take a shot here on the under 2.5. Bleda is going to be at a pretty big size advantage, 3 inches height, 4 inches reach. I think she'll have a strength advantage too, and she is just aggressive, pushes a pace with that wrestling, and I think that's going to give Gabriela Fernandez fits. We saw last time out, our friend, Jasmine Jasudavicius. She went out there, took her down 4 times, got 11 minutes of control time. And I think Blade is going to look for finishes more than Jasmine did. 5 of her 7 pro fights have ended under the 4.5. And then on the flip side, if it does stay standing, if Fernandez can keep this on the feet, Blade does not have great striking defense. And I think there's a world where she could get TKO'd on the feet. Fernandez, 4 of her last 7 have gone under the 2.5. I'm willing to take the shot at these odds. Next up, Denise Bondar. I took this one at open. I was kind of surprised to see him open as an underdog. It's like minus 120 right now. I still kind of like that. I was on him going into the Malcolm Gordon fight. Obviously, he injured his arm there, and that's really my one concern here is how he's going to look. That is the one fight he has had in the last 30 months. Doesn't tell a ton on his Instagram, but skill for skill, I like this. It really just comes down if he's going to be able to get the wrestling off, and I think he's going to be able to. Carlos Hernandez has been taken down in every one of his UFC fights, including one where he got taken down 5 times. He hasn't really impressed me so far. 2 split decision wins, and being finished in the first round. And on top of that, he really doesn't pose too much of a threat to Denise Bondar in terms of finishing him. He has 0 professional KOs. And the guys that he's submitting, all 500 or below fighters. Some of these guys don't even have wins. And then his amateur career as well, he only had 1 knockout, and it was against a guy that was his only amateur fight of his entire life. He just doesn't really have a ton of finishing upside, and I think that's going to be good for Denise Bondar as the fight goes on. I think he'll be able to get the wrestling off and pick up the victory here. Next up, Raoni Barcelos taking on Miles Johns. I'm taking the under 2.5 here. Barcelos, last time out, scary knockout against Umar Nurmagomedov. Now, that doesn't make me believe that I think his chin is shot. I mean, we've seen him go the distance almost all of his fights in the UFC. I still think he's a tough out. But the way this lines up, if there is a world where he is 36 at bantamweight and he's 5 months removed from a very serious knockout, Johns can put people out. On the flip side, I do think Raoni Barcelos is just a better mixed martial artist pretty much wherever this fight goes, and I think he's live for a sub on the ground. At this price, also just willing to take a shot on this one being finished. If you look at their records, Johns, 4 of his 6 in the UFC have not gone to a decision. Raoni Barcelos, while he has been to numerous decisions, 4 of his 9 have gone under the 2.5. I like this one here. We keep it rolling. Banger of a fight. I think this one is going to be really fun. I am taking the under 1.5 in Nicholas Mota, Manuel Torres. Not much to say. Manuel Torres, 14 of his 15 fights have ended in the first round. 12 of those ended in the first 2.5 minutes. And on the flip side, Nicholas Mota, 11 of his 17 have ended in the under 1.5, including both of his UFC fights. We go to the co-main, a weird matchup. Arman Tsarukyan taking on Neto BJJ, Joaquim Silva. I just think this is a mismatch. You're getting Arman Tsarukyan, top 10 lightweight in the world, championship potential, has fought some of the best going against the guy who is 2-3 in his last 5, has fought no ranked opponents over that time. I just don't think this one is going to last long. I understand that Arman Tsarukyan has been to many decisions in his UFC career, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have finishing capabilities. We saw it in the Giagos fight. We saw it in the Joel Alvarez fight. And I was kind of high on Alvarez going into that one. Put them both out under the 1.5, and then you look at Silva. Last 2 losses was finished under the 1.5 by Nasrat and Ricky Glenn. Nasrat, 10 UFC fights. Ricky Glenn, 9 UFC fights. For both of them, their only finishes inside the promotion came by KOing Joaquin Silva. Now he is thoroughly outmatched. I don't think this one goes long. I think Tsarukyan gets it done. And then over to PFL. I actually haven't played this one yet. We talked about it on No Bets Bar this morning. Pacheco, Leibrock, under 1.5. I mean, these girls coming out. I mean, we know Pacheco last season. I think she had 5 straight first-round knockouts going into that matchup against Kayla Harrison. She obviously has supreme finishing capabilities for the women's division. And then on the flip side, Amber Leibrock, you know, if it's tough to get up in the morning when you're going to bed in satin sheets and Leibrock pulls off the upset like we saw with Brendan Loughnane last week, she, on the other side, has had 4 straight wins in the first round. Her last 6 overall have ended in the first round. And overall, 8 of her 11 fights have ended in the first round. I think this all has the makings of a barn burner for as long as it lasts, and I think someone is going to get finished. And then I just have a multi-weekend, multi-promotion parlay. I took Vadim Nemkov, Arman Tsarukyan, Ilya Topuria next week in Jacksonville. I like all of those matchups. And those are the picks. UFC Vegas 75, a little bit of Bellator, a little bit of PFL, and that's that.
A lot to like. Good stuff. Go check out the pod as well.
Yeah, No Bets Barred up now.
Appreciate it, gents. We will not talk on Monday,
We will not.
but we will talk on Wednesday. A lot of exciting things to come, so stay tuned for that. And one last thing, if I may, before we say goodbye. Here on the program over the past year, we have talked a lot about our favorite football team, Nottingham Forest. You see the logo there. You see the logo there. You see the logo over there. And some have questioned our allegiances and our love There's nothing to question. It's all very sincere, at least on this side of the table. And I do want to recognize and send my best to the families of Barnaby Weber, Grace O'Malley Kumar, and Ian Coates. You may have heard Tuesday morning in Nottingham, these three individuals were brutally murdered by a suspect that I still do believe is at large based on what I last read. Barnaby and Grace, 19-year-old students who had just finished their last college exams for the semester. Ian Coates, a 65-year-old, longtime Nottingham Forest fan. And this is just a horrific thing to hear about two very young individuals who are just starting their lives and a fixture in the community like Ian, who, based on what I was reading, is just was a great guy who did a lot for others in the community, and just heartbreaking stuff. So I just wanted to send my best to their families, our condolences, and I just can't even imagine what their families are going through. And I hope that that individual is found and never sees the light of day and is put to justice. So our hearts go out to the good people of Nottingham. I'm very sorry to hear that they are going through this, and I can't imagine what it is like when a community gets rocked with something like this. But we are wishing them the best and thinking about the good people of Nottingham, and hope that things like this cease to happen, because I mean, it's just it's tragic, it's heartbreaking, and no one deserves to go through this. So with that in mind, we shall call it a show. Thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you very much to our great guests this week, 4 in-studio guests. What a time it was. What a week it has been. A very, very, very fun week. These are the best. The dream would be if every show was in studio. We don't have that budget to fly people out and do that sort of thing. But when it works out, and part of the reason why I want the show to always be in New York City, if I can keep it that way, is because when people are in town, and Lord knows a lot of people come through town, it just, as New York Rick said, it just makes for a better and more memorable conversation. So thank you very much to Izzy and Ash on Monday. Thank you to Max and Tim today. Great stuff from Max. That was awesome. And great stuff from Tim. And what a roster he has amassed. Truly impressive. At such a young age. Ty, Yuri, Casey, Mohammed, Don, Max, Jack, Leon, Jack, JDM, Hakeem, Israel. Tremendous stuff there. Good luck to Patricio Pitbull. Very curious to see what happens on Friday. Do check out that fight on Friday. Also the PFL event on Friday, UFC on Saturday. And good luck to Regis Prograis on his big fight, his homecoming of sorts. I know he's fought in Louisiana, but never at the big Smoothie King Center. Thank you to him for stopping by as well. And how about Mike Malott? Still on cloud 9. Tremendous stuff out of the Canadian. Looking forward to seeing where he goes from here. Back on Wednesday, same time and place. Until then, I say peace.